a citizen, a soldier. I am the guardian of America, armed and free. We threw off the king and his taxation's yoke. Ragtag militiamen, just ordinary folk in search of liberty. We learned our lessons well, how the people can arise, take up their guns and stand against the tyrant's lies and win a life that's free. And we knew there always must be Minutemen, and we wrote our laws to guarantee. For we knew it will always be the citizen who is the guardian of America, armed and free. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Free speech and free press, and the right to assemble, those dangerous freedoms that make bureaucrats tremble. A blessing for the citizens, for the masters a curse. Without the second, what good is the first? The right of the people to be secure in their places from warrantless raiders with masks on their faces means little or nothing without any force. Without the force. Without the force. A public trial by an impartial jury, guilt or innocence, judged in a hurry. The right to know with what charges you're fixed. Without the second, what good is the sixth? A disarmed population can be brought to its knees. No one can resist as tyrants do as they please. These Bill of Rights freedoms with which we are blessed. Without the second, what good are the rest? Oh, listen to me, children, to one who fought and won a future based on freedom with a vision and a gun and a mind that's free. The time is surely coming when among you there will rise those who will want to rule you and have a plan to guide your lives and possibilities. They will seek to take your freedom in the name of security. They'll use your fear and danger to get you to agree to give your rights away. They'll first disarm the weakest, your minorities and poor, hoping most will not object to what the rest endure and the price they pay. Then they'll claim that they'll protect you and they alone can keep you free if you just give up the weapons that you no longer need. And you'll turn in your guns and think your future is secure. And then there comes that knock upon your door. So I swear there always must be Minutemen, men and women who cry, I will live free. And it will always be the citizens who are the guardians of America, armed and free. guardians of America, armed and free.
All right, so that was the
Wow.
Technical difficulty?
A little bit, yeah. We just, or at least we got the song through. Oh, poop. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy. Oh, G-Buzz will be back right away. But that was the Minuteman song, I guess. There we go.
oh, you're fucking kidding me! It went off air. Okay, damn it.
No, it's still on air here.
We're live.
And now it's a good way to start with a swear. So how long was I out there? I'm doing all this click.
It just as the song ended, you blinked out.
All right. So sorry for the swearing there. This is live, so you're going to have to deal with that. So that was Charles Heller's music from Liberty Watch Radio. It's a radio show here in Tucson, and he's a good friend of ours, and yet we rebroadcast his shows on Sundays. And that was the music that you get from LibertyWatchRadio.com. Head over to the recent shows tab, and you can get that song right there. And thanks, Bob, for recommending that one. I think that was a perfect intro to the September 2016 long format show for Every Second Matters.
I thought.
Yeah, excellent. So welcome, everybody. This is the new Every Second Matters long format show. We're going to be doing them this way for the near future, for the foreseeable future, I guess is better. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of mic noise there. So got a couple of people jumping in here at the beginning. So let's first introduce the people that are live on the panel. We got Bob jumping in from Canada. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, I'm glad to be here.
Then we got Moon coming in from, well, I guess from Pennsylvania at the moment.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
And then I'm from Arizona. So were you guys all around at the beginning of Every Second Matters?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Yeah.
So we started this thing. It's an awareness campaign. I don't really know who all was around because it was in a live format like this, in a live chat like this. So we're recording this in a Google Hangout on the Gun Website's YouTube channel. We have a channel for Every Second Matters, but it's tiny, and Gun Websites is the largest channel I have access to. So we posted it there just really to get more coverage. We'll probably, once we get all the systems in place, we will probably just start to move all the shows over to the Every Second Matters channel. Copies of them so that they'll all be in one place for make it easy to find. Because as I explained, we do these live hangouts. We've been doing them for a long time now, having conversations about guns. And at the end of 2013, a group of us had noticed that as advocates of the Second Amendment or gun rights advocates, you know, we go out and look for things to do and messages to rebroadcast so that we keep people aware of the laws that deal with our freedoms, and specifically Second Amendment stuff. With the increase in popularity or whatever, the increase in attention given to firearms in 2013 as a result of the end of 2012 situation with Sandy Hook and the end of the presidential elections and, well, whatever it's the circumstances, whatever the cause is, the circumstances were that the Second Amendment was under attack. There was quite a bit of political pressure to blame firearms and owners of firearms for the acts of some idiots, you know, some single individuals. So there was a push and a resistance to gun control, and that came out of nowhere. And well, the attack on the Second Amendment came as kind of an expected and anticipated political exploitation of a tragedy, which we always expect to see from the weaker of the two big parties, right? The one that always has to play the victim role, and but it was huge, and probably to distract from other issues that were significant in the presidential election and the just the national level politics at the time. They thought it was an easy target to go after the Second Amendment or to blame firearms and the owners of that property for the acts of a few individuals. that happened very infrequently, almost statistically insignificant amount of the time, and they found an overwhelming resistance to that in the form of gun owners for the grassroots speaking their mind to the representatives, and therefore stopping pretty much every effort in 2013. And we all felt really good about ourselves in the beginning of 2013. Was a fight, and we came out of the fight victorious, and we all had well-deserved celebration. Towards the end of 2013, some of us who had enjoyed the amount of conversation, I guess, had become accustomed to the amount of pro-Second Amendment theme in the conversation instead of just the typical what new magazine should I buy or what's the cheapest place to buy ammo, the typical support and owning a firearm types of discussions. It was nice to see it kind of focused on the laws and the Second Amendment and the protection of it, or at least it was nice to see that it was able to come together and resist that push towards anti-gun. So towards the end of 2013, we saw that decline in participation and that decline in a call to act. So we started to think about, just in the casual conversations, I don't think anyone deliberately said, we need to create another organization or we need to create a new thing. I think we were all just frustrated in our lack of ability to cut through the noise and to know what the various groups were doing and where they were in the progress towards their goals, and which of their goals overlapped each other or which were strategically different from each other. And I suspected that there was so many gun owners' rights groups out there because there's a lot of fight. There's a lot of fronts on the fight with the anti-gunners, the anti-freedom advocates. So there was not a lot of clarity. There still isn't a lot of clarity. So I think one of the frustrations that we had is not knowing what was being done on our behalf, and only getting, or at least getting, a majority of the media was talking about the attacks, what's being targeted as our rights by the antis to take away next. So like I say, we kind of just had these discussions would just come up, and they would come up, and at some point we kind of focused on, well, I think, what was it? Something happened in New York or California, something happened way out east, and I think a bunch of us were frustrated that we're out here in the West where we don't have the same fight, right? We have a different, or very few fights actually, so we've got these resources sitting idle, and if you're up there in need of more voices, more heads, and for more hands up when they ask for a poll or something, when you need more resources over in one part of the country, we're over here spinning our wheels in another part of the country, sometimes completely unaware, more than happy to assist, but unaware that there's a need somewhere else. So I think we kind of said it had something to do with that. I think it's probably worth going back and watching some of those original shows if we can find them, just to refresh our memories. I don't know if you guys remember it any clearer, but I know that it eventually got to, well, why don't we encourage people to carry an open holster on college campuses? I remember it got to that. I don't know if I came up with that or somebody else did, and I thought it was a good idea, but I remember that aspect of it. But then having a bunch of people who are on college campuses immediately say, well, yeah, that's going to send us to jail, so you can't just walk around with that, or it's going to freak people out too much. And I haven't been on college campus for decades, so how do I know? So that led to what, a T-shirt, a gun-related T-shirt, wear a gun shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And the call came up again, like policy. We're not allowed to wear a gun shirt. You can't wear something with a gun on it, or a gun company sometimes. So then, I think the idea too was, what if they would wear an open holster, but then what if we get confronted on it? Like, why are you wearing an open holster? What are you trying to prove? We thought, oh, well, if there's a national level organization or a campaign, I think it was, because kind of going off of the Students for Carry campaigns, which weren't really organized groups with presidents and budgets and goals and things. These were just campaigns, just like wear a gun, or vote for the pro student carry kind of things. So I think we just came up with the idea of if we could come up with some sort of a campaign that would be in favor of wearing a gun shirt, maybe that would be, you could fall back on that. So if you got confronted, you're wearing a gun shirt at school, and you got confronted, why are you doing that? You trying to cause trouble? You could say potentially, no, I'm just, as part of this awareness, this campaign, this national campaign, today I'm wearing a shirt. to participate in that campaign, and here's a website, and here's some online support to show that it's credible campaign. I just didn't come up with this idea, and it's not like 6 of us. It's like a whole bunch of people across the country doing this. So basically, we have the potential comfort in or potential protection in the group, and a bunch of people doing it, right? And then I think it came out to where, well, why don't we all wear the same shirt? And then I don't know how it got to be the Every Second Matters thing. I think we were trying to come up with a logo maybe, or a saying or something, or what to call this awareness campaign. I really don't remember the part about how it evolved into Every Second Matters. But then I think a bunch of people were just putting ideas out, right? And we were all like, oh, that's a great idea. Oh, that's a neat one. Oh, that one's clever. And then as we were kind of getting to the point where we're like, hey, let's really do this. I'm a web guy, so I started bringing up my domain registrars and figuring out which names were available. Because there's really no point in doing something if you can't get a domain name for it. You can't get your own hashtag. You can't, claim it. You don't want to ride on somebody else's work or somebody else's play on words or something, right? Bob's got is that one of the original shirts, I'm assuming? You're muted.
Yeah, this is one of the original shirts. And I try to wear it every second. Up here in Canada, you just don't get any reaction. They don't understand it at all. But it's trying to do my bit. We do have groups in Canada trying to get concealed carry back for our own safety, especially in the cities. But
now, does it apply to Canada though? Do you have like literally a Second Amendment, or does that just?
It's not a second, and it is in Canada. Unfortunately, it's a privilege to carry. Or and because some people do. I mean, there are some people who do have the right to carry, but it's really hard to get. I mean, you're allowed to apply, but they almost never. I mean, 99.999% of the time they turn you down. It's up to the RCMP to decide whether you have a valid reason to carry. And I mean, even people who carry millions of dollars in diamonds and have been robbed like 8 times don't get to carry. So. It's kind of ridiculous, but we do have an amendment that says we have the right to apply.
All right, well, let me finish the Every Second Matters saga. So we were up to, I don't remember, do you guys remember how we got to Every Second Matters? I think it was just a consensus of a bunch of ideas and a bunch of like mottos or slogans, and I think we just did this, and then there might have been a little bit of like, well, that's already somebody's using that one.
It was way before all the other Matters movements.
Oh, yeah.
And I was thinking about that as I was wearing my shirt today. I look down and I see Matters because my stomach's sticking out, right? Matters, all I see. So I'm like, shit, this looks almost like a Black Lives Matter, except maybe people think we're playing off of that now.
Well, I actually heard that at a gun show this winter when I was down. A young guy came up and said, oh, that's funny, it's like Black Lives Matter. And I'm like, yeah, but ours came out years before.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. So I think there was a Every Second with like the word spelled out, SECOND, and that's a women's shelter in Canada for like battered wives because Canadians all beat the wives and they need to seek shelter from that. So that's a Canadian safe space, and we didn't want to overlap that effort, obviously. Plus, it makes more sense, I think, in the long run to have 2 because it's the second, and we always call it 2A. So anyhow, I don't really remember, but like I say, it would be interesting to go back and listen to those. I don't remember. It was something like the 3rd. I would call it like the 2nd or 3rd Every Second Matters chat where we actually figured out the name. Because I know there was at least one. I'm pretty sure it was on a Thursday. Because I think it was, I don't remember whose chat it was, but I was thinking, oh, I'll just throw one of my, because I was doing Thursday shows back then. And I think I was thinking, oh, I'll just not do one of my shows and we can do this show instead on the 3rd Thursday. I don't know why the hell I came up with the 3rd Thursday. But that's the last part I remember. And then I remember Tony came up with the actual logo, though, right? Artisan Tony?
Yeah. I think it was Yankee Chat, the first one.
Could have been.
Channel.
I think you're right.
Was Yankee doing shows back then, or was he just hosting a chat?
He did like a Friday night chat, I think.
Yeah.
Back then.
It wasn't like the Yankee show or anything. It was just he just happened to be running it, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm thinking you'd have to dig into Yankees championship football. I don't even know if he leaves them up. He may Anyhow, so then we came up with the logo, and then what I think Quark made a Spreadshirt page, or Quick, whatever the other one is, Cafe Press, one of those two. And then I think we did a run of stickers first. I forget who it was now. Wesley? Or I think it might have been Wesley. He did a run of stickers, and then he sent them to me. And then I think we did a run of patches pretty quick after. But and then we were sending out the patch and the sticker together, and then so you could get the shirt at Spreadshirt. So we just had a website and a little paragraph that said, "This is just an awareness campaign. We talk about the second on the second day of the month." And the idea of the patch or the shirt, I guess, was to then do that thing, like you could wear it places, you could wear it to school or whatever, and then it's legit. Like, it's not scaring anybody, and it was weird, right? It's designed to be like, what is that? What is that talking about? Like, it's not an obvious gun thing, and I think that's really one of the things about the monthly shows, was we would get together and talk about how people reacted to it, and how we would use that to spur a conversation or something like that, right?
Yeah, and then there was a whole, if you can open carry on that day, if you've got open carry in your state. That was part of it.
Yankee will do that a lot, right? He'll wear some fancy rig with a fancy shiny gun.
Barbecue gun.
Yeah.
Basically, it's something that makes a spectacle out of themselves, some kind of spectacle.
He's always a spectacle.
We're trying to taunt him because he's out there, but he's not a green dot, so he's probably running around, I don't know, spending money and buying guns or whatever he's doing.
Being a spectacle.
Spending that YouTube money. So, and then it kind of sat. We had the chats. It kind of played off every month. Somebody else would grab it. I think it was for a while there, people had sort of zones, right? So Matt would be on Wednesday, and I was Thursday for a while, and I was Saturday for a while, and Yankee was, I want to say Yankee was like Monday. Anyways, Yankee had a night. I think Luke was Tuesdays, I think, One Bad Marine, and kind of whoever was hosting a show on the second would just either do a separate show for every Second Matters, or sometimes they would absorb it into their show, and it just kind of
Stone Guy and Marine did a few.
Yeah, and then so it was like it jumped, like whoever happened to want to run it, we kind of tossed around, and we did a pretty good job. I think we only really missed 1 or 2 shows ever, maybe 3 months ever, if we even missed that many. So somebody seemed to pick it up. There's a couple of times where just nobody did, and we'd miss it a month, but very rarely. And then I went to the Gun Rights Policy Conference last year when it was here in Phoenix, and it was awesome. It was really inspiring and encouraging to go to a room, 600-something people that were all activists. Nobody was selling nobody anything except freedom, and everybody was just sort of absorbing the situation reports from the various gun owners' rights groups that would take the stage and give us a sit rep of what they have been up to, what their resources are, what they see as the next goal, and what they need to get to it. And I saw that a consistent theme was they needed, they had resources. These weren't asking for money. They were looking for resources like web people that can do website stuff, people that can do behind-the-scenes communication efforts like chat rooms and newsletters and the various mechanical stuff that make websites useful. They needed volunteers to keep up with monthly promotion, as far as like distribution, I should say, of the efforts of people like Jeff Knox, who's a author, a researcher, a blogger. You can only do X amount of stuff in a day. So these people that are out doing the work of researching the new issues that come up, or researching things that are necessary for big picture stuff, to task them with also distributing all that stuff is a lot. So when I saw that that was a need amongst many of the groups of various sizes, the wheels started turning, and I interviewed a couple of the people there just to help them get their message out, post it on the YouTube channel kind of thing. And these are all just regular people. There's people that have 9-to-5 jobs, and then they do this as their part-time passion. Some people are doing it full-time, but most of them are just regular people like all of us that do this as their necessary. They see it as a responsibility to our generation and the next, right? It's just something that needs to be done. We have a responsibility to be vigilant against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and sometimes people are misguided and uneducated and can be duped into thinking that what seems like a common sense thing is not, right? So if we do nothing, that's like giving them a vote. So these are people that just took it upon themselves to get in the game or get in the fight, I should say, and play the game. And people have their skills and their interests and their life experience. So some people are good at the networking, some people are good at the marketing, some people are good at the facilitation, some people are good at the layouts and designs. You know, there's just so much different things going on that things like the Gun Rights Policy Conference allow everybody to get together and network and figure out what people are doing and strategize, I guess. So I guess after seeing all that, I became even more enthused, and then Sean from Florida Carry encouraged me to take this Every Second Matters thing to the next level. So it took a little while to decide whether or not to do that, if it's possible. And with the election this year turning into what it's turned into, we know it's going to be an important election cycle for the Second Amendment. Always, right? It's always potentially an issue. With Hillary beating on the drum like it's her, her version of Obamacare. Obviously, there's a little bit more at stake this time around. Then, as the judges started to drop off like flies, given the next potential president some real influence in the long term, it became a no-brainer. We were either going to sit this one out and spend all this time building these channels, these pipelines, and taking all this time to get people together who understand social media, who understand how to use these tools and have acquired audiences and have a tremendous reach. If we're going to go to all this time and go through all this effort and then not do anything with it, what are we, right? So I figured the only thing I can do is put all this stuff on the credit card and just get it done. So instead of trying to do like a crowdfunding or try to approach people and get sponsorships or something, we're not talking about that much money. It was less than $3,000 to put it all together. So just got a new credit card, thank you Amazon, and put the software together for the website, basically powered by the same software that we use over on Gun Channel. So it's a big social network platform software that you can turn into anything. I could turn this into a real estate website that sells houses for people. I could put this into a group that has a common interest in motorcycles or something. You can do almost anything with the software. So I took most of the elements and I turned them off. So if you look at Gun Channels compared to this, there's much more features. With the Every Second Matters, I wanted to go simple and streamlined. So we basically have 3 sections to Every Second Matters. The organizations themselves, which highlight and allow the organizations to post information and things like that. Some of the information they might post are events, and since people who are advocates are going to be interested in what's going on, the events is the second big section there. And then to wrap it up, just so that there's another avenue to get information across, we have a news feed. So there's the organizations themselves, it's what they're doing, and what they have to say. So if you really want to come in here and use it like a social platform, you can just go in here and chat. Somebody in here joined the other day and said, like, welcome to the group or something. So glad I could be here. Thanks to Yankee Marshall for talking about it. And so you can leave a message like that, and that's great because it is designed to be a community. But it's really so that we can pay attention to the organizations that are out there. I'd like to ask for participation with people that join Every Second Matters to click on this button here and add a new organization if you see that there's one missing, specifically the state level organizations or the organizations that go after a specific aspect of shooting, like this one, the NFA Freedom Alliance. They're going specifically after the NFA and from the perspective of the NFA owner, as opposed to the NFA treat something out. There's another one in here that's specifically for the NFA, the NFA National Firearms Act Trade and Collectors Association. So that one is also going after the NFA, or they're focused on the NFA, but this time from the FFL holders and owners point of view. So the collectors and the FFLs who are tasked with dealing with registered items. So in other words, if we're missing aspects of the gun owners' rights groups that might deal with knives or concealed carry or carry in schools or whatever the focus might be, please feel free to add that organization in here. We can talk about that. We have a long format show here, so we could definitely get into that later. But basically, I decided let's just build this thing already so that those of us who are activists, who consider ourselves activists, can join as members. There's absolutely no cost. Just go in. If I wasn't logged in, it would say sign in over here instead of, or it would say log in instead of, or it would say sign in. You'd have to sign up. So you just sign up. I think it's just like anything. I don't remember anymore. What do you need? An email to join it? And then you're in there. So then let's say you go over to an organization and you're in Tennessee or something. You find the Tennessee organization. You click like or whatever. And now you'll get updates from them. If you're a member of that organization and you want to post from that organization, let us know. We'll attach you to the organization so you can do so. And it's basically designed to be a platform to allow us to better communicate and be aware of what's going on this year. And I suspect if it gets close, rallies on state capitals, getting together to show we're not just a bunch of companies like Hillary's trying to make it look, that the Second Amendment community is nothing but a bunch of wealthy companies that profit on murder. Instead, we know the truth is that we're a whole heck of a lot of individuals, and if it comes time to this election cycle or a future election cycle to where our bodies standing in front of a building are necessary to get a point across, then this is designed to be a platform to help facilitate that, and again, cut through some of the noise we might see, some of the clutter using some of the other social media that are obviously just fine. They work just great. It's just that when they've also got pictures of a kitten and some kid's birthday cake and something that's popping up to tell you somebody's been online for 3 years, send them a congratulations emoji, then it just gets too much clutter. So this is designed to be as powerful as it needs to be, yet efficient and on task. Anyway, so that's the new Every Second Matters. We're going to do that. Go ahead.
Can you put the link to Every Second Matters in the external chat so that,
sure.
Yeah, if anybody who's watching and isn't a member yet might want to...
Yeah, we don't keep track of the membership. It's not like we're trying to grow a membership. Honestly, I don't care if there's only 13 people. If they're the 13 people that are going to change the world, then that's enough. So don't join if you think this is just a scam to get your email, or don't join if you're not planning on doing anything. I don't care if we get a lot of numbers over here. It's already bought and paid for, honestly. I'll just go get a job or something and pay off the credit card bill. It's going to be here. There's no plea for money or anything here. What we're looking for is activists, people that are interested in what's going on and people that are interested in becoming a part of changing the way that things are right now. Let me continue. The website is a portion of it. It's a tool that we're going to use so that we can eventually keep all this information in one place. But the other punch, the other side of the 1-2 punch here is this long format show. So as I mentioned, I went to the Gun Rights Policy Conference and was blown away. It was just an experience that I am not able to put into words, being in that room with those 600 people. I want to be able to take the essence of that and give you a sample of that every month. And I want to give that same platform where the gun owners' rights groups spend quite a bit of money to drive and get their people, or fly or whatever, get their people throughout the country to wherever the Second Amendment Foundation runs the event each year. They rotate the event. Last year it was in Phoenix. This year it'll be in Tampa. So it's considerable cost and effort to get yourself there, but the results are obviously worth it. They've been doing this thing for like 30-something years. It's been going on for decades, every single year in a different city. A lot of times it's in places like Chicago or San Francisco, places that are not comfortable with us being there. But it takes resources and it takes effort, and it's only once a year. So what I'd like to do is, again, knowing more about what's going on the internet and stuff, or not, just being familiar with the internet stuff. I don't know more than anybody, but just being familiar with it, I knew that there's something that we can contribute, and I know that we have audiences out here, people that are interested in this and also interested in being part of all this, but just lack the ability to keep track of everything that's going on out there. So I hope that we can, along with the website, which will be the permanent, 24/7 black and white or printable place for all the information. The other service that Every Second Matters will bring to the community is this long format show. So I'm getting my shit together with this, and hopefully, again, this isn't supposed to be my show. You don't even know who I am, because this is Every Second Matters. I'm the one who's getting it up and rolling, but once the snowball starts rolling, we'll just need a couple of people to keep it going down the hill instead of crushing us. and it'll be a participatory effort by a lot of people. So anyhow, once we get this thing going and this long format show becomes a regular thing and people are used to it, I'm really hoping that the result we'll get out of all this is all the various gun owners' rights groups sending a representative into the show and giving all of us a glimpse as to what they're doing, and again, knowing their goals for the long term, what effort or what gains they've made towards those goals, what resources they might need to get faster gains, and then again, we can potentially use this to help distribute those resources to, make like a, help wanted. I need somebody to help me with this campaign, or we need 6 people here to show up and run a table at a gun show, or we're thinking that the surfing contest could use a tent for our group. Do we have any volunteers, or can somebody print a banner for our tent? So those kind of resources, we should be able to use the power of the internet to help distribute those things around, and hopefully all these efforts are going to help us in other aspects of life as well. But I think a good place to sharpen them is on the Second Amendment that we all appreciate so much. So with all that said, we got a bunch of people jumping in while I've been blabbing there. So again, I'm out in Arizona. We got Night Strike jumping in from South Carolina. We've got Moon coming in from Pennsylvania. Thanks for jumping in, Night.
Yeah, I got a hurricane going through here,
Right on. So just like Hawaii.
I may or may not drop connection because we've had power flickering and internet disconnectivity all day.
Crazy. Yeah, I've had weird internet too, so it had nothing to do with weather, but maybe I've got a wire getting all dried out or something, but I've had intermittent internet as well.
And the weird thing they say is a tornado watch is in effect too, so it's just like, but we have a hurricane and a tropical storm coming through. What the hell?
Yeah, what is there? Can there be a tornado, or is it just part of the hurricane?
Well, they said because of the humidity and the hot and cold, that's why.
I mean, I just wouldn't. I don't know. Why would you call it a separate thing? It's just part of the hurricane, though. Wind.
Well, they say it's a separate thing that could happen with the hurricane too. So.
Cool. And you got to worry about, because it's just so close to the ocean, sharks getting up in there.
I'm worried about the Sharknadoes, right?
All right, and then we got Amit coming in from Israel.
Yeah, I'm basically here just to listen to you guys because I'm interested in how you're doing this stuff, because maybe some of it I can import over here. So.
Right on. Well, anything that doesn't have a full automatic rate of fire, it's probably okay. So, I think we can import stuff, or maybe we can get some kind of military waiver.
I mean the networking between the different groups and different ways of getting your points across and stuff like that.
So yeah, thanks for joining us, and the link is out there. If you're on the Gun Channel side, we throw the link out periodically. If you're out there and you haven't seen a link in a while, cry out and we will drop one. We can't do it on the YouTube side, plus YouTube doesn't have any rhyme or reason for who can join it, so just to avoid the troll or the clown trying to spam or something, we don't even bother trying to post it on the YouTube side. But if you would like to join, it is an open room, and like I say, we throw the link out over on the Gun Channel side. So it says your website keeps crashing. That's great, but I have 350 live sites right now, so let me know which one, and we can definitely address that. No point in the NFA if liberals keep pushing background checks. The Obama administration made the rule change about notification to this Clio. What do you guys think of that one?
I don't know.
Point in the NFA, if liberals keep pushing background checks and the Obama administration made the rule change. So I guess what they're suggesting is, I think what he's trying to say is the NFA is the National Firearms Act of 1934, which required registration on short guns, guns that shoot fast or full auto, and then guns that don't look like regular guns. All those types of guns were like sectioned off and considered more deadly than regular guns, and therefore needed registration and a tax paid on them. And it was a massive tax back in the day. I think it was like a month's salary. Then I think what he's saying then is that there's no point in all that if the liberals keep pushing for background checks on normal guns, like regular guns, and the Obama administration made this change about notification to the CLEO. So in other words, I think what he's saying is if they keep watering down or requiring more restriction on what we have now and watering down the NFA laws, then what's the point of having them separate? Just get rid of them? I think, is that what you're saying?
Can I mention something about the Clio?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, while that whole Obama change on that is good and bad. It's bad because of what they did to trusts, but it does have one good thing: is you're not required to go and get a Clio approval anymore. You're just notifying them now. So good and bad.
No, that's not good at all. So I hear what you're saying, that they tried to wipe some frosting on the poop to make it more appealing,
Yeah,
but
I know.
any more tasty to me. When you had the old system, or the system we had a minute ago, which is still a massive infringement, doesn't even need to exist, but at least with the old system, if you went in as a trust, there was no obligation to even inform the local law enforcement. So if they were going to have a problem with it, they could have the problem all day and night because they weren't even informed that you were doing it with the trust. But now they're suggesting that everything's got to be notified to them. So in effect, if they decide to start keeping track, which I'm not aware of any federal level law that says that, well, maybe there is. The 1976 Privacy Act might tell them they're not allowed to, but if they're not aware of it and they do it, it's that whole ask forgiveness instead of asking permission. If they just decide to start tracking all NFA items that they're informed of, then isn't that another state level registry that's being created, and even worse, a non-regulated state registry?
Well, you're fooling yourself if you think they're not tracking it anyways.
Yeah, I've always considered that. The whole fact you've got to do the whole registration or transfer, all that shit. That's scary.
Are you talking about specifically NFA stuff still, or are we talking about all guns, Bob?
I think I'm talking about all of them with the, what is it? They mentioned it in that great movie, Red Dawn, that gun shops have a record of who owns what. The 4470s. Right? As soon as you have to do a 4470, aren't you
73?
73? Okay. You're actually giving them the information that you have this gun. Now, who's to say that they're not going to just take it, or they don't already have it? I don't trust governments. I don't.
Well, it would be a lot more difficult to dispute your fear if they wouldn't continually, number one, have, I can think of the article where they were bragging about the cargo containers. I think they had 4 or 6 cargo containers in the parking lot of one of their buildings, and they were bragging that they had so many gun shops that closed, and they had to, by law, turn in their paper 4473s to the ATF if they close. They have to turn in the last, I think, 20 years worth of 4473s, and since they're not required to, in fact, I think they're specifically prohibited from scanning those in digitally, although I might be mistaken there. They were bragging that they don't have enough resources, they don't have enough agents, they don't have enough office clerks or whatever it would be to deal with all this paperwork. So they're just sitting in metal storage containers out in the parking lot. And yeah, I don't know, I think there's a couple of different ways to take that, but I hear what you're saying, that the act of filling out a 4473 could potentially be registration, but until we got Skynet and little Terminator robots running around on endless energy sources to actually facilitate taking all those pieces of paper over the last, I don't know, 40-something years, and turning it into some kind of digital, useful scan, OCR'd text or something, or databases, then I'm just not sure how much fear we have to put in that potential, or how much concern we have to put in that potential, because we have concerns that could potentially be a lot more important or a lot more relevant now.
Right. We got a question from the YouTube side. I posted in the internal here. It's already on YouTube. Greg Rock is asking, any concerns on the HR 378 in Congress right now?
I don't know all of them by number, so what is that?
That's the Body Armor Possession Act. Yeah.
And I think that's super relevant because obviously the body armor is just as misunderstood, or people are as unaware about body armor as they are of firearms. So wasn't it Pincus, I think, who did that interview on Turks? That was he brought it up, and they asked him something about, I think, maybe armor piercing ammo, and he basically parried it to, well, what armor are you talking about? A heavy jacket, soft ballistic armor, or ceramic plates? So depends on what you're talking about armor. I'm just paraphrasing, but basically he said what we all know, that any rifle will go through basically anything, and any rifle will go through soft body armor, and then some handgun rounds will be stopped by soft body armor, and some won't actually be stopped. So suggest that armor is somehow is, what is that word that they use for firearms? Like it's somehow, this magical device that because you have it on, it's going to save you or something, is ridiculous. So and again, I think that there's a way to talk to an anti when you're talking about all this. If they bring up body armor, then go, okay, that doesn't make logical consistency, or you're not being consistent with your logic. You're going to suggest that a bullet should be banned because it can go through armor, but then you're also, in the same mind, going to somehow wrap your head around the logic that a criminal can't own armor because he's impenetrable to bullets. So I guess the only logic that could put that together would be that police are banned from using armor-piercing ammo, which is also not technically accurate because the only exceptions exist for military and law enforcement. So whenever they're going to ban it, in other words, they say except for military and law enforcement. So acknowledging military and law enforcement are allowed to have armor-piercing ammo, and that you're going to suggest that armor in the hands of civilians is unnecessary, or it's a negative thing because police won't be able to stop them, is inconsistent. There's not logic there. They can't suggest that those three things can exist together. So if they're going to go after us with armor, then ask them, well, what is it then? Is it armor is pierceable by bullets, or is it fallacy and armor is so devastating or so impenetrable that criminals have a free ride because they have it on?
Right.
So,
it becomes suddenly bulletproof. I mean, that's
it's bulletproof when they want it to be, but it's not bulletproof when they want the bullet to be the bad guy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, we got Jeff joining us now. So it's Jeff Knox from Firearms Coalition. Did the interview yesterday. We haven't played the interview yet today. So Jeff, we've got a couple of people joining us here live, and then a group of people watching on the YouTube side and over on Gun Channels. So welcome to the discussion.
Thanks. Good to be here. Well, is my microphone working? There
Yeah,
it is.
5x5.
All right. I just didn't see anything and couldn't hear anything in my headset. But yeah, just wanted to drop in and check in, see how things are going, and jump in the discussion where appropriate.
Right on. Well, I appreciate it, and I'm sure you're going to be a valued asset to the talk. So right now we just kind of started out with an introduction to the project, and we just started here maybe half an hour ago, not even. So we haven't really jumped into too many discussions. We've got some people watching live, and we were kind of riffing on some of the comments that came in. The most recent one here was the Responsible Body Armor Possession Act.
Huh.
Have any input on that one?
No.
Is that because you don't consider it relevant, or because you just haven't had the chance to delve into it?
I haven't delved into it. I've seen things like what I assume it to be pop up here and there, and to me it reminds me of the cities that ban possession of mace and electronic defense devices and so forth. It's just more control because you might do something bad with it.
I was trying to the idea that they want it both ways. They'll suggest that armor-piercing ammo is a negative because it can get through armor, but then they're going to at the same time suggest that armor is a negative because criminals are invulnerable with it. So
Right.
Our logic must be that police can't have armor-piercing ammo, or that you don't have to be consistent in logic, I guess.
Right. Well, when you don't know anything about what you're dealing with, it's very easy to come up with all kinds of wonderful ideas to deal with it.
And what's great is they're all common sense. When you
No,
got
absolutely, absolutely. They're common sense based on common ignorance.
yeah, naivety.
Yeah. Speaking of which, did we happen to see what the Libertarian vice presidential candidate said about guns and the dangers thereof?
I personally haven't been paying too much attention to the day by day, but I know that in general he's considered anti-gun, so I'm sure that'll be an interesting topic. Feel free to.
Well, it's William Weld, the Libertarian vice presidential candidate, in an interview just yesterday or day before, made some ridiculous statements. I mean, he's competing with Kevin De Leon, the Senate president in California, for the stupidest comments about guns ever by a politician. It's right up there with the shoulder thingy that goes up, and the once you use up all the magazines, there won't be any more. Just ridiculous, and it's astounding that this guy is where he is.
Well, yeah, the amazing part is even my teenage daughter sees the stupidity of having people who know nothing about firearms making up laws about firearms.
Oh yeah, and it's rampant. I mean, it's absolutely rampant, and it even the good guys, many of the good guys, don't really know anything about firearms, and to them it's a political issue, and they have political consultants who also don't really know anything about firearms, who are advising them about this political issue. And so you get things like Donald Trump saying silly things about the terror watch list, and senators or Senate candidates who say, well, you guys just want to maintain the status quo, right? I'm up with that. Like we don't have any kind of an agenda to improve our gun rights. Or recognize our gun rights, improve recognition of our gun rights. So yeah, it's an ongoing, never-ending battle and struggle.
There's one that really needs to be fought constantly. That's a really, it's almost like you're just treading water.
Well, absolutely. The thing is that gun guys, there aren't a whole lot of gun guys, real gun guys, in politics. I remember I have on several occasions applied for jobs at the NRA over the years, and it's always astounded me when I look at a help wanted ad on the NRA website that says legislative liaison for XYZ state, familiarity with firearms helpful but not required. Excuse me?
Yeah, that makes no sense, does it?
Oh, and this is our side. This is our side.
Is that a lack of like acknowledgement that, or like a lack of like awareness that gun guys can do all those other things? Like they don't expect gun guys to be able to have all those meet those other requirements, or do they think that people that are not gun guys are going to be better at those skills? It's crazy.
Well, and of course, this is sort of a top-down thing, but we have leaders in the gun rights movement who aren't at all gun guys, and that becomes challenging in and of itself. But it does make sense to a degree to look for someone who's really good at politics, who strongly supports gun rights, and I would hire such a person for a gun rights lobbying position. but I would also be educating them about the intricacies of firearms themselves as we progress, and I wouldn't advertise that as something. I would say we are, if the Firearms Coalition was looking for a lobbyist, I would put an ad that the Firearms Coalition is looking for a lobbyist to argue gun rights issues in the Arizona State Legislature. Please apply here. If somebody wanted to apply for the job and tell me that they don't really know a lot about guns, but they're an excellent lobbyist and they're willing to learn more about guns, I would talk with them about it. But I'm not going to put that out as something up front in the ad. And it's astounding to me that that's ever been done by a prominent gun rights organization.
They're almost making like it's not important.
Yeah, it's devaluing that knowledge and appreciation.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that when approaching politicians, the actual technical details are even interesting to them? Because I always assume, I'm a gun rights activist here in Israel, I always assume it doesn't even matter. The question is not if it's technically right or wrong. When I approach a politician, I always assume what I need to convince him is it'll get you votes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The votes are the thing, and are really the only thing that politicians generally care about. But the letting them know that they're going to look foolish and it's going to cost them votes if they don't understand the intricacies of this, or at least that this is what you put out here is a stupid statement and you need to correct it because it's obviously displaying ignorance, or something to that effect. But those of us who are working on it, we have to understand what a magazine is, how a semi-auto works, what the difference between a quote-unquote assault weapon and a whatever everything else is. And if you don't have that foundation and that understanding, then it's very difficult to understand the risks and dangers of a particular law or proposal and create cogent arguments against it.
Exactly, and the problem is a lot of the people who are coming up with the gun laws or what they want for gun laws are not at all knowledgeable. I mean, up here in Canada, in our case, they are trying to outlaw the 25-round magazines for Ruger 1022s because Ruger has a 22 caliber pistol that uses those magazines as well as their regular 10 rounds. Now we're restricted in Canada to do a 10-round magazine for pistols, and so they say, oh, that means all these rifle magazines that they've been selling for 30 years are illegal, and they figure there's probably over 3 million, I think over 3 million of them in Canada at least. You know, and now all these people who own them are going to be felons. Like, it's just ludicrous because they have no understanding that, you know, just because it's made for a rifle doesn't mean, you know, you're going to put it in a pistol.
Well, and that's the same problem that evolved from the armor-piercing bullet ban of the 80s. It is that the language of the law that NRA worked out carefully with Mario Biaggi says may be used in a pistol. And therefore, anytime they find a pistol in rifle caliber, and the way ATF has interpreted it is if it's a multi-shot pistol, so all of the Thompson centers that were worried about at the time the bill was passed don't affect it. But if it's a multi-shot pistol that is chambered in a rifle caliber, then ATF says, well, the ammo that it shoots is now considered pistol ammo, so if it's an armor-piercing round under the terms of the definition, then we're going to ban its importation and sale.
Well, that whole thing is kind of ridiculous in itself because really the only reason people are building those rifle caliber pistols is because it's so complicated to get in SBR. So let's just get rid of the NFA, and then you don't have to worry about the pistols anymore, because everyone would just make SBRs.
Right, and the SBR rules are some of the most ridiculous in the world, especially when you compare. My favorite example is Steve McQueen's Mayor's Leg Winchester, the sawed-off Winchester 92 with the bowed lever. That there's an Italian, Brazilian company importing that exact rifle pistol. It's perfectly legal, but if you were foolish enough to take a Winchester 92 and saw it off to replicate that, that would be a felony. So here you would have two guns that looked identical, functioned identical, were identical in their dimensions, but one is perfectly legal and the other is a felony. That's the kind of stupidity that we get when they try and write laws about things that they just really don't understand based on gut feelings. And it reminds me of the statement, I can't define porn, but I know what it is when I see it. Well, they can't define assault weapons or dangerous weapons or particularly scary weapons, but they know what they are when they see them, and that's just the way they want to run.
Yeah, which makes no sense at all. I mean, up here in Canada, that mare's leg is considered a rifle, so you can carry it just like you can any other, and it's not registered. It's a non-registered weapon. You can carry it around out in the bush and stuff like that, but you can't carry a pistol. We have short-barreled shotguns, with 12-inch barrels. Those are just considered a shotgun. But
really?
Yeah, but you can't, carry a pistol when you're out hunting. You have to. You can only shoot a pistol at a gun range, but that short rifle or that short shotgun, that's fine.
Oh my!
Stupidity.
The definitions are always funny, especially when you compare between one country and the other. It's pretty hilarious.
That's actually another interesting point. Trying to compare the various countries' definitions would be, like you say, inconsistent. There is no uniform agreement that, except for like what a revolver is and what a pistol is, maybe what a long rifle is or a short rifle, or if there needs to be a designation between the two. Maybe looking at and comparing the various differences and gaps in the national firearms laws might be a way to address that. Since there's no consistency, it's obviously not a consistent problem. This is just a bunch of people reacting in various ways with no rhyme or reason. Or do you think that's worth it? Do you think anybody cares about international stuff?
Well, and it's evidenced state to state as well. I here in Arizona, we've been open carry forever, since before we were a state. And it was very liberal open carry, but we had no concealed carry. In Texas, as they were debating their concealed carry laws and the potential for an open carry law, one of the pro-gun politicians made some sort of a comment to the effect of, if I'm in my car, I'm not going to leave my gun laying on my dashboard like some sort of yahoo. I'm going to put it out of sight, and that's just common sense. Well, as opposed to here in Arizona, where I'm required to leave it laying out on my dashboard, and that's just common sense here. It just depends on the individual's perception of what common sense might be, and it's generally not very common at all.
That's a good point. Yeah, common sense is not that common.
Absolutely not. Common sense is one of the most uncommon things in the world. And common sense based on total ignorance is just plain stupid. I mean, there's no other way to put it.
Now that kind of brings me into a comment that Sean said over on the YouTube side. Back when I think maybe before you got here, I was suggesting that there's these gaps, and I don't know what the right word is. There's inconsistencies in the logic between bulletproof vests, restriction, and then also armor-piercing ammo, and the reasons for restricting both. So I guess Sean was saying, I don't know why I expect leftists to use logic and reason. They never have shown it, proclivity to it in the past. And I agree. I'm not suggesting that we're going to change people's minds in that, but I think that when you're based in, or when you come to the table, and most of the people I know that are anti-gun, and that's not a lot, but the people that I do know that are anti-gun consider themselves more educated than me. They finish their college degrees and stuff, and they have better jobs and stuff. So a lot of times they'll assume that they're scientifically accurate, or they've got the level on me, or they got it over me because they know more. That's why I think if I can show them some gaps in their logic where their own minds are going to go, oh, wait a minute, what's he talking about? I'm hoping to just get them to do a little bit of research so that they discover it, or maybe just question one of their positions. If there's two positions that they have that conflict with each other, if I can get them to question one, then maybe I get some momentum going the other way. I guess that's my goal, not to necessarily...
I'm kind of an example of that, actually, because when I first came out of military and law enforcement, I was not anti-gun, but I was anti-every Joe Schmo having a gun. I'm just like, most people can't handle the responsibility. So, I was that way when I first started joining internet forums about firearms. I was like, I don't think everybody should have a gun. And I think there should be strict background checks and strict controls. But then the more I started looking into things like actual statistics and seeing if the statistics were right or the wrong, I started changing my opinions, because I started saying, well, there's no factual basis for any of those opinions that were drilled into my head, especially in law enforcement. In law enforcement, it was really drilled into my head that the most dangerous thing out there is a civilian with a gun. So, and as I got a little older, a little wiser, that was in my 20s then, in my 30s and 40s, I'm like, none of this stuff is true. And if I want to consider myself a liberal person, which I do consider myself a liberal person, I have to take all the facts at their own value and make decisions based on reality, not, fantasy. And, and it's not a left or a right thing whether people take reality over fantasy or not. I mean, look at people who, anyone who's religion, you don't base your religion on reality, you base it on faith, and so you don't really care about what's, factual or not. So it's not a left or a right thing. It's just, but if you talk to people that really think that they have a scientific process, or they have a open liberal mind, well then of course they should have to accept the numbers. And that's why I always tell people the best way to fight anti-gun people that are actually intelligent people is with the truth.
I like to think it was because you started talking to us, but never mind.
As long before I start talking to you people.
Elitism is rampant. There's no question about it, and that's what you're talking about is elitism. That you believed at that time that only special people with special training were qualified to manage and handle these dangerous things, and that's what that opinion is pretty rampant out there. But you're right, the statistics, the evidence doesn't show it. The states like Arizona, where we have always had open carry, where anyone who over the age of 18 who wanted to strap on a gun and go about their business could do so, never had more problems with people getting shot than states with very restrictive laws. Same with concealed carry requirements, training requirements. States like Washington State, where it's $60, you get fingerprinted, pay your $60, and they give you a concealed carry license, as opposed to other states where you have to do 40 hours of training and so much range time and whatever. And the comparison as far as license holders committing crimes, license holders committing stupidity with their firearm, it's virtually the same. There's no difference. It doesn't make an impact on day-to-day life. Because
I use that example because I'm in Washington State. I'm in Washington State, and in Oregon, I have a concealed carry permit in both states. In Oregon, you have to go through training to get your permit. In Washington, you don't. But as far as negligent injuries from firearms, Oregon, has a very small number of them, but they slightly edge out Washington. So all their extra training to get the permit doesn't stop any types of bad deeds with a firearm or misuse of a firearm at all. it's any individual. That's why I'm always the person that says I never take the mindset of you have to get trained if you buy a gun. I don't like that. That plays into the anti-gun mindset. I always say any reasonable, responsible adult can handle a firearm. And I think the numbers back me up when states like Washington that don't have any training requirements are just as safe as states that do.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yankee, I'm kind of shocked to hear that your experience in the military and law enforcement led you to believe that only highly trained and special people can handle firearms. Because my experience in the military taught me that almost any idiot can be taught to handle a firearm.
Especially different in law enforcement, because you see every time someone misuses a firearm, every time someone shoots their old lady, or every time someone commits a crime, you see it. So you think that that's the norm, and you're being drilled into your head all the time that, hey, the first thing you need to do when you get to a scene is make sure no one's got a gun, because a civilian with a gun is going to kill you. So it's very easy to see where in law enforcement that you get the mindset that not everyone should have a gun.
I think that I've met some of the dumbest people that I've met in my life, and I loved some of them dearly when I was in the military and even in law enforcement, sort of as a volunteer. And some of them were the dumbest people I ever knew, and they could be taught to handle a firearm. They have driver's licenses. Nobody's freaked out about that.
There's the thing, they were taught. They went through the Army and law enforcement. The people that you're against are the people that did not go through that. Somehow they think that base training that you get in the military or law enforcement, which really is base training, somehow makes them special, and it doesn't.
Yeah, they're easily taught. That's my point. It's really not that complicated. And no one's freaking out about these people like fucking driving their cars around. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I allowed to say bad words on this one?
One of the things, the comparison between driving a car and a gun, they like to do that comparison all the time, but realistically, think about the complication of driving a car, the motor skills that are required to just keep you from killing yourself and other people and doing serious damage. You're manipulating lots of controls, looking in lots of directions and so forth. With a firearm, it's don't push the go button, make sure that this never points at something that you don't want to kill, and be careful. That's it. There's just really not more than that.
I can put my handgun in my holster and take a nap. I can't get in my car and take off down the highway and take a nap.
Right. Driving is an activity. Firearms carry. Come on, and a lot of our guys are that way. People that I love and respect will tell you that if you're not going to the range and shooting 500 rounds a month, you shouldn't be carrying a concealed firearm, and that's just idiotic. 99.9% of firearm self-defense cases involve close-up, immediate response, reaction, and it's a matter of get it out of your pocket into his belly and pull the trigger. There is no 60-yard shots and rolling on the ground and doing somersaults while you're shooting the guy off the roof. That's not what it's about. And as long as you have your safety skill set ingrained in yourself that this is something dangerous that I have to be careful with, never point it where I don't want somebody to get hurt, then and keep my finger away from the trigger, then you're safe and being responsible. And most people at heart are responsible. They take it seriously. They think about, this is a dangerous, deadly weapon. I need to know how to use it. I need to be careful with it. I need to be responsible with it. If I need training, I'll go find training. If I can train myself, I'll train myself. But the idea that government can make it work, government can't fix stupid, and they never will,
Well, I think that's I've been liking the idea of the analogies to driving, but some people tell me that those are too separate. But then I've also heard some recently with swimming pools. because those both have higher accident rates than firearms, significantly, right? So, and they're more benign, I guess. But they're examples where we have history. We have numbers that the CDC have recorded over time. We've tasked them with that. We paid for them to do all that research, and from that we can see that firearms are basically statistically insignificant as far as dangerous things in this country, but they place such a prevalence on it with their agenda-based media, right, that it seems as though this is the scourge of the country. We're talking about, with rifles, less than 400 actual deaths, and with firearms it's like 5,000 or something, and if we look at anything medical or health, it dwarfs it. So the urgency that they give it, I think, is something to attack, and I like to use those analogies, I guess, to more common things that are much more deadly: stairs, prescription medicines, poisons. All these things are available, and we, like you say, when you drive, we take for granted how complicated and how dangerous a thing we're in control of, and how many things we multitask, and we take that. We don't even concern ourselves as pedestrians. Who knows? A 16-year-old trained kid is texting and driving with a machine that can kill us and everybody else on the sidewalk. We pay no attention to that. We have no concern of that potential danger, yet with something that's much less numbers, much less people involved, we have this massive concern. So I think that, again, for those people in the middle who are intellectual about it, I think some of those comparisons can help them kind of snap back to reality, that this isn't as significant as the agenda-based media portrays it.
And people have electricity in their houses. Electricity is scary, and nobody's worried about that. Electricity is much scarier than guns.
And it's because we're educated as little kids, right? We're comfortable with it. We get indoctrinated to at school not to shove forks in the light sockets, right? We know about what's a hot stove. Guns can't even make a Pop-Tart. I'm going to take a second to play host and recognize a couple people who have jumped in. So we're doing this. It's an Every Second Matters long format show. The idea is to keep it open for 6 or 8 hours on the second day of every month, so we can talk about Second Amendment type of topics. We've recorded some interviews with pro-gun owners' rights groups that we'll be playing throughout the long format show here. They're also available on they'll be available on the Every Second Matters YouTube site, and of course on the website, so you can get an idea of some of the groups that are out there and what they're doing. But like I said, some other people have jumped in here, so I'm going to introduce everybody again. We have Amit coming in from Israel. Thanks for joining us. We got Bob coming in from Canada, rounding off our international guests.
Glad to be here.
Yep. We got Yankee Marshall coming in from Washington State.
Hello. I was editing, so I was a little quiet there.
Right on. And that's sort of the idea of the show. People can get some extra work done or join while they're doing other things. We can hold up to 10 people in here, so it should be an interesting kind of evolving conversation. Next we have Jeff Knox, author and advocate up in, I always want to say Prescott, but you're the other way. You're in
Buckeye.
You got a really cool range there, the state range or something that they built, and then they gave it to some private organization, or did it go to the police? You had a range.
It's the Joe Foss range. It's a very nice little facility, but it's got problems because it doesn't have electricity out there. It's got a solar system and a generator, and it keeps killing things. And it's currently managed by the Buckeye Sportsman's Club, but that's in flux at the moment. Who knows what's going to happen with it? I'm afraid that they're going to end up shutting it down for another 2 years and letting it sit vacant. But we'll see how that goes.
Fish was so proud of it when they built it. It's a brand new shiny range, and then it just sat there, and then, like you say, it's kind of in dispute who's running it. And it's not even open to the public, right?
No, it's open now,
Okay.
and it's open several days a week. Of course, in the summertime, it's hard to do anything during the day out here, so it opens up early in the morning on the weekends normally, and but it's a nice facility, and I try and shoot out there pretty frequently. But it can be challenging.
All right, and sorry to sidetrack there. We got Smeggy joining us from Michigan, the Mitten State.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing this wonderful, wonderful day?
Thanks for jumping in. And we got Two Hottie. Where are you at? Washington or Oregon?
Yeah, I'm up in Washington State.
Right on.
Hey, guys.
Sean jumping in. We like shooting. You're in Colorado, right?
Indeed.
Right on. So thanks for jumping in. So I think I might have interrupted in the middle of a topic there, but does anybody have a topic to jump back into? Otherwise, I've got a couple of things we can talk about.
Well, hey, G, I kind of jumped in, and I apologize for not writing this down. I should have. I came into the whole Second Amendment thing as basically a survivor of gun violence, and the whole Second Amendment issue is something that I grabbed onto, and it's something I'm not letting go of. And for any of the antis out there who are totally against the Second Amendment, guns in general, I just wish we could get them to understand that the work that everybody is doing when it comes to the Second Amendment and all these great organizations that are out there, they're doing that work regardless of whether that person agrees with that right now or not. But if they're victimized 5 years down the road, they might be, their situations change, and they might have been anti-gun their whole life, and then in the flip of an instant, they can go to being pro-gun and staunchly pro-gun. And it's the work of the great organizations out there that are doing amazing things, and they're doing it regardless of whether somebody agrees with it right now. But my thought is whether they agree with it right now, it doesn't matter. They may find themselves in a situation that turns their belief system on its head, and the work that everybody's putting in with these organizations is going to go to help that survivor or that victim arm up and feel safe, feel secure again, and go on with their life. You know what I mean?
Well, and I agree with you. The old adage that a conservative is a liberal who's been mugged, or something to that effect, applies. I saw a cartoon after the Orlando shooting where that was a fist holding up a rainbow-colored AR-15 with a caption something like, "We're not going to take it anymore." And I said, amen. Yeah, welcome to the party. Come on in.
Yeah, I saw a lot of that actually on the interwebs. Whether it was gun shops that were offering free courses for LGBT community people, or I don't know their acronym, and I think, wow, it is so great because number one, these people know what it's like to be the underdog. They know how to play a system too, or not. It sounds kind of, but not play a system, but they know how to use the system to get the word out. Obviously, right? Because we've changed, like, people's opinion on gay and lesbians has changed just immeasurably just in my lifetime. Hell, in half my lifetime. So, yeah, we need more of that. Plus, why the hell shouldn't they be able to defend themselves? They're one of the most victimized groups.
Well, and that's one of my hopes for the future, is that the gun issue won't even be a gun issue. That Republicans and Democrats would both be pro-gun, and you still might have a couple anti-guns or whatever. We can fight them, but I would wish it's just not even an issue, and everyone sees the light and says, yeah, guns are cool, they protect you, they're fun to play with, you can have them. That's my utopia.
They don't kill that many people. They literally don't, like, especially by accident. They do sometimes deliberately, but so do pickup trucks, so do cars.
They don't kill people. Other people kill people sometimes, but guns never kill anyone.
No. I mean, I've never had one of my guns try to shoot me by itself, or in my own hands either.
I'd like.
If you shove someone off a building and they die, people don't say gravity killed him. They say that guy shoved him off a building.
Yeah. When's the last time you heard of anyone blaming a Ford for a drunk driving accident? Never.
Mm-hmm.
It's just ridiculous. But I mean, this is preaching to the choir, right? We all understand that. What we've got to do is figure out how to get the rest of the people to understand this, because it's really hard in Canada. I think we're more of a minority, but we do have a lot of guns here, especially out in the West. So we almost have a separation like America does from the East to the West. So I don't know.
Well, let me bring it back to the guns and the gays and the Miami thing, Florida thing. At least I don't remember what city. But was it just because I'm more tuned into the gun side? But I think I tend to agree with Bob. I saw so much outreach to, hey, if you're feeling like you've got you want to start learning more about these firearms, here's some free classes, here's some free training. We saw a lot of like you're saying, like Jeff was saying, the rainbow-colored AR-15s and things like that. And I only saw just a few, and I don't watch a ton of regular media, but just on the Facebook, the stuff that scrolled by. And again, I'm wondering if it's just because I'm filtered, I'm kind of focused on gun-related stuff. But I didn't see. It seemed like they struggled to find anything that was the gay community rebelling against guns or blaming guns. It's like there was a few people shouting that, and they all were focused on those few voices.
Yeah,
it wasn't even the gay community that was doing most of the shouting anti-gun. It was anti-gunners coming out to supposedly support the gay community, when really all they were doing is just supporting their anti-gun agenda and utilizing the tragedy, exploiting the gay community. So the gay community didn't really have much outrage at all. They're very good at knowing who attacked them, and they know it was a person that attacked them and an ideology that attacked them, not a firearm.
Yeah, well, isn't it funny though that how the mainstream press though will say, well, people of this religion ideology, they're not all bad. Well, I guess more of the religion, especially in Canada, we're seeing it. But I know that because I watch American news too, and I see it in the States. It's like they preach that people of that religion aren't all bad, but all gun owners seem to be. It's okay to paint them with the same brush. Now, isn't that odd that they can take two groups of people and one it's like, no, it's only the extremists, and the other one, oh no, it's all of them.
Well, that's part of their standard mindset. I mean, it's par for the course, really.
Mm.
And we've seen a lot since Orlando. We've seen a big expansion now of coverage of gay groups being anti-gun, and they've kind of developed it because it was right after Orlando. It was kind of lacking, and now they've built it. But we never see mainstream media coverage of the Pink Pistols and Gays and Guns groups that are out there, and that's part of the media bias. It's part of the agenda, and it's part of what is really frustrating from our side of it, dealing with the media that doesn't think that they're biased when they are incredibly biased, and it's obvious.
When they never point out the hypocrisy or the manipulation, because we had a group start in Washington, I can't really remember the name of it now, but it was basically an anti-gun gay and lesbian group that came on the media here locally after the tragedy in Orlando, denouncing guns and everything. So I looked into them. I actually called one of their representatives, and what I found funny immediately is, in our area, the local representative you call for the Bloomberg anti-gun campaign was the same person in charge of the gay and lesbian anti-gun campaign. And I asked him, well, which gay and lesbian situations are you affiliated with? And they rattled off all these, just like a list of, GLAAD and everything else. So I only contacted one other gay organization, GLAAD. Their national media person had never heard of the organization in Washington. So it's basically just people like Bloomberg just basically pay the $80, incorporate an anti-gun group, and then pretend they represent a community.
Yep. And Bloomberg does that a lot. They're very good at it. And then they hide behind it, and they say that, oh, it's this group is what's in front. That's one of my current gripes with the NRA in the fight in Nevada, is that NRA is stepping out in the front of that fight around the grassroots activists, the Nevada grassroots activists that are there fighting the fight and have been, and NRA is making themselves out to be the leaders and the front people for the fight, where Bloomberg is hiding behind a mock, faked, pasted together local so-called group, and claiming to just be supporting their local guys against the NRA. And so you've got that David versus Goliath kind of PR thing going on, and there's no reason for it because we have a stronger grassroots base there that wants to be at the front of this fight, that should be the face of the fight, and they're not utilizing it very well. And to me, it's just a silly thing, a silly approach to be taking.
Well, they did the same thing here in Washington when they passed the universal background checks. Bloomberg hid behind pretending that he was local people crying for a solution to a problem that didn't exist. But if you actually looked into his organization that said it was like 85,000 people strong in our state,
right,
there was no one in our state that actually was a member of the organization. There were no Chamber of Commerce recognitions. There were none of these organizations that he talked. And if you actually went and looked at their list of, like sponsor organizations that are involved, they were almost entirely based in New York City.
And all of their staff were from New York City.
Yeah, they're all transplants.
And actually, the person who ran the campaign in Washington State, before that vote was even finished, had relocated down to offices to an organization that they had incorporated through a lawyer in New York, in Nevada, and was running the operation in Nevada, getting it up to do this ballot measure this year.
Well, how do we battle that, though? I mean, is there a way to expose them, as they say? Is there a way to, and then to get the word out, because the press isn't going to do it? I mean, mainstream press doesn't care.
About the only way. Social media is about the only way, because you got to remember the actual media is controlled by the same billionaires that are actually waging the war against common citizens. So, they're not going to expose themselves. So, right now what we have is 5 or 6 billionaires in this country that are enforcing every rule on everyone. Bloomberg with guns, other millionaires with other agendas. It's not people ruling people anymore. It's money ruling the masses. And the only way we're ever going to expose that is through social media.
Well, we have a new tinfoil hat.
No, you don't need a tinfoil hat. I mean, Yankee has a somewhat.
It's just a follow the money situation. It's a basic, reality of life that nowadays, with all the money in politics, money is running politics. And if you sit back and you look at all the stances, and look at who's funding. We have a national presidential campaign going on right now, where literally billions of dollars are being spent. And if you look at the money, where it's coming from, 99% of that money is coming from 6 or 7 people.
I don't disagree with you. I don't. I mean, that's happening. I just don't. I don't know. I'm really flabbergasted at this point.
And this is why I raised this point, that we did in Nevada. We started pointing out that it was Bloomberg's attorney in New York filing through this way, renting the office space and hiring the mercenaries to run the whole thing, and then. So it was the little guys, the grassroots groups against Bloomberg was what we were trying to build the fight about, the carpetbagger Bloomberg with his billions coming in to Californicate Nevada. And then when NRA finally stepped up and stepped in, they sent a bunch of money to a mercenary and set up a brand new group and put NRA at the front of the fight. So now they have been able to translate it over so that it's the little local grassroots anti-gun groups against the massive evil NRA. And that's just from a PR perspective, it was a mistake.
Yeah, that was a big mistake.
I want to chime in with 2 things. One, a couple minutes before, about gay people and guns. Just an anecdote. The biggest actual politician supporter of gun rights in Israel today is a gay, out-of-the-closet politician. He is our single biggest supporter. He's the only guy, almost the only guy, who's willing to speak openly about it in Israel. and say that he absolutely 100% supports the right to carry a firearm and to own a firearm. That's the first thing.
Yay.
That's
Yeah.
great. And
it's
he has more reason to want to carry, like a gay person who is surrounded by a religion that preaches that that you don't have the right to life because you're gay. Yeah, that's a really good reason to want to be able to defend yourself.
Oh no, but the only threats that I've heard against his life, or the only threats that in the term of his very short career so far, guess where those threats came from? They didn't come from
far right.
No, they didn't come from the far right. He is a
His
right
own
wing.
party.
No, they came from people in the gay community who call him a traitor for supporting. Yeah, because they're saying, oh, you're aligned with the right, so you're a traitor. You're not supporting the gay community because you're on the right. And he's like, listen, I got elected as a part of a party that is a right-wing party, and I'm also gay. Being gay does not define everything that I do. Not everything that I do has to be about me being gay. They don't accept
Proves that they're not going to discriminate against a person because of his whatever. So they obviously elected him. So that right there should tell them that their position that the right is against them is incorrect, right?
Oh, it's a little bit different here. Because it's a little bit different, but that's just an anecdote. I don't want to delve into Israeli politics because I don't think they're very interesting for the people listening in.
Yeah.
The other thing is about groups putting up smaller groups as fronts. Is again, we have the same problem here with the anti-gun groups in Israel. It's like theoretically, it's these couple of women's rights group against violence at home, husbands shooting their women, which isn't even a problem in Israel. It's not a statistical problem in Israel. It's nothing, but they're making a big noise out of it. And then you check, well, who's funding them? Who's funding their activity? It's huge. It's millionaires funding them through actually international transactions and all kinds of shit. And I did it again. I can't stop cursing. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not an American. So again, they're pretending to be these small representatives of the weak, and they're actually funded by all sorts of interest groups. Some of them have nothing to do with the issue of guns. Some of them have much wider social agendas and agendas about big government.
Well, it sounds like they're doing similar tactics with the large influencers using shells to pawns in their game or whatever. That works. I know it works, obviously, and it worked historically because of the dynamic or the paradigm or whatever it would be called, that the media was controlled by the people who could get media out there. I'm convinced that with the social media and with the internet, we're democratizing, I guess is the word, media. And I was hoping to bring Sean in on this one because he's got a massive audience. Yankee has a massive audience. I don't know if you guys have looked at your numbers compared to media, but I know when I was doing massive numbers, pretty good numbers, and I would compare it to maybe a periodical or a radio show or different things I would hear, just in day-to-day life where somebody was trying to brag about their audience. I would go, that's interesting because I can get that many views to one video, and I basically just, part of your mental or my mental thing was to go, well, I must not be as influential even though I've got as many numbers, right? Well, now a couple of years later, I think it's proven money is the easiest way to prove this, right? That money is flowing into the social media platforms. People that know how to communicate with an audience can communicate with an audience more directly, can communicate in an audience in a format, in a medium that allows complete knowledge of what's clicked on and what has preference or trackable links and stuff. So this is much more valuable, I think, to
I've never paid much attention. I've never paid much attention to the details, but I do have a friend locally that sells commercial time for a couple of radio stations and a couple of news stations locally, TV stations. And the only thing he's ever told me is when he said, "How many views do you get a day?" And I said, "Well, between 80 and 100,000." He said he wishes he could sell those kind of numbers to his clients. 'Cause
that's what I'm saying. So we've potentially, I don't, maybe we're bound in potential. We know that it exists. It's ours to lose at this point. But I think when we're talking about these shells working as pawns for the big guys, and then on the other side, it's the same tools, the same resources, the same abilities are going to allow us to amplify the messages of these grassroots groups on our side. But I guess to fight the big money and the shell game that they're doing, I would think, maybe I'm naive, but I would think a few memes, just a few subtle jabs in humor can basically, topple a whole big, complicated, legal, financially, set up little system like that, because we have the ability to research that stuff, and we can bring it to light to a lot of people. And like I say, for the little groups that are on our side working and putting in the effort, we have the ability to amplify them and help them with resources and counseling on how to get the word out there more effectively. In other words, I know that we have more knowledge as social media people about how to get messages out and how to be aware of how that message got out, and how to interpret the reports from our data going out. And we can do that in a much better way than, like you say, radio. They just assume they can tell from maybe when people walk into a store and say, I heard you on the radio. I mean, they have no feedback, really. It's all potential, and it's all just historic. Print media, same way. So I think that we can give very valuable, stuff that people really can't even pay for in other ways, couldn't afford to pay for. We can give that kind of resource to these groups just by joining them and being part of them and helping to get their message out. And I know that we're still in the evolution of this, but as we get our sea legs, is a term I like to use, we're going to figure out how to get rid of the noise and who are the voices of reason, and we're going to be able to broadcast those in a much better way than the old media. And I guess what I'm getting at is, I think we're going to see a change where the old things that worked are going to be much less effective in the future.
Well, and that raises the question, just a housekeeping issue, is the question of this discussion that we're having right now. How widely is it being distributed? How much are those of us who are participating, do we want it widely distributed, is the first question. Do you want it widely distributed? And how much are the participants letting their followers, their audiences, know that this is going on and is something that people might want to tune into and listen to and find out about?
Yeah, and this thing that we can do, since it costs us almost nothing except our time, really, to do some of these probes or these projects like this, we get data every time one of them fails. So we're learning so much more than what Bloomberg might have to throw a bunch of money and cost it's going to cost him money to figure out what works and what fails. We should be able to harness this knowledge and really cost them a lot of money and help our guys save a lot of money.
We can totally do that as long as all of our small grassroots organizations and even the bigger ones, if we can just freaking come together, I mean, we'd be in such a better spot.
And just for the record, as we're talking about that, I participate in a group of 35, 40 grassroots leaders from around the country that get together and talk and discuss what's working in their organization, what are their priorities, what didn't work, where are they trying to go, what should we be doing as a group. And occasionally we'll put together at the federal level that something's going on, the Mansion Toomey or something like that, and so we'll put together a letter and get all of these groups signed on to that to amplify our voice and have that strong voice coming from the grassroots to the national level, which has been missing until recently.
Coming together is good, but you don't have to, like, a lot of times I feel it here, and I'm sure it's a thing there. People are saying, well, why can't all these organizations have a united front or whatever? It's good to have a couple of flavors of the ice cream, so as long as everyone is going in the same direction, more or less, and then you have different organizations that are more friendly to different parts of the gun community, I think that's a good thing. You don't have to have everyone under the same umbrella with the same message, lines and bullet points. I think it's good to have diversity. It's like a free market of ideas, all of them in the general direction of gun rights.
Well, and that's why I like this group that I'm talking about, is that each is a leader in their own organization. They all have their own state and local agendas that they're following and pursuing, but we're sharing knowledge and information and working together to try and improve everyone's lot as we move forward. And I think it's a really good thing.
Oh, I mean, it's the only way we can do it, right? I mean, as let's say, as North Americans or as people, citizens of the world, because it is the one thing that we should all be assured of is the right to defend our own lives. And some of us because of health problems. Like who here could actually say, no matter what, no matter how good a shape you're in, like I can take on 5 or 6 guys. You can't, and you may have to one day, and maybe that's why we need to have the Second Amendment, or you may have to, do something else. Well,
I prefer to suggest that when 5 or 6 bad guys are getting together and plotting on what to do, and they live in an environment where there might be lethal consequences for jumping some single individual, even if they look like the weakest in the flock, that prohibits them, or at least that discourages them from coming up with that thing. Maybe they'll get together and mow lawns instead when there's lethal consequences. So I don't think it's necessary to suggest you might have to defend yourself from 5 people. I hope that I never have to put myself in that situation. I can only assume somebody is an anti who has no personal responsibility or sees no obligation to personal security is going to just blow that off completely, right? And say, well, I'm never going to be in that situation, so you're crazy.
Yeah, well, I'm a realist, right? I understand that sometimes you're going to be in a situation where shit can happen.
The mindset on that side is that they're the masters of their destiny, and they can just decide to not get into that situation, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. It's sad, but I think all human beings have that right to defend themselves. I think that's, I don't want to say God-given. I'm not a believer, but I think that a human being has every right to use whatever means to defend his own life. I mean, that's just common sense as far as matters, right? I mean,
not in Great Britain.
True. Yeah. And I'm worried it's coming to Canada. So.
Same Queen and all that.
You know what?
Yeah, we used to have good politicians, but they weren't pretty enough.
I find that talking to antis, like moderate antis or people that are at least willing to listen to you, because if someone is just ranting at you and it becomes a shouting match, there's no point. Just go have a cigarette and go somewhere else. But if you have a personal story, like Yankee put a video up of his story of how his gun saved his life, and he didn't even have to shoot anyone. And I have a couple of stories. Some of them I'm inclined to share publicly, and some of them only privately. When you tell people about how, and they see you and they see that you're a normal human being, you're not some violent person who goes into violent situations on purpose, and you tell them, look, if I didn't have a gun that day, I'd be dead today. It literally saved my life. I find that that's a very powerful tool. And we have to talk about guns, not to other gun guys, even though it's really fun to talk about guns. It's much more productive to talk to antis that can be swayed than to talk, like me and Bob can talk all day about how our governments are taking away our rights. That's not going to help anyone. We both know it.
True.
And I totally agree with you there, just based on my experience. My parents are pretty much antis and always were, and after my experience and after I got into carrying, I've swayed my mom into being, a Second Amendment chick. And, I'm not saying she's out at protests or anything like that, but, she's a lot more tuned into it than she ever was before. And that's, just based off,
that's a
her own personal experience and my personal experience and her
That's an interesting point that maybe we can riff on for a bit. I know that some of you guys don't have to deal with this because you are like myself. Well, I guess half my family was pro-gun, but if we look at us as having something like 10 million, or I don't know what the number is it 100 million gun owners, 70 million gun owners, quite a few million, tens of millions of gun owners, and we talked in one of the instigations for this whole Every Second Matters project, I think, was if we were able to each bring one person on board, we could double that number, right? If we all put forth the effort to bring one person undecided in the middle over to the pro-gun side, we could now say there's 140 million gun owners in the country. That'd be significant. That's half of the population. So what if we targeted our parents? I mean, what better audience do we have? They pretty much have to listen to us. Like I say, there's no point in speaking anybody else, but when I was a kid and started getting into guns or whatever and went into the service, my mom I don't think was anti-gun, but I think she would have to call herself pro-gun by now. I made her shoot enough AKs and stuff that she's familiar with stuff. So I don't think she's going to go out and buy one, but she knows anytime she wants to go shooting, she can ask, and we will. So is that a potential that if we made it a kind of like just a loosely based campaign to bring your parents on board, or is that a
bring somebody on board? Like with my parents, my dad is never going to be a gun guy. He's never going to, no matter if it's Father's Day and I say, hey Dad, let's go out to the range and have some fun. He's never going to pick up that gun, and that's just because that's how he was raised, and he's a stubborn SOB, and that's it. But you're going to be surprised at who you are able to talk about this stuff to, and get to kind of open up their eyes and see the light a little bit. I went from having a mom who didn't shoot to having a mom who I can take to the range, and I sent her off to a women's NRA introduction to firearms, and she went with some friends and had a great time.
Well, and this is one of the places where programs like Refuse to be a Victim from NRA really, I think, serve as a nice gateway. The fact that it's an NRA program shuts out a whole lot of people because they have been conditioned by the media to believe that the NRA is a bunch of crazy rednecks that are anti-woman, anti-everybody, racist, sexist, whatever. But the Refuse to be a Victim program is just a self-defense awareness program. It's not focused on guns. It's focused primarily on women, and it uses guns as just one of the options, one of the numerous options to help a person to be safer and to level the playing field, level the situation, the equalizer. But it's a non-intimidating, not let's go out and shoot an AK. It's how can you be a little bit safer, be more aware of your surroundings, take better care of yourself in a violent, dangerous world, which, of course, isn't nearly as violent and as dangerous as the media keeps telling us that it is. And using this terminology, the epidemic of violence, an epidemic of gun violence. Well, yeah, if you're an inner city kid in Chicago, you might be able to call it an epidemic of violence, but for most of the rest of us, it's an aberrant occurrence that might happen, and it's not a bad idea to have some skills and knowledge and possibly the tools that you might need to address that if it happens to happen to you.
Well, I like the fact they stress self-awareness too, is because so many people aren't self-aware and they can walk themselves into situations they shouldn't be in because they're not paying attention.
But Bob, you have to catch the Pokemon. So
right.
Of course you're going to walk out into traffic staring at your phone. I mean, it's a level 2 Charizard.
Or off a cliff.
But I have no idea what you were talking about.
Dang you, Smeggy, you just threw my whole train of thought off. I had something to say.
Give me a second to talk then. You were talking about your parents and whatnot. I think that's a good idea. I've been working on my mom. I wouldn't say she's anti-gun, but she does think guns are kind of scary. But she's like, you guys go play with it and be safe. I don't care, but I don't want to. But I had this conversation. It was actually was one of the saddest things I've ever heard her say, because my dad actually travels a lot for work. So I was like, "Aren't you worried? Like, what if someone tries to attack you when you're home alone or whatever?" And she goes, "Well, if that happens, then I guess it's just my time to go." Like, she is literally willing to just die instead of shooting a bad guy. And that was very sad. I did at least get her to admit if someone was attacking me, she would shoot them. And so I said, "Okay, good. Well, now let's get you the training and the skills to do that." And she hasn't yet, but I'm working on it. I like that idea. It's a challenge for me.
Well, if she's willing,
somebody tries to hurt your mom, jump in between there real quick.
yeah, if she's willing to shoot someone to defend you, then you just got to work on her. Like, now, Mom, I can't do this without you. If you die through a violent crime because you didn't work, weren't trained and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Now you just left your children motherless.
Yeah, exactly. You have to just play that with her. But yeah, that's great you're doing that. I mean, I wish, like, my parents were I never got to do that, right? Because my dad hunted. My mom was like, she used to go out and shoot. She never hit anything. It was like her fishing. She fished but never caught a fish. This is in Canada where everybody else is pulling up the limit in 5 minutes and never caught a fish. But, yeah, it's one of those things. But, yeah, she was quite willing to shoot, so I never got to do any of that shit. Like, everybody I know, literally, in my family is like, "Oh, yeah, hell yeah, I want to go out shooting."
Well, one of the things, though, too, it's not always just convincing, the people that aren't gun people. I spend a lot of time talking at work with people that like guns, but they're not necessarily gun right people. In fact, just the other day, it was just yesterday, I was at about an hour drive with my boss, and, he shot rifles and stuff as a kid. He grew up on a farm. He doesn't really care that much about guns now. But I spent an hour explaining 922R to him and how stupid it was, and he's like, "That's absolutely ridiculous. So if you change a trigger, now you're illegal," and blah, blah, blah. And people just don't understand that kind of stuff. So if I can get him to be more of a gun activist, because he'll be like, "Well, I might want to own one of those one of these days, and, I don't want to have to follow all these stupid laws."
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I did a series of columns about stupid gun laws. I pop them up every now and then when something just really catches me. But it's one of the best ways to get the people who are generally moderates or don't really have an opinion on guns, explain to them some stupid gun laws like the SBR thing or the 922R compliance. And once they hear just how ridiculous this is, they go, "Wow, that's crazy." And then you drop the little nugget that, yeah, that's what these supposedly common sense laws end up doing, is this kind of stupidity. That's why we oppose them all the time. That's why we're so unreasonable. Did you guys hear me do the air quotes right there? Unreasonable about our position and about these common sense laws, because this is where they end up. This is what they do. And stupid gun laws are a really great tool that we can use to bring people who are just neutral over onto our side, I think.
We do have to be aware and make sure that we're not talking down to these people. It's all about conversation and them understanding a little bit of us and us. We need to understand them better in order to see, what makes them tick, what makes them, why are they so against some of these things?
Let me bring up a suggestion from the YouTube side from Matthew. He says, find an anti-gunner, take them to the range, and then in return, let them take you somewhere where you might not go. I thought that was, I don't think I've ever heard that one come up that way. That's an excellent idea, right? You're just kind of offering to do something to, be part of a conversation, a back and forth. So you're not just asking them to come over to your side. You're saying, "Hey, I'll listen to your side on something else."
That would definitely work with moms and wives and girlfriends. That would definitely work.
If you do it with your mom, she's gonna make you eat like Brussels sprouts or something.
All right, that's fine. I had to work. My mom had a gun forever, since before I was born. She always had a gun, and she wasn't pro-gun. She was anti the general public having guns. It's just in the last few years because I kept, I held, and it's really difficult when you're in family situations, If you're the only one there, and everyone's, those Friday evening meals, I don't know, maybe in the U.S. it's Saturday evening, I don't know. When you're the only one sticking to your guns, literally, and everyone's telling you, you're insane, it takes a lot of resources to keep, like mental resources to keep, and you're trying to be nice to these people because they're your family.
Well, that's, I think, the advantage of these conversations. At least I've found value in these conversations because we'll just have discussions amongst ourselves. People will bring up new ideas, and we'll challenge ideas. We'll see something terrible, and we'll talk about it. And I've found that everybody's different, so sometimes it's a valuable tool to have. That if we grab a piece of insight from one of these chats, and then that's a new tool in the toolbox to bring up. But I can't find there's been a secret weapon that works all the time or anything. But I can definitely think of a couple of things that we've kind of uncovered in the chats that have helped me get a little bit further ahead in sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I found out with the chats. I mean, I was, like I say, I grew up with guns, so guns have always been part of my life. All my immediate family is into them, or not. Well, no, actually, they all own guns, but which in Canada is not that unusual, believe it or not. But anyway, there's been others in my life that were not into guns, and you have to make a logical argument. I think that's all I wanted to say here. I don't know, it's off track.
Well, and in this discussion, I think I have to interject that Amit, while your language is acceptable and okay, I believe that there's a Bloomberg rule that you're not allowed to smoke where anyone can see you. So we're going to have to ask you to stop doing that, okay?
Yeah. The internet says I'm in Syria, so I'm in an anarchy right now. I can do whatever I want.
All right, we'll let you get away with it, bud.
That was pretty good, man.
So if we weren't on a watch list before, we definitely are now?
Well, I think we said Syria, Bloomberg, and smoking all in the same sentence, or at least in the same couple of seconds. I'm pretty sure we're all on the watch list.
Smeggy, everyone on gun channels has like their own private black helicopter waiting for them. None of you are not on the list.
If they've got the helicopter waiting for me, can't I use it? I mean, it's just sitting there anyway.
Right. You think you could at least take advantage of it. I really love watching my dad on this this video up here.
Since there's a kind of a lull there in the conversation, I was hoping maybe you could give us some more insight. I didn't even know about the whole J&G thing until we were talking yesterday. So, yeah, anything you want to tell us about. This is your dad, and this is a video he did with Pratt back in the 80s.
Yeah,
I watched this video. I remember watching this years ago. This is great.
So Bob.
Demonstrating the rapid firepower of the Winchester 3030 Model 94, which he can't handle nearly as well as some of those videos of the cowboy action girls. Man, they blow you away, don't they? I always wanted to do a video of get especially a female because some of those pretty little girls shooting these big cowboy guns, there's something about it that's powerful. But talk about modern firepower, show the watermelons and the grapefruits and whatnot downrange, and show them just being all blown up and exploded everywhere, and then show the shooter and realize that it's this cute little girl with a Winchester 3030, a single-action pistol, and a double-barreled shotgun, and just demonstrate that it's about, it's not about the technology here, folks. It's you can then get your favorite anti-rights reporter and hand them an AR-15 and dare them to compete with with that, because they couldn't. But
that would
Yeah.
actually be an interesting side by side. So this
speaking of interesting side by sides, this clip that we're just watching right there, where he is comparing the Winchester to the AK
here's
and
the
what it does to the
And
watermelon.
you think, oh, that's impressive. It just blew that watermelon away, right? And then your dad was genius because they're showing you how aggressive and military it looks, and it just blew apart that watermelon, right? And how it's comparable to anatomy and all that. And now here's some simple hunting rifle that everybody's okay with, and no one's going after because it's always going to be okay to hunt, right?
Pretty,
then-
has a wood stock.
Yeah, there's no magazine, no clip, no bayonet, and then look what happens to this watermelon. I mean, talk about side by side. Excellent. And this was back in the 80s.
Yeah,
I have a good friend that always, when someone posts something like that, says, "Well, now I know what to carry if watermelons attack me."
Right.
Well, it's the same as ballistic gel. There's no human body that's that dense without any bone, but it's just a consistent reactive target. So again, they can challenge, I'm sure, that the watermelon isn't a comparable for a skull or for a chest cavity or something. But again, when you show them that this one, and I think this is an excellent one too, because no one's ever going to complain about a cowboy gun. They see that and they're going to never point at that one on the table. And your dad shows that you can fire the whole mag with 7 rounds in about as fast as it takes to talk about it. Every bit as fast as that AK in semi-auto, and it's devastating. The only thing is if you would have had like 7 watermelons, right, to like show that you could just do it over and over and over. But the way that he goes through the mag is fast, and like you say, without even being Jerry Micklick or something, he's not doing it at superhuman speeds. He's just cycling the action as fast as it can cycle.
Right. If he really wanted to impress folks, he would have brought out his old Winchester Model 12, because he was pretty spectacular with that thing. Could fire it faster than anyone I knew or have ever known, except maybe the Michlik types. But Dad was able to shoot the thing so fast and would be able to shoot his ejected shell out of the air after firing. And you guys were talking about convincing your family and your parents and so forth. Mom and Dad met in college because Dad heard that she had a .22 rifle in her closet and decided that he needed to get to know this girl. My grandmother was able to shoot aspirin tablets out of the air with a .22 rifle. I think we have one distant cousin that is a college professor that is anti-rights, and I don't see him very often. So it's my family. There's not much outreach going on, not much to go on.
Yeah, I hear that.
No, that's interesting. You say anti-rights, and I'm down here with Charles, listening to him every Sunday, so I started saying anti-freedom. So I think there's some power there, and obviously it's used against us all the time with common sense and cop killer bullet and all that kind of crap. So what are your insight, or do you have any insight on I'm assuming you talk more than the normal person about guns and to anti-gunners and trying to be precise when you're talking to pro-gunners, so you probably pay more attention than some of us might. But is it something that you consciously make an effort to use that kind of?
Absolutely, absolutely. I always refer to anti-rights. We are a pro-rights movement. They are the anti-rights people trying to take our rights away from us. And there's an excellent listing. Alan Corwin is a big advocate of this, and on his website, gunlaws.com, he has a dictionary, bibliography, glossary. That's the word I was looking for. A glossary of terminology for use in the fight, and most of it is really good. Sometimes Alan gets a little carried away with it, but for the most part, it's an excellent reference, and I would encourage everybody to take a look at everything on Alan's website. I see you've got it pulled up there. Lots of good books, lots of good information. His page 9 columns are always wonderful, and I couldn't tell you exactly where on that to find that glossary, but it's good information. It's always worthwhile, and it is important that we pay attention to the terminology that we use. I don't like terms like active shooter. I'm an active shooter. That guy's a murderer.
Yeah, the shooters they don't get it.
Yeah, but you know, some of the terminology it's very difficult to fight. But as far as, you know, pro-gun, anti-gun, I much prefer pro-rights, anti-rights. I think that it gets the message better, and I like Charles Heller's pro-freedom, anti-freedom. I think that that's accurate and worthwhile. So I think that we should be very conscious, and occasionally we'll do that within the movement. There will be something that will sweep through. In firearms terminology, now we're becoming more specific between a revolver and a pistol, but magazine and clip really used to be interchangeable. It was very common, and now we've gotten kind of snooty about it, that we distinguish the difference between a magazine and a clip. And if you don't distinguish, then, well, you don't know anything about guns, and we get snooty about it. And I don't like that aspect of it, but it's things like the Constitution grants us the right to bear arms, and people correct you and say, no, the Constitution affirms the right, it doesn't grant it, and so forth. That's a new phenomenon that people weren't saying that 10 years ago. It's just things change as we get a little bit more precise, and I think it is important to be precise in our terminology. But and that's an example of something where we've gotten more precise and more accurate in the way we refer to it. So it's a good thing.
Okay, so a couple of things. First, Matthew again brings up a good one. He says use the term rights prohibitionist as often as possible, and it might seem a little bit long, but I kind of like it too, because by using a word like that, it's going to resonate, right? They're going to remember that you used a word almost not out of place, but a word that isn't used every day.
Well, I'm fond of the word prohibition and prohibitionists. I don't necessarily always use it in conjunction with rights, but I do like to make that example and make that comparison that we are talking about prohibition, and it does fail. It doesn't work against the people that we want to prohibit.
Now, I'd like to jump back onto the magazine clip one, because that's one that bugs me, and I see it as one of the things that when I say we have sea legs, that we're still getting our sea legs on the social networks, the social platforms, the idea that the internet is ours, and that these applications and things are creatable. So it's up to us to decide what we want to do, and then the stuff that'll facilitate that will be made. It's like where we've got ultimate control over what we might want to do with this web. So one of the things that bugs me is when we get into the I don't know if it's sarcasm or the memes or whatever you want to call the once you get a bit knowledgeable on a subject, like you say, you start to get comfortable and familiar with it, and you like to be part of the camaraderie of being, you know, aware of the jargon and everything. So you'll get people that like to jump on the people that are trying to be precise about magazine and clip. So you'll get the people that are adamant about being precise about it, and then you'll get the people that mock them for being so worried about it that it's trivial. I suggest it's not trivial, because if we're not precise with our terminology and our nomenclature, then why would we expect the media that reports on us to be precise about it? We can't expect them to become part of our culture. They're reporting on our culture. So if you listen to a bunch of doctors and engineers, they talk very precisely, and they get the respect from that, the use of their language. So if we're going to expect to not be considered rednecks, and we want to be taken seriously, and we want the facts to be on the table, then the more we mock ourselves, which, you know, it's free speech and it's a free country, and I'm not always stuck up about stuff, but the more that we mock each other and make that a theme through the community, then why wouldn't they just report on that? And then they would see the way that we make fun of FUDs, or we separate FUDs from the rest of the community, or we separate tactical people from the community. Sometimes we just disregard hunters because they're not pro enough. And I think that kind of ties in with, you know, being precise on things like magazine and clip, semi-automatic. Now, at some point, taking those preciseness of terminology to the antis isn't effective. So at some point, we want to restrain ourselves from being concerned about their usage of it. But I think, in contrast, the more precise we are when we talk about our own subjects, and then their lack of precision will shine through. But when we're sloppy, their sloppiness isn't in contrast.
And I think there's a risk there too, and it's difficult. I have, to a large degree, given up on trying to correct and guide our guys excuse me, on some of this stuff, but I really don't like to see guys jumping on someone for misusing a term and turning it into an argument. I would much rather, if, for instance, someone is talking about their 30-round clip, I'm not going to come in with a comment and say, you're not using that properly, you mean a magazine, right, you moron, etc. But I might have a comment below that references a 30-round magazine, and that I will parenthesis in there that I prefer to be precise and refer to a magazine as a magazine, because I think that that's important for this reason or that reason, not criticizing the other guy, but explaining why I am precise in the language I choose to use, or just simply using my precise language carefully and leaving that as an example, rather than criticizing someone or correcting someone.
That's my strategy too. I have put out a few videos, I think, saying here's a magazine, here's a clip, but mostly humorous at this point, because I agree there's no point in trying to correct somebody, because that's a no-win situation. So I just
just putting out education, that's completely different, and I fully support that.
But I guess what I assumed there, when I put something out like that, you get a ton of feedback. So you get the commenters and then other people that'll post things in reference to it. So you get a lot of feedback, especially since I haven't posted those in a long time. But I agree with you. There's no need to jump down anybody's throat. That's a no-win situation. The person that's getting jumped on is going to resist the input, and the person who's jumping just looks like a jerk. So,
and while we're at it, I just want to correct everybody that the M1 Garand John Garand pronounces his name Garand. So all of you people that are calling it a Garand, you're just all wrong, and you need to go back to school. Okay?
If I keep telling him that, plus he's a Canadian.
Oh man,
it's an old sore.
I may concede that, but it will never be a battery.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
We're not going to go down the slippery slope of batteries and decults.
You're gonna get Bob started.
I honestly, I typically refer to my M1 Garand as a Garand, and John Garand as Garand, and people sometimes raise an eyebrow about it, but you know, you can get into the nitpickiness to the nth degree, and it never changes the fact that the 1911 is the best handgun ever made.
Oh jeez.
Oh no. Brownie high power.
We're going there, really?
And Tupperware is bad.
This is becoming a
You're gonna have to be
horrible.
careful because if you don't, maybe you didn't realize Bob lives up in Canada, but last year he came down for 6 months, and he's coming back down in November. So if you give him too much reason to, you might just camp out.
I'm a professional instigator, guys. So on we go.
All right. So I thought I did bring up Alan's. And do you think we could get Alan into here? I know Alan and I don't always. We're on the same team and we're allies, but we don't always see eye to eye on everything. But do you think that he would join in on something like this, or?
Oh, I think he probably would. He just called me a second ago, and I didn't take his call. But
I suspect having you, Charles, Alan in a room together could change the freaking dynamic of the internet here. Because you guys, knowing the group of you guys and the insight you guys have and the life experience, and the fact that we're all just regular people, I think that's inspiring and could be, like I say, something that I haven't seen yet on the internet.
Honestly, it's difficult to share a microphone with me, and it's virtually impossible to share a microphone with Alan.
That's the thing. So I'd be willing to take that challenge, though, because I think Alan would be loved by all.
You realize that would kick in Skynet right now, right?
But that's the point of the thing. So anyway, I did pull up Alan's list here, and if you don't know, Alan is a prolific author, and he's he's an advocate, and he runs gunlaws.com, which is a store for not only his books but other essential books that you must own. If you don't, I've only done videos on essential books really, and then my collection of AK books, and they're all Alan's books or books that he has. So he does the state gun laws. So if you needs your state laws kind of brought down to what do they say, common English instead of legalese, and then he has them listed there. So anyway, he has all the most of the state gun books, I think, like that, gun laws books. He also sells the Traveler's Guide, but this set here, if we're talking to people about guns, he's got, I don't know them all by heart, he's got this one about your first gun, and then after you got shot, so some kind of basic readings that it would be the perfect introduction for somebody who's on the fence and is not going to go to the range with you at first, but one of Alan's books might be the gateway information that gets them asking you more questions and then eventually get them to the range.
Yeah, your first gun is an excellent one. The other one that you pointed to, after you shoot, the perp's hot, the gun's hot, the perp's not. Now what? Is probably not one that you would give to somebody new.
Oh, in other words, but that's something that if you're going to consider CCW, or if you want a real deal essentials of it and the nuts and bolts of it, it's the kind of book that's going to make you aware of all the elements that the kind of stuff you're going to get at a good CCW class or at a good tactical, practical carry type of class, like you would at Gunsight or school like that. But it's going to be in a book form.
That's quite a provocative title.
Yeah, Alan is not. You could probably describe Alan as in your face. He doesn't hold punches. He's cool.
Right. Is what bomb jokes in airports and other things that you can't say or do.
So
that was a good one.
Yankee on steroids.
Yankee's an amateur compared to Alan, and I suspect some of these guys, if we could get them all in here, just kind of riffing and get enough coffee in them or something to.
Come on, Yankee is pretty awesome.
Okay, so you know Yankee?
I don't know him personally. I have enjoyed many of his YouTube videos, though.
Okay, well, now we're guaranteed that he's going to come running back over to the computer. He usually has his computer running in his garage and then doing his day-to-day stuff and being a at-home dad. So I think he's moving kids around and getting dinner made and that kind of thing all the time. So he'll usually, we call it Yankee's chair, and he used to just have the camera pointed at his chair, and now he uses that horrible icon. But yeah, that's cool. So it's too bad that Yankee's the one that gets all the views out there. But he's a good ambassador for us.
Oh, absolutely.
I have to say, that kind of wraps back to what I was saying earlier. For he definitely is not a Republican of any sort or whatever. He's his own thing, independent, pretty liberal on most stuff. I think that's good to bring that type of audience over and let all these people know that have never thought of it, like, guns are okay, and, here's why. And if you like that type of humor and stuff, I mean, I like how he presents that kind of stuff.
And just
Yankee's great for the conversation.
I guess we're praising on Yankee now, but being the advocate he is, and then having the audience that he does, they don't even need to go watch his stuff to know that he's there. So he's like, it's like having a counter to like your late night show hosts who are so witty and whatever, and people watch them for the entertainment, but then they're obviously anti. It's nice to have a counterpoint to that. So they're watching him for his antics, but then they know he's pro-gun. So that it's not like it's a given that all entertainers are anti or all.
Antics or shenanigans? I'm kind of thinking they're shenanigans.
Well, I'm thinking that's way too much praise to Yankee. He's not even here to enjoy it. So let's go back to Alan's website, gunlaws.com, and specifically his politically correct, what does he call it? He calls it the politically corrected glossary of terms, because this is pretty important stuff, and since we are doing this in an audio form, maybe, I don't know if it'll let us do the full 8 hours, but I'll give it a shot. So if it does go out, or a portion of this goes out as a podcast, perhaps we'll chop this off and post it as a specific podcast. Actually, what am I thinking? Or no, I'm not using that software. He points out in here there's some jargon or some terminology that they're going to use, and then some counters, the stuff that's better for us to say. But what's important here, I think, is definitely something that we don't think about, is we lose every time we use one of these pieces of created words. I don't know what do you call that. Are these jargon, or what do you call it when they intentionally create a word to be connotative? Like these are created phrases that have connotation, and every time we use them, we acknowledge them. So like Jeff said before, there's no shooters, or what do they call them, active shooters. We're freaking shooters. There's murderers, and then some murderers have guns, but that guy who drove through, they didn't call him an active driver. They didn't call him it's
called
driver, right? Murderer.
G-Webs. It's called the actual term for that is loaded term. Loaded term.
Right on. So thanks. So there's some loaded terms. I figure we can go through this since we got a long format show anyway. If everybody's okay with it, we can just kind of riff on these for a bit. And like I say, for anybody that might be listening, they don't see what we're seeing on the screen here. We can just make sure that people know, hey, maybe using the term semi-automatic handgun, there's a better way to say that. For example, Alan suggests sidearm. Much less connotation to sidearm. And I think if you listen to Alan talk, he has a specific reason why he says sidearm instead of handgun, correct?
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
I remember him telling it. In fact, I have it actually. We filmed the AZCDL's, our Arizona State Pro-Freedom Organization, a Citizens Defense League. We have a meeting once a year, a dinner, and Alan spoke at our dinner last year, and I do have a video of that actually up on Gun Website's YouTube channel. I can find it, but I'm pretty sure he talks about that aspect because it's one of his things, that words matter, and we can be just as deliberate as they are, and they're deliberate against us. And every time again that we use their terms, just off the top of our head, because we're not thinking about it, we're basically being programmed by them, and we're programming our own people that we're talking to, so we can be conscious of that. Mm-hmm. So semi-automatic handgun, again, that does have potentially some connotation, I guess, because of the automatic part. Saying that word to some people is going to be triggering, right? Mm-hmm. And maybe we don't have to say all of these. Is there any that you guys see on the screen here that are worth bringing up that, like concealed carry? I would have never thought of that one. Alan suggests instead of saying concealed carry, we say carry or right to carry. So
I actually prefer discreet carry.
Reasonable.
Yeah, that's nice. I like discreet carry. I think that sounds better.
Reasonable gun controls. Victim disarmament.
And that's unfortunately, I guess the idea there is that concealed implies deception or a negative connotation, and that's unfortunate because I don't disagree, but like even our Arizona permit is called a concealed carry weapon, CCW. So sometimes it's right into the actual law, and that'd be kind of the thing that I don't know. Maybe it's some people could see it as actually wasted effort, but maybe there's a reason to go in and change that to discrete carry permit.
Mm-hmm. I kind of like that idea. My personal one of the ones that drives me nuts, that I am, it's just a pet peeve of mine, is the word allow. And we allow this to be used all the time in ways that it just really shouldn't. The media is always talking about this state allows this type of carry and allows that type of gun. This school, you're allowed to carry on this campus, but you're not allowed to carry on that campus. Allowed is in my opinion, one of the most dangerous words out there.
Oh, bravo.
The government has no ability to allow. The government does not allow. The government restricts. We, the people, allow the government to restrict. When we let them say that Arizonans go to the polls today to determine whether to allow guns in schools, no. It's about whether to repeal the restrictions on guns in schools. This whole, I get really wound up about allow, and it is allowed, it's not allowed. The concept of allowing suggests that, number one, they have the right to either give this to you or not give it to you, and by using it, you're conceding their right to have that ability. It's turning your right into privilege. If the government can allow you to carry a gun, then it's a privilege. You have a right to carry a gun. You wouldn't say that the government allows me to go to the church of my choosing, or under the law, I'm allowed to pick whichever book I want at the library. I'm allowed to vote. You're not allowed to vote. You have a right to vote. You have a right to arms, and a gun is not something that the government allows. Any of these things are something that the government might try to restrict, and then there's a question of whether we allow them to do that or not. So allow is a biggie with me. It's very much abused. If you guys will put it into your head and watch and listen to news reports and look at news reports and look at the way laws are written. Colorado right now is facing an initiative effort to ban the carry of firearms on campuses. Currently, there is no restriction on carrying on campus in Colorado, and they're wanting to do that. So the language that's on the ballot says that you're allowed to carry now, and should you continue to be allowed to carry, and if you vote no on this, then you continue to be allowed to carry on campus. And all of that, I think, needs to be scrapped because it gives an absolutely wrong perception.
Well,
And
we'll
it
just
seems like everybody
allow
went
that
away.
to sink in for a minute. That's a very good point, and that's Jueb's kind of mentioned it earlier when he said something about how like doctors and engineers are precise in their speaking, and that's, I'm an engineer and I take pride in speaking accurately and concisely, especially with work, because there's a difference between one word and the other. That's why we have two different words, and they might be similar, but when you're describing something or explaining something, it's very important to use the correct terminology and whatnot. And
well, and I think
I think that allow one's a very good point. I had never thought of that, but you're right. It's by saying allow, it implies that the other option is perfectly valid.
Right. It gives them that power. It's implying power to allow, and they don't have the authority or the power to allow. They have the authority and the power to restrict. It really comes into play frequently with the carry on campus issue, because our side is just as bad as the other side when it's talking about allowing people to carry on campus. No. Restricting carry on campus. They're prohibiting, they're restricting, and it's not about allowing. It's never about allowing. The government doesn't have the authority to allow. The government only has the authority to restrict if we let them.
All right, so I'm going to address the comments coming up on the YouTube side, because that's the double-edged sword of having a live audience and getting the comments as we're talking. So this is the key of the whole thing. So we're talking about knowledge of loaded phrases, knowing that people went to school, know how minds work, they know how our terminologies and our language works, and they constructed these things. We see them come to the stage, with each wave of anti-gun push. So we're talking about them. So to suggest that talking about them and becoming aware of which ones are loaded and alternatives to that, and then suggesting that people use intent when talking about the subject that's, I think we can all agree, a pretty vital subject, coming up with range or word Nazis or whatever, and then Church of Scientology, and to again imply that we're somehow trying to, I don't know what they're trying to imply. So I guess, how do we address the fact that we've got pro-gun people that are watching a pro-gun podcast like this, but to see this subject as unnecessary, I'm assuming I'm going to talk for them, unnecessary, superfluous, wasted resources? Without getting so discouraged that you just turn off the thing and say, fine, then everybody works for themselves, because that's obviously not an answer. I think this is crucial. I mean, again, we need to understand that they're using words against us, and I think you made an excellent point with the allow. That implies that something has changed and that it needs to be rectified, that now something has happened that they need to fix, when in reality, like you say, it's always been available, or potentially always been available, with no consequences or no negative repercussions, and they're now trying to restrict something for no reason.
Colorado doesn't allow concealed carry on campus. It is that Colorado doesn't currently restrict or forbid or prohibit concealed carry on campus, and expressing it in correct and proper terms, I think, is crucial, because you're giving power. The words that you use give power, and the word allow gives power to the government that the government doesn't have, and we should be careful with it. I'm not a language Nazi. These are suggestions. I don't really agree with all of Alan's suggestions here on the glossary, and I think a lot of them can be improved. But think about the language that you're using and what it conveys, because that really matters.
Well, that's the thing. It's been said before. I don't know who said it, but if you can control the words people think with, you can control the way people think. I mean, marketers do it all the time. Governments do it all the time. I mean, there's tons of studies with that. If you use the words that someone else wants you to use, you start thinking like them. And it's, subconscious or whatever, but so we're just trying to do the same thing. We're fighting fire with fire.
I'm glad you guys bring that up, because it's not something I've really thought all that much into. But when you sit back and look at it, I mean, they're fighting with words against us every day, and
that's why they've changed their names. I mean, it used to be Handgun Control Incorporated. Now it's the Brady Campaign Against Gun Violence. Why did they change their name? Because handgun control fell out of favor, and they wanted to broaden to more than just handguns, and they wanted to soften their image, and they wanted to mislead the public. So they changed their name to the Brady Campaign Against Gun Violence, and or something like that. They don't talk about gun control. They talk about gun safety or gun violence prevention, which none of their proposals have anything to do with gun safety or gun violence prevention. But they, by using that terminology, they shift the debate and hide from reality. And we have to call that out. We have to point it out. Alan on that list, he suggests not using the term gun control. I suggest using the term gun control because the Brady Bunch and the Bloomies don't want you to use the term gun control. That's what they're offering. They're not offering common sense gun safety legislation. They're not offering common sense gun violence prevention legislation. They're offering good old-fashioned failed gun control, and so that's the term that I like to use because it's the term they don't like to use.
And that's a good point. We don't know when Alan posted this, but things change. And
oh, yeah.
They champion new phrases. Screw them. They don't get to set the agenda all the time. So, yeah, I like that idea that we have a lot of history and life experience with gun control, and it's all on our side, really. So that's an excellent point.
And the I'm sorry, I was just reading some of the comments over there, trying to keep up and losing my train of thought. But yeah, words matter. How you use words, and it changes. And the thing on marketing, when we talk about doing an internet search these days, what do most people say? It's Google it. It's become a verb in our language to Google it. That's word manipulation and adapting. And Google, you know, props to them. They made that happen. You know.
I hate to be the one to correct you, but actually, it's called using your Google foo. And yeah, that's a great example, G-Webs. That website you got pulled up.
Well, that's one of the things, since we're talking about terminology, what I like to do whenever, especially when they come up with a new one, is if they haven't already grabbed the URL, I do. So for like Charleston loophole, she's a dummy, and she started using it in speeches without owning it. So I just posted this site that says there is no Charleston loophole. And I may, embellish on it, but depending on if she keeps trying to use it. But it's ridiculous to suggest that the process that they created and then have used for 30 years or so is now a loophole. Like somehow now we're bypassing the system.
And that was a specific design feature. It was absolutely a specific design feature to keep them from being able to abuse the system by just putting you on permanent hold.
Exactly. And now she wants to eliminate that feature by kind of skirting the issue by suggesting that it's a way to get around, and that there's even any, well, I don't know if we want to get into 4473s. That might be an interesting way to progress, because I know Alan has a completely different opinion on the 4473s than I do, and about on universal background checks.
I don't know what that is and can't comment on it, but the talking about acquiring websites, a friend of mine used to own Sportsman for Hillary, and I don't know if he's done anything with it this year. I'll have to look into that.
I like to just at least make them placeholders. I have quite a few. Whenever they bring up something like Arsenal owner, something like that, just makes no sense, or unlicensed seller, and then yeah, just so that again we can control the message if they continue to push it, or at least have an easy, like you say, when somebody Googles it, it can come up. I'm just trying to figure out, because I know that his was, I think Alan's might have been the, maybe it's not Alan, so maybe it's not the best way to suggest that it's Alan's thing, but with the universal background checks, is everybody okay for going into that direction?
You betcha.
So first off, I'm assuming you're anti.
I'm opposed to universal background checks.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So I guess my suggestion or my theory has always been, or my theory that I like to present, and I don't know, I have no way to pursue it, would be to challenge the concept of them completely. I guess we got them in, or at least they were re-embellished in '68. I guess they had kept records before '68, but then in '68 they created the 4473 and then the list of 10 questions, and then it was enhanced or whatever with the not the Brady one, but something else, and then we have the existing one today with some changes over the years to the actual piece of paper. But for the most part, we've had this system now for a while in place where you have to basically sign a federal form on your own honor that says all these things apply or whatever, and then they're stored and all that. So they suggest now that the universal background or the background checks aren't enough because they only happen at FFLs, at licensed dealers, that the sales between two individuals are the real problem, and that the reason the background checks aren't effective is because they don't work with private sales. I would like to challenge that with, instead of trying to come up with some reason to justify their claim, I'd like to push it the other way and ask them to start justifying why we even have the system in place. Start looking at things like the cost and the unscrupulous actions as far as the 4473s and what they're tasked to do with them, and the abuse, and then the lack of actual effectiveness and the lack of results. Or you think, I don't know, you have a bigger insight, I'm sure, or better insight. Does that have any legs, or is it better to just...
I've been beating that drum for years.
Oh, good. So basically to say, if every time they're going to push the ball in our direction, we challenge them and not just defend, but push them back the other way and make them start to defend why we even have this system.
Yeah, the reality is that we're talking about several $billion spent on this system that annually does background checks on the equivalent of the population of New York City, and from that annual investigation of over 20 million people, the result is about a dozen convictions of people trying to illegally purchase firearms. That's it. And now 20 million law-abiding American citizens have their privacy invaded in order for them to exercise this constitutionally enumerated right, and the beneficial result of that is 12, 13, 15 convictions of criminals trying to illegally purchase firearms. That is not cost effective.
And then think of the burden on the gun shops that have to keep track of that paper, and they have obligations to keep their license, to keep that paper in a specific way. They have to also keep, bookkeeping on that paper, because literally an abbreviation incorrectly or not having a senior where it was necessary or something can cause them to get strikes that can lose their license. So they have to basically maintain those pieces of paper. And not just the time involved for the employees to deal with all of that burden is there even a way to even come up with a cost for all that to the industry? Oh, and then let's talk about manufacturers. Can you imagine the processes that are involved because of when they have to serialize and all that, just for the 4473, really?
Oh yeah, and for the manufacturers it can be a huge problem. Stag Arms got into trouble because they put the serial number on too late in the process on a bunch of receivers, and they got burned for it, and it cost them a whole lot of money. Other manufacturers, you put the serial number on the receiver too early, and then you find a flaw in the receiver, and you have to throw that out. Well, you have to track that serial number that you threw out, and it becomes a huge problem. And that's where a few years ago the Bloomies and the Bradys came out with a report about all of these missing guns from American manufacturers, And I'll guarantee you, I've worked in a firearms manufactory, and I'll guarantee you that where those missing guns, what those missing guns really are missing serial numbers, and it was receiver parts that got destroyed, or stamps that were thrown that there wasn't a receiver under it, and it automatically incremented to the next number, and they have to figure out where did that number end up, and it's a huge hassle and mess, and it's not a threat to public safety in the least. But yeah, we're spending billions and billions. When you add in the labor costs, the paperwork costs, and so forth of all of this, it's billions and billions of dollars that could be better spent in other ways on programs that actually work. The direct costs could be spent on law enforcement programs that actually work and actually do get bad guys off the street and save people's lives, instead of this falderall that we're going through right now. And one of the other aspects of this too is the I call it the Evel Knievel effect. Years ago, they were going to build a freeway, and they were going to cut it right through my neighborhood up in Washington State. And we, the neighborhood, opposed it, and enough people were opposed to the idea that they took that off the table. But what they wanted to do was build the north-south freeway to come right down to our neighborhood and end, and dump that traffic out onto our surface streets. And the upshot of it was, what I painted a picture of was an overpass bridge just ending with a little rope across the end of it, and I called it the Evel Knievel ramp. And the thing about having an Evel Knievel ramp sitting there is that eventually, after a few years, people are going to look up and say, why is that ramp up there? Why don't we just finish that? And that's what we've been doing with gun laws since 1968. They put this stuff in place, and every now and then they'll come back and they'll revisit something and say, well, look, we've got all of this, and it doesn't make any sense that we're not using it for that. Specifically, we've got all of this information on the 4473s that out-of-business dealers have turned into ATF, but it's not computerized, so it's difficult for them to search through those records. So they need to, why don't we just computerize those records so that traces can go much easier? It's just common sense. It's stupid to just leave it there. And of course, that's called registration, and that's something that we very specifically prohibited from going into the Gun Control Act of 1968. So that's one of the factors that we're dealing with in all of this gun control stuff.
You know, you mentioned Washington State there, and something came up on my radar today, and we're talking background checks and whatnot, and it came up on my radar that somehow they're going to make it so medical marijuana patients whose doctors, tell them that it's okay to go use that, because they're in so much pain or whatever, that they are not going to be allowed to buy firearms in Washington State because of that.
Oh, that's already the law. That was actually reinforced by the Ninth Circuit, that you don't have to be a user, you don't have to be using marijuana, but if you have your medical marijuana card, even if you've never bought pot, never smoked pot, never consumed pot in any way, shape, or form, if you have the card, it is you're a prohibited person from possessing a firearm and purchasing a firearm.
Right. Yeah, I just saw that. I guess it was the upholding of the appeal come through today.
So someone though that would be on morphine, that would be okay.
That's okay.
Yep, totally.
It's not a Schedule I prohibited drug.
Just people enjoy a few beers.
Up until an hour before you go in the store, clean yourself up, buy your gun, go home with one. I guess you don't have a background weight or anything yet in Washington, so you could buy your gun, go home with it, start drinking again.
Yep. And,
Yeah,
it used to say,
we're saying it like it's a bad thing. I mean, that's a potential, and that's the thing.
Well,
It is a potential, but even if it's done, even if there's people that are drunk as hell and go in and buy a gun somehow, because they fool the people behind the counter because nobody's going to sell a gun to a drunk, and then they go home with their gun and keep drinking. Even if that's happening every single day with every single gun owner, there's no results. There's no violence from that. So
and that's what I was just going to say, G-Webs.
Okay.
well,
I like to cut you off and say what you're going to say before you say it.
Yeah, using your own logic, which you've done before, if like you said, oh no, look, they could do that, and I was about to say, and they probably do all the time, and nothing bad happens. It's that whole thing. If gun owners were as violent as they say we are, there would be no anti-gunners because we already won.
right.
all right.
Right.
My question now is: so are doctors legally obligated to send information to the ATF or whoever about their patients' personal medical records?
Well, even if you're not already, right? Just like you said with that bridge, they're going to say, well, we've got all these medical records on computers, and we've got all these people that are asking about guns. Why don't we just link these databases? It's no big deal.
And that's where we were and are right at this moment in some places regarding mental health records. That have you ever received mental health treatment? Have you ever been prescribed a mental health drug, an antidepressant? Well, maybe we need to clarify all of this and clear it up to be sure that you shouldn't be prohibited from possessing a firearm. And in California, again, they're looking at the requiring that all of the records be turned over to NICS on the mental health records, and it's dangerous, and that's the whole point of all of this.
It's a very slippery slope.
It's all a very slippery slope. It's all invading privacy, and the reality of it is that the people who are so crazy that they shouldn't be able to possess a firearm really shouldn't be walking around on the streets. If they're too dangerous to have a gun, they're too dangerous to be on the street. And Washington State has an initiative on the ballot this November to make it so that a cop or a family household member can file for a restraining order to take your guns away from you because you're too dangerous to have a gun.
Right. Without you being open, or without you being allowed to go through a process, and then being either adjudicated mentally ill and then having your guns taken away, or you talk to that judge and he makes his own mind up because every situation is different, and
either the person is so crazy that they're too dangerous to be on the street, and either need to be in jail or under psychiatric care or evaluation, or they should be perceived as reasonable enough that you can talk to them and say, hey, in your current mental state, it's probably a bad idea for you to have guns around in here. Let me hold on to them for you. But, of course, that's illegal in Washington State because that would be a violation of the transfer laws that Bloomberg pushed through a couple of years ago. So people say that we're paranoid and that we're wearing our tinfoil hat and that everything's a conspiracy theory, but we can look at the way it has gone and the way they try to take it, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're closing every gate that they can get closed, and then calling any open gate a loophole, and trying to close that as well. And it's going to continue, and that's why I am no longer reasonable on anything. I am absolutely a zero tolerance on gun control, gun prohibition, reasonable, common sense gun control. I am absolutely proud to be unreasonable about it.
Well, and that's like the new California stuff, the Gun-a-Geddon or whatever. When you look at the majority of those laws, there was all that stuff about, it's illegal to like file a false stolen gun report, and oh yeah, that's a great video, G-Webs. And there was some other stuff, you had to report a stolen gun after a certain amount of time and all this stuff. Those were all chess pieces to say, when the confiscation starts and all the people are going to use that, cliche line, oh, I had a boating accident, they fell overboard. Now that's illegal to use that line.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think G-Web's video here is a good one.
I was going to take a second. We just had Artisan Tony jump in, so I'm going to take a minute and give us a 2-minute break. I know a bunch of us have been talking for a while, and I need to go let the dog out. I'm going to go look at him. I'm going to run this video. It's just 2 minutes long, and that'll give everybody on the panel a chance to go get something to drink or whatever you have to do. And it'll give us a second to say thanks to everybody who's watching live. This is the Every Second Matters September of 2016 show, long format video. We've got lots of guests in here. We have links out to lots of other guests. So, like I said, it's going to be kind of a minor commercial break. It's a video I made to try to get a point across about compromise and our Second Amendment.
One of the best ways I've heard it described is the Second Amendment case. So our forefathers recognizing our natural-born right to arms ensured that right with the thing called the Second Amendment. A tasty cake with liberty icing and layers of individual freedom inside. Everything was good for almost 160 years until the first call for compromise was brought forward. And we did compromise. We gave away half of that original cake in the form of the National Firearms Act and the restriction, the registration of machine guns and short guns. About 60-something years, everything was fine, and another call to compromise, and we compromised again, and we gave away another half of what we had left. We were left with a quarter of our original cake, in the form of the Gun Control Act of 1968, the Knox check, the prohibition on guns over state lines. So with this quarter of our original cake, yet again, we were called to compromise in 1986 in the form of the Firearms Owners Protection Act, or specifically the Hughes Amendment. And again, we compromised and gave away another half of what we had left in 1986 with that Owners Protection Act. So we're left with an eighth of our original cake, and the call to compromise has been unprecedented since then. No longer do they wait 30 years for these calls to compromise. They happen almost yearly, in fact, multiple times per year, most recently. I suggest that the call to compromise is no longer. In fact, now the only compromise is when do we get back some of this cake. So we're towards that, as gun owners, towards getting back some of that cake. So please leave it open and sit down and comments on. If you'd like to see more videos like this one, leave us some positive feedback.
Okay, that's the end of it. I don't know if you could hear that. It's pretty shitty sound, I guess. But I like that analogy of the cake is a finite resource, and every time we compromise, we've lost. And at some point, what more is there to compromise? There's less than a bite left. And it's not even frosting anymore.
Absolutely. I saw that video and I reposted it on my Facebook because I feel that it was perfect analogy of what you were saying, because that's all we do is compromise. And every time we compromise, the compromise is a give and take, but all they do is take. There is no give. And we keep losing our freedom. There is nothing, we don't gain anything from it.
Yeah,
when they come
always,
and
let's take it all. Okay, we'll compromise and we'll only take half.
Yeah.
Correct.
And that's not a compromise. That's just screwing you over.
They come to us and say they want to cut off our right arm, and we say no, and then they say, well, we'll take it at the wrist, and we say no, and they say, well, okay, just let us cut off one of your fingers. No, you can't have any of it. It's mine. You can't have it. No.
But it's common sense. If you cut off the trigger finger, there'll be no more gun violence.
Right.
Well, he's right, though. That's a perfect analogy. It's like they want you to, they'll say, well, we want to take your left arm, but you know what? You better be happy we don't take your right arm, too. You better just be happy we don't take both of them. It's like, really? Really? That's compromise, huh?
And there are some in our movement who will look at that. That when they come and say, we want to cut off your right arm, that they will say, oh gosh, they're going to come and cut off our right arm. We better give them our right hand, or at least give them a finger. Well, I'll give them a finger, but they can't keep it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing this for years. It's the whole death by 1,000 cuts, and they've been setting up, their next cuts for the last 3 years.
Well, I think they've got a lot of coincidence, perhaps. I don't think that they've got some master strategy that Clinton, when she was young, came up with the master plan, and it's all coming together now. I think that they're, learning from their mistakes, and there's opportunities that they find, and they use our weaknesses against us pretty well. But,
absolutely. But there is an understanding on their part from the very beginning. Pete Shields, when he created Handgun Control Incorporated, he said it's going to take years. We're not always going to get what we want, but we're going to keep coming back and getting another slice and another slice until finally we have a total ban on handguns for everybody except the military and law enforcement, and that's what we're going to accomplish. And they haven't changed. It's just targets of opportunity. When the term assault weapon, whoa, that's a good target of opportunity. Let's go after that. And it goes that way, that they're looking for targets of opportunity, and their latest trend is looking for loopholes. Loopholes are the targets of opportunity, that they can call something a loophole and go after it to close the loophole, finish the job, yada yada, and that's just common sense, and we just have to do that. And again, I say no.
I think there was an effort too. Maybe it was they're playing the long game, but it required that a generation exists that's lived with the oppression of the 68 Gun Control Act. The 68 required a generation to live with the oppression of the 34, right?
Right.
Now they're able to manipulate a lot quicker, so they're taking advantage of that, and that's where I see this potential on our side. It's not a no-win situation. They're paying people like myself to do their efforts for them. We have people on our side who are way better than me at doing what we do that can't be bought. So we have and then what we also have is all the boots on the ground. Literally, the people listening to this and the people that you talk to are more numerous than the victims that they exploit, or the families of victims that they exploit, and the ignorant that they're able to manipulate. So it's not a no situation for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take a second, play host again, and just remind people that we're listening to where we're doing the Every Second Matters long format show. Every Second Matters is a campaign, an awareness campaign that we came up with as a group of YouTube chatters years ago. This year we've kind of tried to take it to the next level to become a platform for the various pro-gun rights groups to have a platform where they can get together once a month, give us a situation report on what they've been doing and what they are doing next. If they've got a goal, what they've accomplished towards that goal, what resources they might need, so that we create a platform that allows activists, people that consider themselves Second Amendment activists, and have resources to know what the groups that are out there with active programs and projects, what they might need, and where we can best move our resources, so that those of us in the states that don't have immediate battles can be of use to those in states that have, ideally so that we create a front that is no longer politically advantageous for their side. We exercise our ability to use the social mediums that they're paying to use right now, and we become the electronic version of the militia. So that's what we're doing here. We've got a bunch of people joining us. We've got links out to others, but I'm just going to go from my left to my right and introduce everybody again. Tony just joined us, Artisan Tony on YouTube. Thanks for jumping in.
Thank you for inviting me.
And Tony is the guy we mentioned before, actually came up with the logo. So when we were doing these chats and the concept developed, Tony was over there using his, whatever, Photoshop or something, and came up with the logo. Everybody agreed it was the best of the what we had submitted,
I
and
think
that's
it was a group
fun
effort.
with. What's that? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I think it's pretty much a group effort. I don't want to take credit for it.
Well, but I mean, you did actually submit the logo, so we want to keep that alive. Then we've got Bob jump. Oh, I'm sorry, you're from Chattanooga. We talked about visiting you earlier in the show.
I do have a question for Jeff when we get a chance.
Sure, we'll jump into that. So Bob's still here from Canada. He's been with us the whole time. I think he might have stepped away. He's here. Thanks, Bob. Yankee, I'm not sure if he stepped away. He's up in Washington State. I'm here. Oh, okay, great. We got Jeff Knox from Firearms Coalition. Got their website up on the screen here. We've been dropping links. This is your first time joining us, and we do appreciate it. You bring obviously a wealth of knowledge and experience. Thank you for that.
My pleasure. Glad to be here.
We got Smeggy from Michigan. You might have
hey, how's everyone doing? And I just want to put out the invite, Jeff. You should show up on Gun Channel's any of our chats we do. It doesn't have to just be on the second. You're a cool guy to talk to.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we kind of do these basically every night, except that on the second we make it kind of focused on the Second Amendment, and it's in long format. Although we do them probably 8 hours every night anyway. Anyway, then we got Too Hottie jumping in. You're from Washington. Oh, right.
I'm up in Washington State. Thanks for having me.
You bet. And then Night Prowler is, are you in California still? Looks like it.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm down here in Arizona. So, Tony, start us off again. You had a question for Jeff.
Oh, hey, Jeff. I just wanted to say I appreciate what you do. And I had a quick question for you. What do you know about, I don't know why I've been so sort of fixated on this National Hearing Protection Act ever since it was submitted. You know, it seems to be stuck in a committee. And I was wondering who you thought who the people were who were lobbying for and those who were lobbying against it.
You're talking about Matt Salmon's bill?
Right.
Yeah, I was really glad to see Matt finally introduce that. I was working with Senator Larry Craig's office a number of years ago on introducing a Hearing Protection Act. And what we're talking about, guys, is deregulating silencers or reducing regulation on silencers, suppressors. But unfortunately, Larry got into his little altercation at the airport and became useless to me. So I was really glad that Matt stepped up last year and introduced his bill. I've been pushing it. The Republicans simply don't want to touch it. There's Salmon's bill. There's also Rob Bishop's bill out of Utah on removing sporting purpose from the Gun Control Act language and replacing it with lawful purpose, and that's a great bill. And then there's national reciprocity, which has some arguments both ways within the community, but still, it's something that I don't understand, and I've been pinging on Republicans about. Get behind these bills, give us some votes on these bills, at least get them out of committee and go to the floor and make Obama veto them if that's what he's going to do, which probably he is. But it gives our guys, our gun voters, something to get riled up about, something to get excited about, and something to get involved over.
That's kind of my question, really. Why aren't more people excited? I mean, you would think that would be a slam dunk bill, right? I mean, the suppressor is the least likely, villain on a gun. You know, why is it so difficult to get something that you would think is would be a slam dunk? I mean, I wonder who are the people in the. I mean, I don't know. I'm asking a question. Manufacturers, who are the people who are lobbying against this? That's my question, really.
I think it's only the usual suspects. I don't think that there's any intrigue going on, like manufacturers wanting to keep it so that they can keep their prices higher or anything like that. I think that this is purely just the usual suspects, cowardly, squishy, spined politicians, and the anti-rights people who have seen too many spy movies. That's what it really boils down to.
Well, what I'm kind of curious is can we now they like to use that whole, oh, look at Europe, you look at Europe, even though we all know that the European, gun violence is all, it's not, they're not portraying it the right way. But over in Europe, you can just pick up a silencer. You don't have to go through any kind of process. You can just go. It's to them, it's common sense. It's almost like
they're practically required at most shooting ranges over there.
exactly. So it's like, can we use that at all to say, look, you guys want this kind of thing? Well, they do it over here, and this is how it works.
We've tried, and it should be possible. It is a good argument. It is required in some areas for hunting in some areas of Europe. But people's prejudices, people's biases, getting over them and getting through them. But more, I keep coming back to squishy-spined politicians. That's what it really comes down to. They're afraid that people won't understand, that people can't get it, and so they're afraid to touch it, because it all comes down to what can your opponent put onto a postcard that he's going to mail to all of your voters that's going to cause them to possibly vote against you. And if the average voter is scared to death of guys with silencers silently sneaking about killing everybody, then he's afraid that they're going to see that postcard and not vote for him, and so he won't touch it, and that's where we sit.
So basically, what we really need to do is start, informing the masses of how it works. Like, I think YouTube has actually done a pretty good job of that, because then people really actually do see that a silencer isn't this, stealth device of death. It isn't the doof doof, and you're never going to hear anything. I think it's kind of actually helping in a way. I think people are starting to understand that movie thing is like a myth. You know what I mean? So
right. And yeah, YouTube helps, and it helps push the sale of suppressors. That's why NFA is so backed up, is with the load of suppressor Form 1s and Form 4s that keep pouring in. But it's a fairly new concept, really, as far as a legislative concept, and there's a lot more educating that needs to be done. I'm glad that it's finally, because I've been trying to get this bill introduced for 10 years, and I am thrilled that Matt Salmon finally introduced it. I'm a little bummed that he's retiring from Congress, because I don't know if somebody else is going to pick up the water and carry this bill next year. But I'm really frustrated with Republicans for not seeing it as an opportunity to get us engaged in the process. We're engaged from the anti-side, but we need to get engaged from the pro-side, and in order to do that, Republicans have to take some good votes.
Well, I guess part of my complaint about that whole thing is that if you look at the sponsors of the bill, there are like 20 or 30 people who have attached themselves so that they can have their sort of soundbite, right? Well, I'm supporting this bill, but there's nothing actually happening. It's almost like it's a soundbite. And if we can't pass something that seems that simple, how do we think we can actually, you know what I mean? That's kind of why I don't know why I'm so fixated on that bill, but it seems like if there was ever a slam dunk, that was it. How can we ever think that we can do anything if we can't do something as simple as get rid of a meaningless suppressor?
Right, and I sent letters to Congress and especially to leadership and the Congressional Election Committee to try and convince them that this is a good election issue and that we need to be doing the voting and get those votes out there to the public so that it will bring our guys up. But they're just not doing it, and I talked with Chris Cox at the NRA convention in Louisville, and he assured me, "Oh yeah, we're pushing it. We're trying to make this happen," and I'm seeing nothing. I'm seeing nothing.
I was looking at the sponsors, and even a couple of, like Desjardins and this another fella from Tennessee representative signed on to it just recently. And again, it's almost like it's, oh, here's some legislation I can pin my name to, but nothing's really happening. You know what I mean? It's almost like it's a pin board that people can just, legislators can just pin their name to, but it's just going to sit there and nothing's ever going to happen.
It's sort of the way politics works, legislation works in Congress, is that the bill gets introduced, you get some co-sponsors, and it gets referred to committee. Then you need to be pinging on the committee, which I've been pinging on the committee, to try and get the committee to take action. But the chairman of the committee can just put it in a drawer and leave it sitting there. If he doesn't want it heard, and frequently what you've got is you'll have the majority chair and the minority leader in that committee will make agreements on, well, we'll look at this, but we won't look at that. And wait a minute, if you guys are gonna hear this bill, we want to hear that bill, or we want you to not touch this bill and this bill. And so they make these little deals as to decide what they're going to hear and what they're not going to hear and what's going to come out of committee. I was hammering the speaker when the idiots were doing their little sit-in charade that they want this, give it to them. They want a gun vote, give it to them. Let's do the vote on their terrorist watch list and kill it, and at the same time bring up the suppressor bill, bring up the lawful purposes bill, and bring up the national reciprocity bill, and pass every one of them out of the House, get them over to the Senate, pass them out of the Senate, and make Obama veto them. You want to get gun voters fired up, there's a great way to do it. And when we're fired up, we are a significant impact on an election. But like you say, they're sitting there. I blame leadership primarily.
I think the false assumption that politicians actually want to solve the problem. They feed off the problem, so why would they want to solve it? I mean, if we stop needing them to do what they're supposedly getting paid a lot of money to do, or getting paid a lot of money to supposedly do, well, then why would we need them anymore? So they have to maintain these divisions and maintain these issues, and they don't want to solve any problems.
Well, and one of their arguments that they'll put forward is that with Obama in the White House, it does us no good to pass this legislation because it'll just get vetoed, and then we've spent all of this energy and capital, yada yada yada, blah blah blah. And
they had a different excuse when Bush was in the White House. They make an excuse up each time.
Right. But the thing is, in both of those cases, this is why we have Donald Trump, because Republicans haven't been dancing with the ones what brung them, and following through on the promises that they've made, and actually done what they said they were going to do, and they give us this excuse, well, it wouldn't do us any good to repeal Obamacare because Obama would just veto it, so we're not going to bother. Well, you promised you were going to do it when you got elected, so if that's what you're going to, you said you were going to do, then do it. And I'm not, the point is that they, by not following through, by not making Obama veto it, if that's what's going to happen, they're not losing anything by taking the time to take the vote. They're only they're only pissing people off who want to support them and are being disenchanted by the fact that these guys say this is what they're going to do and then they don't do it.
I just think there's too much incentive for them to not do the right thing, too much money, too much etc. And it's kind of like the way I feel with the NRA now. The NRA has no vested interest in solving the Second Amendment battle. Because if they did, where's their money come from now? Where are all those big paychecks and positions go to? Because if you have a city and it has a wall around it. If there's no enemy on the other side trying to climb the wall, you're not going to pay an army to stand around the edges of the wall. As soon as that army kills all your enemies, you're going to be like, well, we don't need the expense of the army anymore standing on the wall 24/7. And the NRA is that army standing on the wall. They're not the wall. They're the army standing on it. They're the ones saying, give us your money and we'll keep them off the wall, but we'll just barely keep them back. We're just barely keeping them down.
I don't disagree with you, but I think the NRA does have something to fall back on, and that's their sport. You know, the shooting.
They don't make much money off that.
Education. I know they don't make as much money, but they could amplify it. And I think that we also have to our advantage is we don't have a Bloomberg who's trying to get a return on investment with his efforts. We have a bunch of grassroots activists who can just go back and blend into the country.
I disagree. I think there's several three-digit salaries, or actually six-digit salaries sitting in the NRA offices right now that have a very vested interest in maintaining a good battle.
You know, I'm a life member of the NRA, and I'm becoming more of a skeptic, like Yankee, every day. I hate to admit it, but
yeah, I'm a life member also.
Yeah, that was my question related to who are these people lobbying against? You know, I'd like to know I thought, and I appreciate what Jeff does. I thought maybe he would have sort of an inside track on who are the people lobbying against, because otherwise it is just sitting there. If you don't have people lobbying against it.
At this point, they don't really have to lobby against it because it's sitting in committee and it's not coming out of committee because the Republicans aren't choosing to bring it out of committee. I'm sure that the Brady Bunch and the Bloomies have gone in and talked to the usual suspects and said, keep these things quiet and dead and out of there. But there's no need for an active lobbying effort against it because there's not really an active lobbying effort for it, and the leadership doesn't want to bring it out. They think it's too controversial and they don't want to take a vote on it. And it's a shame. And I'm not as cynical as Marshall is about the NRA, but at the same time, I'm not going to say I don't think that there's some measure of truth in it.
I just feel if the NRA was an all-volunteer organization, like if the president of the NRA and the director of the NRA, they were volunteer situations, then I think we'd be seeing a lot more progress on Second Amendment rights.
Well, and the president and vice presidents and the board of directors are all volunteer positions, but the executive vice president, the CEO, is getting paid $1 million a year. And you're not going to pay Wayne LaPierre $1 million a year off of the shooting sports. That's not going to happen. And you're not going to pay Chris Cox $700,000, and you're not going to pay Director of General Operations $700,000, and you're not going to pay the treasurer who's manipulating all that money $800,000 a year off of the shooting sports. That's not going to happen.
And how many people would not volunteer to fill those positions if they were volunteer positions? I know lots of retired NRA members that are CPAs that would be like, I'll be the volunteer accountant for the NRA. I believe in the battle, and so on.
You bet. And when Dad ran for executive VP back in 1985, at that time they had raised the salary from I think it was $85,000 to $185,000, and Dad said, forget that pay raise. 85 is more than enough. That's fine. I will be the executive vice president, the CEO of NRA for that. And when Dad was the first vice president, in line to be the president the next year, he got into a fight with Wayne and some others about the way they were spending money and the costs and the way money was flowing in the organization, and that's why they brought in Charlton Heston specifically to bump Dad out of the chairs, get him away from signing checks because he was refusing to sign checks, and they wanted to get him out of the chairs. They brought in Charlton Heston, ran him for vice president against Dad. He beat him by 4 votes, and they started purging guys who believed like Dad off of the board of directors, and over the next 6 years, Wayne's salary went from $200 and some thousand a year to $850,000 a year.
Which is, to me, the perfect example of where their priorities lie. Their priorities did not lie with doing what was best for the actual organization or for the Second Amendment. Their priorities lied with what was best for the payroll earning people of the organization.
Yeah, I was just going to ask a question. Out of all the money that they actually get per year, how much of that goes towards our efforts and the efforts that that we're talking about here?
As far as, and NRA is divided into several different accounting schemes. There are several organizations within the organization or associated with the organization. The NRA Foundation is completely different. NRA ILA is their own money. There is the NRA PAC, and there's General Operations, which takes care of the shooting sports and so forth. But between the PAC and lobbying, you're looking at well, their total budget, $120 million a year, a little bit more than that probably now. The campaign PAC stuff, I think they're talking somewhere around $50–60 million a year that's spent in campaigns. I'd have to go back and look at the actual numbers. Here I am speculating, and I don't have it in front of me, so I'm going to stop.
Well, I've always found their numbers to be a bit odd because I went over one of their last financial reports, and it says at that time they brought in $45 million in donations. And the one thing I was really looking for was what they were paying out in salaries. And they said that their entire administrative expenses were $1.4 million. And I was like, I know two employees together that make more than that. I know one employee that makes almost that much when you count his expense coverages in that. So where are they getting that their entire administrative expenses, oh, sorry, it was $1.7 million. I know that there's any one or two people in the organization that make that much on their own. So who's checking their numbers?
Right, and they give a financial statement at the annual meeting, but you can also go to like GuideStar and look at their 990. Is it the 990? Their nonprofit report, IRS report, and it will show you who their top salaried employees are. And I can tell you that the last time I looked, Wayne was right at $1 million, just under $1 million. At that time, Kane Robinson, when he was in charge of general operations, the salary for that jumped up from something like $400,000 up to $1 million. While Kane was in there, and I think it dropped back down when they replaced him. But Chris Cox was around $700,000. Woody, the treasurer, was around $700,000, and Jim Land was the secretary at something like $450,000 at that time. And I think that it has only gone up since then, except possibly general operations has probably gone back down to somewhere around $500,000 instead of the $1 million.
Just don't know where they got that number of $1.7 million for total administrative expense. Yeah. just adding up like the top 10 people comes to many times more that much money.
Yeah, and what you were looking at was probably for one subdivision, like the NRA Foundation or something like that.
What was the last piece of legislation that the ILA, part of the NRA, could put their sort of, hang their hat on?
As far as accomplishing, I think that you have to go all the way back to the lawful commerce in arms. They have successfully blocked some things, like Mansion Toomey. But as far as accomplishments, I right off the top of my head, I think lawful commerce in arms is the last thing they did.
And that was approximately what year?
That was 2004.
Yeah.
I think 2003, 2004. I know that Dad was still alive at the time, and he died in January 2005. So I can't think of anything that they've actually accomplished since then. And this has been one of my drum beats for over a dozen years, is that I believe that one of the things that the gun rights movement as a movement needs is a rallying cry, that we need a cause, we need an objective. And I would like to see the lawful purpose law kind of be the core of that, with national reciprocity and the suppressor bill and possibly a couple of others, because at the federal level there's only so many things to do, but put together an omnibus firearms rights bill and start really pushing it the way we did with the Firearms Owners Protection Act. If you look at the history of the fight, the Firearms Owners Protection Act, which Dad introduced in 1979, became really a rallying point for the movement, and it was the first time that we really went on offense, and NRA went from 250,000 to 1 million to 3 million members in just 4 years, 3 years, because we had an objective, we had a goal, we had something we were marching towards, and as we were marching towards that goal, we were able to swat down things to the left and the right of us that cropped up, and we were able to accomplish little things to the left and the right of us as we were marching towards that goal. And then, you know, Dad was out of NRA, and they finally passed the bill in 1986, watered it down, and passed it, and got the Hughes Amendment attached to it. So it was a victory, but at the same time, it was a victory that came at a cost, and that's never been rectified. So I think that we really need something like that, an omnibus bill that the whole movement can get behind and that we can work towards accomplishing. We need to be on that offensive track instead of falling back into this defensive mode.
You know, you mentioned one thing about membership numbers there, and that's one thing I wanted to talk about. How, like, even though I have as much problem with the NRA as I do, I want them to have as many members as possible, because, you know, I love when the leftist side of the political spectrum tries to say, well, the politicians don't vote against guns because the NRA owns so many politicians and they're so afraid of the NRA's money. The NRA does not spend anywhere near the amount of money. They would not risk pissing off their big tobacco, their big oil, any of those, their big medical, especially not big medical. They wouldn't risk pissing off any of those people before they pissed off the NRA, because they all spend way more money on politicians than the NRA does. What the politicians are afraid of the NRA is the fact that 3 million people in the country seemingly agree with them because they're willing to pay their dues every month.
5 million now.
Or 5 million. That's what they're afraid of. They're not afraid of the NRA or its money or Wayne LaPierre. Who the hell would ever be afraid of Wayne LaPierre?
Let me break it off from the NRA discussion, although it's definitely something we can go back to, the advantage of having a long format show. I just want to take a second and acknowledge again the people that are on here with us live, and say thanks to the people that are watching either on YouTube or gun channels or on Facebook. So we got Tony, Artisan Tony, joining us from YouTube. He's from Kentucky, Tennessee. Excuse me, sorry about that. We got Bob joining in from Canada. We got Yankee jumping in from Washington State. Jeff is here in Arizona, where I am. We got Night Prowler coming in from California, and Two Hotties up in Washington as well. But Jeff, I wanted to ask you, you've been on for a while. Do we still have you for a bit? Because I got 2 things I want to ask about, and I'm going to prioritize them depending on how much time we've got.
I've actually been waiting for a moment to bail out, so let's hit it. Before we go there, I just have to express my sincere disappointment that Too Hottie is a dude. When I saw the moniker down there, and so I just wanted to express that disappointment. But yeah, I'm here for a couple more minutes if you've got some questions, but I do need to bail.
Right on. Well, maybe we can talk you to come back again and do something to concentrate on these two things, because I've always been curious about the well, all of the various federal level laws, but the Firearm Owners Protection Act is one that is a difficult one to be a champion of, because it did good things for us, but it gets obviously overshadowed by the effing Hughes Amendment. So, so at some point maybe we can do a separate discussion on your insight, because you've obviously got some inside knowledge to that one, so we can talk about the things that are important from that I see is, like you said, it was a call to action. It was something that we could stand united behind, and I can barely remember it as a kid, but it was something that even as a kid I knew was happening, and that's what we need to harness. Some of those people, most of those people, a lot of those people are still alive, at least some, right? I got to be right on one of those. But you know, use that resource, and then I think your position there is great, and I definitely want to give you any resources I can, because I've been championing that concept for a while. So the other thing I was going to ask you about is, let's talk about specifically the what did you call it, the legal use. So I've always thought getting rid of sporting use is a keystone, a linchpin. Once we get rid of that, so many things fall that we can start taking that offensive, like I was talking about earlier. But just so that you leave us with something to talk about, can you give us some insight on this legal use?
You bet. It's lawful purpose, as opposed to sporting purpose, and it's what, HR 1072, I think. Rob Bishop out of Utah is the sponsor, and you can find it on thomas.gov. But the lawful purpose bill, it's the Lawful Purpose and Self-Defense Act, I believe is the title of it, simply goes into the Gun Control Act of 1968 and removes sporting purpose and replaces it with lawful purpose. It's a very clean, very well done piece of legislation, and it would make a huge difference, and it takes a lot of power away from the Attorney General to decide what's good for us and what's not good for us, and would open up a lot. Unfortunately, there's a lot of that's been shut off at the tap, because one of the big issues is importation of sporting arms, that the Attorney General decides what's sporting enough to be okay to import, and that's just really problematic. But because of the UN's Arms Trade Treaty that we haven't signed on to, but because we weren't able to keep blocking it, most of the surplus ammunition and surplus parts kits and so forth that we used to be able to import, maybe if the Attorney General would let us, have dried up completely. My house just went nuts, sorry. Have dried up completely because of compliance by other countries to that UN Arms Trade Treaty. And that's one of the problems. But Bishop's bill is a great bill, and I would love to see it passed. As far as the lawful, or the Firearms Owners Protection Act, what I would encourage people to do is, from our website or from Amazon.com or from gunlaws.com, I believe, buy a copy of the book, Neal Knox, The Gun Rights War. My brother compiled this compilation of my dad's writings over stretching back to 1966, and you can see, how did we get the Gun Control Act, how did we make compromises and agree to the Gun Control Act, and how did we get the Firearms Owners Protection Act, and a lot more. The history of the gun rights movement, because Dad was a leader in the gun rights movement from the very beginning, from the 1960s on, so I would encourage folks to take a look at that book, get a copy of the book, and read it. I'm sorry, the title is Neal Knox, The Gun Rights War.
Yeah, see, and the importance of that is, I mean, that old saying that is, you either know your history or you're going to be forced to repeat it.
Absolutely. There's nothing new under the sun. They put new names on it. They jazz it up a little bit, but it keeps coming back to the same thing over and over again. And we were reasonable in 1960s. We were reasonable in the 40s and the 30s. And we were reasonable in the 60s. And we figured out by the late 70s that we couldn't be reasonable anymore and that we had to stop being reasonable, or at least some of us did. And so understanding that history, knowing that history is really critical. And at this juncture in the gun rights war, we have, thankfully, lots and lots of new young guys, a number of them here sharing this discussion with us, but there are a whole lot of guys that are really committed to the movement who have no sense of the history of the movement, no understanding of the players, no knowledge of, you know, who's made what kinds of sacrifices along the way to get us here, and they need to know that. It's important to know that, and it's, as far as I'm concerned, it is a crime that anyone who is a member of the NRA or knows Wayne LaPierre's name that doesn't know Neal Knox's name, it is beyond my comprehension, and I find it every day. And it's criminal that his contribution and what he did for our battle and our cause is not currently being remembered by the guys who are dedicated to the cause right now, and that's a submission for me, a background mission for me, is to bring people, keep my dad's legacy alive, and get this new generation knowledgeable about what he did and what he accomplished and what he was fighting against and fighting for all of those 40 years that he was in the trenches, and learn from that example that he set. So I encourage people. It's you can find it on Amazon, Neal Knox, The Gun Rights War, and or it's on our website, although my brother just was reworking the website and it might be hard to find it. Do a search, but
we threw it in the links in the chat here.
There it is. There it is. So
I just bookmarked it because I'm probably one of the guys you're talking about. You know, I've came into this within the past 7 years, and took me a while to actually get into it and figure out exactly where I stand. But
well, and it's, if the more you understand the history, the more you understand the battles and the fights that have gone before, the better you can understand what you're up against now and tactics and strategy for addressing it. And one of the missing strategies from my perspective is legislation as election politics. In my advice and counseling with grassroots groups, one of the things that I encourage them to do is put legislation in front of your House and Senate in election years that and push it for the value that it will give you in the coming election. Whether you can pass it or not is irrelevant. You want it on the agenda, you want votes on it for the value that it will give you during that coming election year. And the suppressor bill and the lawful purpose bill and national reciprocity are examples of legislation that could have significant impact on federal elections this year, that it's not being utilized. And So again, the book's there, the website's there. I encourage people to look at what we're doing now, look at what we did in the past and what guys like my dad did, and learn from it, and let's move forward with knowledge.
Jeff, do you have a section on your website that just sort of deals with current legislation? Oh, it's kind of a silly question, but
Well, actually, it's not. My website is a mess at the moment. We got hacked a while back, and we put it back together in Band-Aid mode, and that's what we have right now is Band-Aid mode. And it's embarrassing for me because
I wasn't trying to point out any kind of what I was trying to do is try to figure out. There's always one of the weaknesses I see that we have in the gun community on YouTube is that we do these videos. We talk about issues, and even the NRA has their representatives on YouTube, right? Calling on the war or whatever.
Right.
They're not addressing the current sort of battles, the current issues. It's always sort of general, social justice sort of issues. There's no, here's where the battles are.
Well, and that harkens back to what I was saying about having an objective, because there aren't battles going on really in D.C. right now, and there needs to be. We need to have our offensive moving forward. The only battles that are happening legislatively are as the Democrats are bringing up these things like the terror watch list, no-fly, no-buy nonsense, and universal background checks that are happening around in the states. Bloomberg is really making a science out of the initiative process, and that's a big threat. But as far as what's happening on Capitol Hill in D.C., it's all reactive and has been for years. And I'm not seeing there's not a pressing need. It's trying to keep the ATF reined in, trying to keep Obama's bureaucrats reined in, and that is a battle that's going on. But from a legislative perspective, we've got a couple of good bills that are sitting in committees and going nowhere. We've got several bad bills that are sitting in committees and going nowhere. And that's the status of legislation in Washington right now.
As someone who makes videos myself, I have a hard trouble finding topics to do current things like that on. It's because I very seldomly get information from people that is actually something you can actually do a video on. I get things like, of course, oh, the ATF just made ammunition manufacturing illegal, and you go and you look at it and you're like, well, it says right in there that small arms manufacturers are exempt from it, so I don't really know if that's worth doing a video over, and it isn't even implemented, so let's wait and see. But I very seldomly get, like, this piece of legislation is in Congress and we need to do something about it. It's always, hey, could you make a video about how it sucks to live in Maryland? Well, I don't see any fight that I'm actually supporting. I mean, how many times can you do a video of how much it sucks to live in Maryland?
Well, I'll volunteer, Yankee. Look at my WorldNet Daily column. Comes out every Thursday night, Friday morning, and when there's something happening, it'll be in there on that. And I'm more than happy to share information with you and help out. But it's kind of just hit or miss all out there. But from a legislative perspective, legislation goes into Congress, gets introduced, goes to committee, and unless somebody in leadership is anxious to have it out on the floor, and the only reason that they are normally is because of political objectives, that it gets them points in the press or gets them points at the polls, otherwise they're not going to do anything, and it's going to sit in committee and it won't go anywhere. And that's where we sit right now.
I mean, I try to do videos like when Hillary Clinton started on that 3-day loophole crap. I tried to do a video on that. When they did the no-fly, no-buy, I did multiple videos on that. But it really is hard to find the real fights going on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Without getting dragged down into the propaganda garbage that's just been made, overblown to incite people. I don't want to get into propaganda videos. I want to actually legitimate argument, legitimate fights.
Well, and the value that you could bring to something like this powder scheme that went around the last few days, ATF changing the rules on handling explosives, handling and storing wetted nitrocellulose, is to show guys quit forwarding this hyped up email because it ain't happening. ATF backed off of it. The manufacturers never ran into a problem with it before they backed off on it, and nothing's going to happen with it until well after the election, and a lot of that will depend on who gets elected in the election. So please quit forwarding the fear-mongering.
Just fear-mongering crap, because when I looked at it, like I said, it didn't happen. They didn't do it. They backed off of it because they said, oh, there might be a problem. We'll look into it. But then when I talked to people that are actually in the know, that are in the shipping business, I'm like, well, what changes will it affect? How will it actually affect small arms manufacturers? And they're like, well, they're exempt from most of it in the law, and then the other stuff is just going to be shipping, and we already ship it to a certain standard anyway, so it's not going to change anything really for like Winchester or anybody like that.
Right. I talked with Chris Hodgson, and of course Hodgson is the largest powder importer and seller in the country, and Chris considered it pretty much a non-issue for them.
And the guy I spoke to said, you know what is an explosive device that we send all the time? Bullets. Mm-hmm. It hasn't stopped us from shipping them.
Right, but small arms ammunition is very specifically exempted, and as it should be, and thankfully it is. And is that Sean Carana popped in here?
Yep, from Florida Carry.
It is. Hey, Jeff, good to see you.
Good to see you, Sean. How you doing?
Oh, outstanding.
Well, you got here just in time to see me leave. So
as you exit, though, let me just mention I've posted your link to your Facebook there. People can contact you via the website or through what was the preferred way?
Excuse me?
What would you rather people? If someone wants to contact you or ask questions? What's the best way to contact?
Email always works. You can leave messages on Facebook. You can hit Gunvoter, gunvoter.org. If you leave something there, almost always it pops up in my email. So, and I really appreciate you putting Gunvoter up there again and reminding folks about that, because.
Well, I figured on your way out you might actually, before Yankee jumps out too. You mentioned this yesterday in the quick video we did, and Tony, this might be appropriate there too, because you have an existing forum here that's basically designed to answer or to address some of the frustrations that we have, where to get good topical information, and a forum dedicated to activists. And I know that Tony and I have both pursued efforts like this in the past, but perhaps, like you mentioned yesterday, we could work together to direct people towards a common forum so that we're not duplicating effort, and so that we do have a place that we can start to accumulate good reference data.
Absolutely, and that's what it's for. It's designed to be a clearinghouse for information, but it is also designed to be user-driven. There's only so much that we can post and put up there, and so we need users and volunteers to keep that active and build it. And so, I encourage people to go there. Whether you sign up or not, you don't have to sign up to read, but if you want to post, you have to register. And simple thing, we don't do. It doesn't mean that you're going to start getting emails or anything like that. You might get one from me once or twice a year saying, "Hey, we haven't seen you for a while. Come back to Gunvoter." But that's it. We don't spam. We don't. None of our websites do we do that. We take privacy very, very seriously and limit the way we use the lists. Never ever share them. Never use them for anything else. So gunvoter.org. Anybody who's interested, I would love to get some more moderators and more guys who are really interested in going and spending an hour a week just updating their local situation and where politics stands on the local level or in their state or county or what their view on the federal is. Ask questions. Questions generate comments. We want to see more and more of that.
Well, again, I think I can speak for everybody that's watching and everybody that might be listening in the future. We do appreciate your time. I can't imagine what your time is worth, and we've monopolized basically a chunk of your day here, so we really do appreciate it. Hopefully see you again in the future.
I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bob.
And then,
thank you, Sean. Or thank you, Jeff. I apologize.
I haven't said nothing yet. But that was going to mention, too, that this is perfect, because having Jeff, Knox, and Sean, and everybody in the same chat, that's exactly what this is all about. So hopefully we'll do these on the 2nd of every month, and people can jump in when they can. I know the 2nd will rotate to different days of the week, so it might always be tougher or easier, but it's exactly what we wanted to build. So appreciate you guys.
I wish I could stay and share chat with Sean. I really like that that picture you've got there, Sean. I take credit for starting the stick your I voted sticker on the butt of your pistol a number of years ago, and I've written about it several times. So I love seeing that and love seeing it out there on the web. I wish I could stay a little bit longer, but my honey-do list is a little bit long this afternoon, so I need to go take care of it.
Well, again,
Jeff, and we'll catch up here really soon, and I guess I'll be seeing you in a few weeks.
Yeah, I'll be down there for the Gun Rights Policy Conference, and we'll chat.
Sounds great. Thanks, Jeff.
So, Sean, why don't you introduce? Well, I'll introduce you as Sean, the founder of. Well, I think you're the founder of Florida Carry and host of the Gun Rights Policy Conference this year. So you can introduce yourself, Florida Carry, and the Gun Rights Policy Conference.
Okay, well, yeah, my name's Sean Carana, and look, I'm a person like any other that decided that something more needed to be done for gun rights in my state. And I also figured out that, well, no one else had really stepped up to do it outside of what the NRA was doing. So after years of seeing people say, hey, we want to do something, for the right to bear arms, will you come in and help me? And I'd say, sure. And then they'd fizzle out in about a month or two. And I just got tired of seeing everyone else kind of fall by the wayside, so I said, well, I guess I'll have a crack at it. It's been about 6 years now, and we're still growing strong and only getting stronger. Florida Carry is absolutely the epitome of a grassroots organization. We were born online. Some people from some web forums that are devoted to the right to bear arms got together and decided that, well, we need an organization that can go out and fight in the courts, go and register lobbyists and lobby our legislators, go and get involved in the local elections and make sure that we get the right people elected to our state government, in our state house and our state senate, and educate voters, educate the general public, educate gun owners, educate non-gun owners on their right to bear arms, on firearm safety, and on personal safety, how to effectively use a firearm, a knife, or anything that may come to hand if you're ever put in that horrible situation where you have to defend yourself. And it always surprises me when people say, well, there's just I'm raring to go, I'm wanting to do something for the right to bear arms, but, well, there's just no real organization in my state, so I guess I can't do anything. And like Jeff was saying, it's one of the things that we've been doing, and there's a huge support organization out there for anyone in any state. If you don't have a strong Second Amendment organization, form one. We'll help you. If you do have a strong Second Amendment organization and you know that you can be of more value to them, talk to them, show it to them, and I guarantee they will bring you on board in some role and give you ever increasing responsibilities and as much work as you want, or in some cases as little. Especially if you have any kind of particular talents. If you're a guy that does gun videos, you're useful. If you're someone who can write, you're useful. If you can manage a website, a database, if you're a firearms instructor, or if you're just playing a guy that has some time and can go and talk to legislators, you're useful. So go out and be useful, and that's really what this Every Second Matters is all about.
Right on. Having trouble with the Facebook side here, so I'll just shut it off, I guess. And then let's talk about the Gun Rights Policy Conference. That's this month, so I'm glad I finally got this thing up and working, so we get a little bit of the, we can have a little bit something to point to for the actual conference. But it's what, 30 years now? More?
30-something years. The Second Amendment Foundation and the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms sponsors the Gun Rights Policy Conference. They've been doing it for a very long time now, something over 30 years. And this year it's back in Florida. Last time it was here was in 2012, so we get to be the state host, hosting our friends at SAF and CCRKBA. They'll be in Tampa starting in 3 weeks on the 23rd. It's a free conference, and yes, it even comes with a free lunch. So if you can get time off, come down, and you'll hear people like me, you'll hear people like Jeff, Alan Gottlieb, Alan Gura, Eric Friday, our attorney who's on here, and I have it on pretty good authority. And if you haven't looked this guy up, look up Sheriff Wayne Ivey here from Florida. He is perhaps the most pro-gun sheriff in the country. It looks like he'll be speaking, I'm thinking, on Sunday.
And then in between, well, there's the speakers, like you say, that are like independents, I guess, or affiliated with groups, but talking about subject matter, I guess, or what their expertise are. But then it's each of the groups is going to present their kind of situation report for the year, what they see as a need, and talk about what resources they might need, and kind of give everybody a sit rep. They'll come up and kind of take the stage, and pretty much most of the ones we've heard about, and a bunch that were new to me show up.
Yeah, absolutely. Past conferences we've had people from many states. We've had people from the Canadian organizations, some of the international organizations, and it's a unique perspective when the people from Canada and the people from Australia come in. And I remember in 2012, before they had validated the right to bear arms in Puerto Rico, we had the Puerto Rican organization come in, the Barreras family, who runs their organization, and just they're wonderful people, and it was really eye-opening to see that a U.S. territory, Puerto Rico, which they have all of the rights of U.S. citizens, being treated the way that they were then and are now even, but they're clawing back their Second Amendment rights there.
Like Hawaiian.
Through a lot of hard work through people like the Barrerases.
But I mean, that's really what's happened to the Hawaiians, though, too. Look at, I mean, we talked to Hawaii volcanoes, no, Hawaii Island Z.
Z Island Survivor, yeah.
He's from Hawaii. He has no right to carry. I mean, that boggles my mind as a Canadian, finding out that there's an American who can't get a carry permit, no matter what hoops he jumps through. I mean, at least in Canada, there's a slight chance you could get one, but he has no chance. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, and you'll hear from the guys who are living in Maryland, who are living in New Jersey, who are in New York, and they are really just they're fighting the hard fight. You'll also hear from people like Gene Hoffman out in California with Cal Guns Federation and all the works that they're doing out there. So they kid me about the rarefied air that I breathe here in Florida, where we get to be a little bit more aggressive in some of our lawsuits, where they're still just trying to get the courts to say that yes, there is some right outside the home, where we're trying to expand upon that right.
It's really, I don't know, I guess shocking how different your laws vary from state to state.
Yeah, it is, and that was one of the interesting things about just our republic here in America was the ability of states to experiment with laws and have a lot of local control. But it was always supposed to be that those core enumerated rights in the Bill of Rights were the rights of every American and weren't supposed to be infringed by anyone. I'm not just talking about the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, the Second, the Second, the Third, the Fourth, all of the first 10. We're supposed to extend to everyone. And then it was really because of states getting into gun control back around the time of the Civil War and after the Civil War, that we had the 14th Amendment passed so that it would give teeth and undo bad court precedent. The courts had said something that the average person always knew. Well, I have constitutional rights. The state can't infringe on those. Well, the courts said, no, that's only against the federal government, not our local government, because, well, I'm a local government judge, and these rights are kind of pesky. So Congress bit back, and the American people bit back and passed the 14th Amendment.
And that was to give people of color the right to carry, was it?
It wasn't just that. The discrimination of racial minorities was a huge component to it and was probably the biggest driving factor in getting it passed. But it wasn't the only factor in the passage of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was also passed in order to ensure that all Americans' constitutional rights would be protected at the state level, which even free white men of the time were being denied certain constitutional rights at the state and local level.
Which is, I mean, that's quite the thing when you think about it. Because, like I say, I kind of knew that the 14th had a lot to do with giving firearms rights to minorities. But, yeah, as you say, there was so much more to it because they were also taking away the right of free speech, the right of religion, the right of... There was
right to assembly, right to vote, right to petition for redress of grievances. All rights, especially for the freedmen at that point. After the emancipation of the slaves.
It also
and especially in the southern states, they had a very big problem with not wanting to grant the freedmen their rights as free men. And the courts were saying, well, the states really don't have to because these constitutional rights are federal rights, not state rights, and are not rights applicable against the states. So there's really nothing we can do. So we had to pass the 14th Amendment to secure those rights, even to more localized forms of government, including the state.
Yeah, it's really quite interesting how that works. I mean, your history is I think because of your government, I find a lot more like American history is a lot more I don't want to say interesting, but more varied than Canadian history because it's different. I mean, I grew up learning my history, but I also learned American history. That was just kind of part of what we were taught in school, is we learned our own countries and we learned our biggest neighbor.
Well, and the problem is a lot of what I just said was never isn't taught in our Common Core lesson plan. It's not taught in most schools. You have to go out and do additional research or do college level research to find out a lot of the stuff, because the K through 12 schools here, they teach a very dumbed down and sometimes revisionist version of history.
Oh yeah, yep. Well, they started to do it here, and they have for the last probably 20 years. But
teachers are not allowed to teach history as it happened or as it was. They're
might offend someone. I mean, the world's become a place where we're too worried about offending someone or some group, or and they're starting to now. That's leaked into the whole culture. I like the culture where we could offend someone and they could just like not like it or not. Like too bad. It's words. But I also grew up where if you offended someone, they might take a poke at you, and you didn't call the police on them.
Well, taking it back to the Every Second Matters theme, did anybody wear a shirt today? Do anything? Harkening back to the original premise to start conversation.
Yeah, well, we had obviously we had the hurricane come through here. Fortunately, it was only a level 1 storm, and we're a state that's pretty well prepared for hurricanes. But we did have some issues with some counties implementing their own local states of emergencies and calling up gun dealers and telling them you can't sell guns today because we've instituted a state of emergency.
Really? That's interesting.
It's an issue that we're going to have to deal with. The same issue happened in North Carolina. The Second Amendment Foundation went in, filed a lawsuit, and won it on Second Amendment grounds that they were violating the right to bear arms. As the judge put it, during the times when police services may not be available and people may find their need for self-defense most acute during a natural disaster. So we have some counties here that just don't get it. That when they tell people that, hey, it may be 3 days before we can get you, hunker down, make sure you've got food and water, but don't buy bullets. That's not going to fly. So we're either going to have that fixed in the legislature, or we're going to have to fix it through the courts. But we passed a law about 2 years ago now that said that during a natural emergency, if there's a mandatory evacuation, you don't need a concealed carry license to bring your guns with you. You can carry your guns concealed when you're evacuating, because our legislature knows very well that during those times, the last thing people need to do is be encumbered by a license. And these counties are trying to do things like say that you can't buy guns, you can't buy ammunition, or even you can't carry, even with a license, in a public place during this emergency. So, kind of spitting in the face of the legislature, and we're going to have to deal with it.
Know what that horse is saying on the gun channel side, that we went to several gas stations, or several gun shops, a gas station, and Burger King, open carrying. It's always good. He's in Utah, so I don't think that's all that.
I just went out about my daily life today and decided I was going to open carry, and went to the grocery store and got a handshake by the guy who was selling ribs out front, And as he welcomed me to this, I don't even know who the guy was, but then as I walked into the lobby, there was a cop in there, and he said hello, and he looked down at my firearm, and I told him hello and have a great day. And
Well,
nothing more than that.
I actually inadvertently had a conversation, and I have to be completely honest. I forgot today was the 2nd. Completely skipped my mind about it at all. So I didn't intentionally go out doing anything for the Second Amendment. Unfortunately, that's my bad. But I did have a conversation with a guy, a motorcycle guy, that was doing some work. He's putting building me a seat for my motorcycle that I just bought. And he's a gun guy. He was saying how they're planning on moving their business to another state. It was a more friendly state, and he was explaining to me about the freedoms of this state and how he can have his 30-round mags, and how great it would be so not to be in California anymore. So I thought that was definitely an awesome thing, because they're going to move the business, and it's a family-owned business that builds these seats, and they're going to go, and he straight out said, he goes, I can't wait until I can have 30-round mags and whatever firearms that I feel is necessary. So I thought that was pretty cool.
And that's the unintended consequence when they make those kind of crazy laws, right? They're going to lose businesses, and then all the customers, well, some customers.
People will run for freedom.
It's interesting. Here in Florida, the news actually picked up on this. Over the past couple of years, there's been a almost 500% increase in businesses that have firearm manufacturing licenses in the state of Florida. We've been adding jobs. We've had companies relocate here. We have new businesses coming online here in Florida, where the sheer number of firearms manufacturing jobs in the state, it helps us wield more political power, and it's putting Floridians to work.
Now, is that a number that's compiled by a government? Is that tasked to a government agency, and they just filter?
It's the firearms manufacturer's license, whatever license is required to manufacture firearms.
Oh, it's just the government's tally of how many people apply or renewed their license.
How many new licenses were issued over the past couple of years?
Okay, I'm just wondering, there must probably be something like NSSF or one of the industry organizations that might go around and pay attention to number of jobs and salaries and the increases in the flow as these states alienate them and other states welcome them. Because I think that might be interesting to legislatures, because they don't care about this just kind of stuff, all this emotional stuff that much. I think they would care about a significant loss of tax revenue.
Yeah, definitely. And we should probably see if we can get somebody from NSSF to come on here one month.
I don't know. It's a good question. I would definitely welcome them. I did send them an invite. I don't know anyone, so I couldn't do it except through the main channels, the contact us page on the website kind of thing, and didn't get any follow up on it. However, I've taken them. I don't agree with a lot of their agendas, and I'm a dick about it. Because I really don't like that if you own it one. I forget what the rest of that little phrase is, but that one really gets under my nerves. And then they came out with another one that really got on my nerves. So, like I say, they're more than welcome, and I'll bite my tongue and shut up and not make it a gotcha.
They can be a bit thuddish.
Mm-hmm. The campaign I'm talking about is if you own it, you're responsible for it. Lock it up. And that drives me nuts to no end, because there's absolutely no precedence that gun owners are irresponsible. There's absolutely no precedent that there's an increase in accidental or unintentional firearms accidents, let alone deaths. So what they should have done is spent all that amount of money and effort in a campaign that said, congratulations, gun owners, for being the safest element in society, for being the safest subset of a dangerous hobby. Can you imagine that there's hundreds of millions of guns out there, and deaths or accidents are dropping at an exponential rate? Congratulations, gun owner, for policing yourselves. Pat yourselves on the back for being excellent. I
find it amazing that we have all these people that that would deride you for victim blaming, who want to lock up gun owners that don't report their gun missing as soon as it goes missing because they might not have noticed it.
Yeah, yeah. As if they, number one, never misplaced anything and went, oh well.
They're victim blaming. The victim of a crime hasn't reported it yet, and a gun gets used to commit a crime, and they want to lock up the person who had his gun stolen.
Well, yeah, that was actually a prime example of something they wanted to do here, where you only had like, I believe it was like 5 days or 3 days or something after your gun was, you had to mandatory report your gun stolen. And there's times literally where I'm on a commercial property and that's where I live, and if I go on a camping trip for 3 or 4 days and the yard gets broken into and my stuff ends up getting stolen, I won't know until I get back. And I go out on these camping trips and I'm gone for like 3 or 4 days and I'm not in call range or anything. So, I mean, you're going to make me a criminal because a criminal did something wrong. Like,
well, even beyond that, even if they didn't go and ransack your whole house, if, say, one of your guns comes up missing and you have multiple guns,
yeah,
I don't go take a firearms inventory of my entire house every other day.
Yeah, I mean, one of your stash guns could have came up missing, and that's what the one he found. Where your other guns, and then you're all of a sudden oh wow, it's been like 2 weeks and I didn't know that was gone.
That might sound irresponsible for someone to hear us say, well, I own dozens and dozens of firearms and I don't do an inventory every day. Oh my gosh, what an irresponsible act, right? Well, how many knives do people own? How many sharp things? How many stairs do they not blockade? I mean, there's so many dangerous things in our everyday life that we don't take an inventory of and tally every evening that it's ridiculous to assume that this one item is somehow, and again, there's no history, there's no increase in crime or increase in accidents to require it. Like, why would they assume that we need to keep? And then again, it's also the lack of awareness. I mean, do they know where every one of their golf clubs or something? Like, I'm trying to think of something that's similar, like maybe golf balls or tennis balls or something.
Well, I'll tell you, I can probably do more damage faster to more people with the chemicals under my sink than I can with the 45 that sits next to my desk.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like if you had, let's look at this honestly. How many chemical plants have chemicals stolen for either making methamphetamines or whatever they do with those particular chemicals, and then it gets reported months later during inventory when they realize, oh, we just lost 3 55-gallon barrels of this. They don't make them. They're not. Oh well, they're not throwing them in jail over it. And they're doing what they're going to do with those chemicals.
But Stag has an AR-15 lower that doesn't have a serial number on it yet. All of a sudden, it's a machine gun, and somebody needs to go to jail.
Yeah.
I thought this was fake. So this is legit that somebody was arrested after drawing a gun at a Black Lives Matter protest?
Okay, I saw the video. I saw the video on this, and he felt threatened because they were kind of like coming up on him. But I mean, it's hard for me to ask him if he felt threatened or not, because you know how if you have a disagreement with them, all of a sudden you're getting mobbed, and he was trying to back out of it, and they started screaming out, you're brandishing a gun. It was like he pointed it down. He never pointed it at anybody, but he felt that they were trying to surround him, and once you're surrounded, what are you going to do then? It's like, I don't know.
And do you have a duty to assume that any group of individuals is a potential mob out to get you? I mean, we're not supposed to be paranoid, so you can't.
If you watch the full video, and actually, I have some knowledge of the person that was actually taking the video.
Okay.
And the guy taking the video was actually telling the mob, "Back down! You're scaring him. because yes, the mob was advancing on him, and the guy was in fear. He didn't handle himself properly. He definitely got himself into that situation. But stupid things were done on both sides.
So is he actually getting arrested? Or was he just taken into custody and then they sorted it out and he went out?
I don't know what the current status of that case is.
Well, I would say still that's just an incident, and fairly minor one considering his, controversial and as much energy is in these what do you call them, gatherings or whatever, protests or riots or whatever you want to call them, mobs. Well, you got that one because I threw out there to the live chats if anybody has topics for us. Otherwise, I've got some that we can dig into. I'll grab this one here. So I'll take, since we've got kind of a break while I'm grabbing my link here. This is the Every Second Matters September 2016 show. It's a long format show. We started about, forget now, 5 hours ago? No. Yeah, something like 4 or 5 hours ago. We'll run for another couple of hours. The idea is to have a long format show so that we're on air for quite a while, and that way, because we're on air quite a while on the second day of the month, and that way people that are around the country or off doing different travel or whatever time zone they might be in or what kind of schedule they might be on, they have a potential to jump in. We pre-record some interviews ahead of time, which I may or may not start to play here during the show today. I guess the worst case scenario is that those pre-recorded interviews never get we never have an opportunity to play them, and then they just exist as auxiliary or accessory videos. But the idea would be to have an open platform so that each of the gun owners' rights groups have an opportunity to get together each month on the second day of the month, very much like the the larger gun rights policy conference that happens once a year. So Sean actually was the guy that encouraged me to take this one up a notch. This was an awareness campaign that we started a while ago, and Sean's in here now, and I grabbed this article from the Atlantic, which I don't know if that's I'm assuming it's a liberal periodical, magazine, whatever, or maybe it's just online, I really don't know. But it's an article that somebody posted on the main page of Gun Channels, just as a interesting story for people to check out. Actually, it was an article written by someone who wrote about this article, but then reading the review of the article, I went to the article, and we're looking at the source article here. And the subject of the article in the Atlantic is it morally acceptable to love machine guns? With the subtitle or whatever this is called, Every Year Hundreds of People Attend the Oklahoma Full Auto Shoot, Cultivating a Love for Assault Weapons in an Era of Mass Violence. So right there in the title gives you some connotation to what's going on here, or some insight going on here.
It looks like they're trying to shame you into enjoying something.
Right, so as though they're all associated. So I felt that this is worthy of dissecting and sinking our teeth into. It's only...
I mean, is it okay to like your car in an era of DUIs?
Seriously. So there's just maybe a couple of dozen paragraphs here. I figure since it's a long format show and we're trying to keep the discussion about Second Amendment issues going, we might just kind of tag into this thing and riff on it a little bit. Again, we've got the live chats going on YouTube and over on Gun Channel, so anybody that'd like to participate in this conversation or suggest an alternative topic, feel free. And we're not pinned on any of these. We can easily drop this thing and pick it up. And I thought this might be a good filler with plenty of good fodder. So it's relatively recent. The machine gun shoot was held last month in July, I think, and it was pretty cool. It's my friend Mike Friend, who I've known for many years now, over a decade, through the, well, way more than that actually, through the AK Collectors Association, the KCA, the Kalashnikov Collectors Association. We used to meet up every year in Phoenix and just geek out on Kalashnikov stuff. So I've known Mike for a while, and he's invited me to the shoot. I just never have the resources to get out there. But it's a shoot. It's a full auto shoot outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma. As I mentioned, Mike is a friend of mine in the Kalashnikov Collectors Association. Mike Friend owns Firing Line, and Mike is, in my mind, the person who did the most work on bringing a milled receiver AK or Kalashnikov milled receiver to the U.S. He did it by taking bits of chopped up receivers and measuring them and getting input from all these collectors that had their specimen pieces, and he did all the work of getting a milled AK receiver made here in the U.S. and that allowed people with the old PLO kits that were Russian that came from the PLO into the country a chance and an opportunity to put their guns together in the most valid replica form, which was just really cool to the geeks, and it was what probably led the way for other companies that have now seen that there is a market for it to, in my mind, replicate it and make their own versions of U.S. guns, which is good because we always want to see innovation. But I just want to make sure Mike Friend gets credit for putting in a lot of time and effort in the beginning of all that. Anyway, in addition to Firing Line, his company where they build AKs and his new gun and the milled receivers, he also does this Oklahoma full auto shoot. I think they call it OFAST, Oklahoma Full Auto Shoot and Trade Show. And it's an outdoor machine gun shoot, kind of an exposition shoot where people come up and observe. And then I'm not sure if I haven't attended it yet, but I think they may have rentals there. But it's definitely an opportunity for enthusiasts, people that own their own NFA items, to come out and enjoy blowing them off at neat targets, because you don't always get to shoot at cars and neat stuff. Shoot them at big targets together with a bunch of other enthusiasts, and then of course a bunch of spectators. So it's a big, pretty cool, fun event. And I guess it's the 16th annual, so they've been doing it for a while. And this reporter from the Atlantic went down there and visited it this year. They let Mike know that they were coming down and they were welcomed. Mike only requested that they come with an open mind, and then this is the guy's report of it. And as you can imagine, it's full of little nuggets of goodness. So I'm assuming no one else has read it, and I don't think you want to hear me read it. So
all right. Well, I do have a quick question. When you say PLO kits, I'm assuming you're not talking about machine gun kits sold by Yasser Arafat.
I don't know. I just know that somehow you can't get Russian stuff because of the import bans, but the PLO owned, or a bunch of guns that were, I guess, from the PLO, maybe they got taken and put somewhere. They were put somewhere long enough that they were no longer Russian anymore, and they were able to be imported, and that's the original group of actual Russian cranks and rifles, like the 1947 rifles and stuff. Some of the original ATs that we have in this country, parts kits at least, were from these, what we called the PLO kits.
Really? Were these like firearm parts that were the Israelis took from the PLO or something?
Potentially. I honestly, it was out of my price range even then. I was building $75 G kits. These were impressive kits even in the day, and I don't know the complete history. That's just the jargon that we always called them. But yeah, I'm assuming it was something like that. Like once the Israelis took possession of them, they were no longer Russian property, and then at a certain amount of time, they could probably be imported. I'm sure that was a loophole that somebody cleared up, or maybe just no other guns have fallen through that particular set of circumstances to allow them to be imported. You know how it is. If a thing lives somewhere long enough, it becomes not the original source for some reason. So that's important too, because when we're talking Second Amendment issues in general, the bullshit-ass import bans from China are you can't even imagine. I know a couple of people that have imported from China firearms and stuff, and there's warlords with massive caves full of cool-ass shit from the olden days. Like, just everything you can imagine, from, like, warehouses of swords to cannons to just, can you imagine being a Chinese warlord and having all the power you want and just having caves to fill? So they've done that.
Let's just make sure that the money for these things doesn't go to the wrong people.
I hear you, but I just want the gates to open so that we can be flooded with all the stuff that these people have accumulated to kill other people with. But anyway, here nor there. This is oh, sorry, the PLO kids. Yeah, so I was going to jump in here. He talks about the kind of stuff they're shooting. Let me get to one of the nuggets here. Okay, you came here to answer a question. Why do people find it fun to attend a festival where they can shoot the country's most powerful civilian weaponry during a time of mass violence? Question mark. In many people's view, gun ownership is integral to America's cultural identity, but guns also cause a significant number of preventable deaths each year. Blah blah blah. So a couple of things there. Blowing off any other reasons to own a gun, right? In many people's view, gun ownership is integral to American cultural identity. To me, that seems like a trite way of saying, well, they got a lot of reasons, but they basically think it's part of our culture. Like, it's just a cultural thing.
Yeah, no, it very much seems that way. It seems like they're trying to dismiss any reasonable. They're just trying to be like, oh, it's just a history. It's like a reenactment clothing or something. It's
exactly
not,
like fly fishing.
Yeah, exactly. It seems like they're trying to just downplay it, like it isn't important enough to to keep. You know what I mean?
I think another way to say it, what we would say it, is gun ownership is integral to the nation's security or the culture, period. So then his next statement just drives me nuts. Guns also cause a significant number of preventable deaths each year. Just kind of a little sentence. It's authoritarian in nature, if that's the right word. Like, oh, I know what I'm talking about, and we can all agree that here's just a basis of starting from a significant number of preventable deaths each year. I mean, we're talking with rifles, which is what he's about to complain about. Well, with machine guns, big zero. But with all rifles, which he's going to compare them to, we're talking less than 400, less than hands and feet. We're talking
he's trying to make it seem like.
What's that?
He's trying to make it seem like there's so many that it's just this rampaging epidemic of preventable deaths that if we just had our common sense that we would understand. And it's like not even realistically, like you were saying, with NFA items, there's hardly any deaths from them.
No,
here's my question. Does anybody think that story was already written before he even went down there? Because it doesn't sound like he was impartial.
It sounds like he was pretty objective. He changed his mind a bit, but he's being a little bit. He's making us sound like a bunch of kindergartners that aren't really.
I'm getting real tired of this whole argument of us boys and our toys, and it's like I'm getting tired of the AR-15 as a Lego set, and it's like it's getting to be just downplayed to the point that it's like if you own a gun, oh, you're just a guy with a little dick that doesn't really understand, anything about anything, and it's like it seems like that's what they're playing off of everything.
Which is completely wrong, because those of us who own guns and carry guns is because we know our fucking history. We know where we came from, and we know why we own such weapons.
Yeah, well, and it doesn't even have to be because you know your history. It could just be because I feel the need to be able to defend myself and my family.
Absolutely.
It could just be because, hey, I enjoy shooting.
Yeah.
I like going out there. Look, Obama likes golf. I like target shooting.
Exactly.
So it starts off with this, like, in an era of mass violence, and then it just describes the situation, and then
right there, just that statement right there, in an era of mass violence, when
no, exactly. And then he follows it up.
Which is utter bullshit, because the crime rates in America are lower than they have ever been.
Exactly. And the only time that they can possibly suggest that there's a higher number than the year before is if they change the parameters and include suicides or include the shooter or include things that were previously counted differently. So they're
justified police shootings and all police shootings and.
Yeah, wasn't there a thing where if like the cops were chasing a gangbanger or something and he was within like 1,000 yards of a school, they tried to say it was a terrorist act or something. I remember it was some ridiculous thing where they threw that into the statistic as a mass shooter potential thing, so they could get a higher number.
So he does clarify that Mike Friend, agreed to let me attend, requesting only that I bring an open mind. We're from a different part of the country, he wrote in an email. We like guns and love to have fun with them. So at least he acknowledged that, you know, Mike was aware that he was going to be there and they weren't going to put on a false front or, you know, anything. He talks about how some of the attendees have visited for years. He describes some of them. Okay, so he goes, and this was another one, and I'm sure he put this word in here, or his editor, I don't know how these things work, but I think this was strategically placed. So he goes, plus, so he describes the type of variety of participants, and in the past how people have come from other countries, and it's their only chance to get hands-on to some of these guns that they've seen in videos and movies. So he says, then, or plus, as I discovered, shooting was a genuine thrill, not unlike the adrenaline rush of driving a car at illegally high speeds.
Okay, first of all, that's lame right there. Illegally high speeds. You could have gone to a drag strip. We have them down the street. We have literally a drag strip about 3 miles down the street from me that you can legally run a car at 100 and something miles an hour. So that's trying to put an insinuation right there.
Well, and we're not opening fire across the freeway. We're at the track. We're at the drag strip. We're
exactly.
at the gun
not
range.
In my backyard. You know, I mean, granted, if it was legal, I would be. But it's like, I'm not. If it's illegal, I'm not going to start shooting outside my window or something. You know, we're at the shooting range. We're at the track. You know what I mean?
And again, there's no when someone says they own a drag car, or they own a fast motorcycle, or they own a Mustang or a Corvette, no one says, "Oh, I can't believe you're admiring the culture of gangsters and getaway drivers and whiskey moonshiners."
Exactly.
It's disgusting.
Exactly. Usually, you get a bunch of high fives, and you get like a classic Mustang or something. You know, like a car show is like, I guess, would be the equivalent of a gun show. You know, the way they're trying to make this, and it's like, you know, you get a bunch of high fives, and you know, it's not this. It's ridiculous. It's not.
So then he brings up the shooter's exhibitors. The shoot's exhibitors were wary of me at first. One man walked away at the mention of an interview. A couple from Minnesota requested I avoid taking pictures of their faces as they could end up in a government database. So low-hanging fruit. Exactly. We all have to be tinfoil hats and afraid of the media, right? We're going to walk away. We can't.
Because one guy walked away.
But realistically, how many people would walk away? Because every time that a lot of the time the media always does such a biased job and makes people afraid of them. I mean, if I knew somebody was going to interview me, like you said, like I think Yeager one time, he had to talk to these or really convince somebody that he was a pro-gun guy, and because they wouldn't grant him an interview, you know, and he had to really push that fact. So it's like I wouldn't want to be interviewed by somebody who's going to be biased and put words in my mouth.
Well, true.
No, and in Yeager's defense, which me saying that's a rarity, he has been bit before.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying Yeager. He was trying to. I remember I saw a video. He was trying to get an interview with somebody else, and the other gentleman said, "No, I think it was the militia thing or it was something." And he said, "No, I don't want to. I don't want to get an interview because, you know, if you're part of the media, because I think Yeager was trying to be part of the media, trying to get the interview, and I don't think the guy knew who he was. So he was like, no, if you're part of the media, I just want to stay away from that because, you know, you guys kind of burn us all the time." And he had to say, "Hey, Lo, this is who I am. This is what I do." And the guy was like, "Oh, okay, I understand now," you know.
So, but he just gets done describing the paragraphs above that I kind of overshot there, that he visited, and he's talking about some of the attendees were retired, others were in their 20s, a number of grandparents or children in tow. And then he's talking about the wide variety of people, but then again, he has to talk about the one guy who walks away. He doesn't talk about all the people who came up and shook his hand and said, "Hey, you look like you're from out of town," right? And he talked about the people that don't want their faces, but come on. You could take a picture of somebody's cake and they might not want their face. Just some people don't like having their face on the internet. That's just
I'm sorry, didn't Yankee bring up in a chat the other day that he was trying to shoot a video of his son shooting a gun, and the guy next to him kept trying to tell him that not to videotape because he didn't want to be in his video, and that was at the range or something, and the guy was just making a real point of being a pain about it. I believe I heard that getting brought up the other day.
But again, I mean, you could be at anything. You could be at a car show again and be filming a Corvette or something, and then have somebody come up and go, "Hey, I don't want that to be on the internet. Get me out of there." It's just a thing that some people don't want to be on the internet. Maybe he wasn't supposed to be there. Maybe they're playing hooky from work. I mean, who hasn't? I'm sick today.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bunch of good reasons for it because, if I do a YouTube video, I try not to, or if I'm trying to do a video, period, I try to leave as many people out of it because they don't want to be in it. They just don't want to. It doesn't mean they're bad or trying to hide anything. It's just sometimes they just don't want it.
Right. So I just thought it was.
Well, not to mention, it's not unusual for someone to say, "I don't want a random person sitting there filming my child."
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Well, this was Yankee filming his own kid, and some other guy didn't want to be in it.
Yeah, and I was making to try and be in it. I don't know. It was.
This isn't the best way to critique this because he does follow up with there was a palatable sense of fear interacting with the quote-unquote media, capable of twisting gun enthusiast words and aligning their character. It was only when I explained that it was also shooting that people became more comfortable, which pretty much is our experience, right? Let's see. He talks about how this this is another one I thought was interesting because he focuses on this. He was talking to this dealer, an FFL holder, which a lot of times when you're dealing with NFA items, you're talking about people that are in the business, so of course he's going to hold a license. And he says, so blah, 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 let's see. He talks about interviewing the guy now, so I got into machine guns because it's the kind of hobby that also makes money. And he uses this quote somewhere right here. So if you're just skimming the article like a lot of people will do, you're going to read this phrase and go, he's a
gun lord of the wars kind of guy.
So then, whatever you're going to read off of that little headline, that's because these weapons are now considerably rare. The Firearms Owners Protection Act of 1986 banned the sale of newly manufactured to civilians. Guns produced before that ban are individually monitored by the BATF and also command premium prices. He goes on to explain some of those. So I thought that part was actually a pretty good synopsis of it. But unfortunately, he takes the one quote that I think obviously can have more than one perception of it, isolated like that.
Well, yeah.
And he starts out the article with, is it morally acceptable to love machine guns? And then the only big highlighted thing is, I got into machine guns because it also makes me money. So now, of course, we're profiting on the poor bastards who are...
all those innocent people that die from machine guns every year. We're just in it to make some money. That's essentially what he's doing.
So that was another one of the things that irked me there. Let's see. As it turns out, the link between automatic weapons and gun-related deaths is not a strong one. So he does do a pretty good job. And I don't know if he, like I said, I hesitate to say he came into this with. I'm sure he had an agenda.
Yeah, but then he goes but because of gun control.
He does. In 1934, the NFA prohibited citizens from possessing. He basically explains it. Since then, it's become so rare. The crime with those guns has become so rare that it's only sporadically recorded. In fact, he should have said it's only happened the one time. Let's see. It says that this is another interesting part that I give him credit for including. A 2009 California report found that only 2% of the guns surveyed in crimes were machine guns, and of incarcerated inmates surveyed, only 2% used a fully automatic in their crime. And then he backs it up with the FBI's that they don't even have a category for full auto because it's not an issue. So
I'm really surprised that it's as high as 2%.
I don't agree with this 2% either because it's bullshit. It's less than 2%. Is 0.000.1, which it is. But he needed to use a number, so at least I give him credit.
Also talking about anything that has anything to do with the NFA. It doesn't necessarily need to be a machine gun. It could be like just a short AK or something,
Be kind of like saying less than 40%. Well, how much less?
Yeah.
39.999.
So next he'll go to this again, which, where it's always going to be the bane of us. Moreover, the approximately 30,000 total gun deaths, 2/3 are suicide, so at least he gives us that. He acknowledges that. 1/3 are homicides. According to the FBI, mass shootings conservatively account for approximately 100 to 200. In 2012, only 322 people were killed with a rifle of any kind. So again, we got to give him credit for doing
That's pretty good right there. He says he even breaks it down like, look, surprisingly, this isn't even anything, you know. So that's actually pretty good.
So he goes, while easy access to guns is related to gun deaths in the aggregate, fully automatic weapons is not. So then of course, he can't leave it there. So I don't mind having, and then he goes back to a quote from somebody he interviewed there. I don't mind having to jump through some regulatory hoops to get a gun, as long as I can still get it, said this guy from Oklahoma Creek Firearms.
Now, see, the antis will use this as one of the responsible gun owners that doesn't mind the additional gun control that we all think is common. That is just common sense. This gun supporter supports these common sense gun controls. That's really how they phrase a statement like that.
Yep.
Yeah, they're trying to gather, you know, support from even us gun owners. Think this is a good idea, and it's like.
Okay, so he goes further. He felt the gun rights activists' fear of government gun confiscation is absurd, he says, and often disagrees with the National Rifle Association's uncompromising stance on basic gun regulation. But, he said, you also have to understand they're the only organization advocating for gun owners' rights. I'm fucking dropping the mic, because what the hell? So,
okay. Sure, why not?
Yeah, so obviously we're talking to somebody right now who's involved in it at the federal or at the state level. We're talking to Jeff, who's at the national level, and that's just the tip of the freaking iceberg. The fact that this ignoramus, who's willing to throw all gun owners over the bus, as long as he can still get it, just really freaking blew it for everybody there, because now that writer is going to go around saying, well, I know a gun guy who thinks the NRA, the only organization out there, has an uncompromising stance. What the hell? What do they have an uncompromising stance on except to make sure they get more life members?
Well, Oil Creek Firearms will not be getting any of my business.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, it seems to me that, you know, uncompromising, that's what we were talking about earlier. There's a lot of compromise there, and it's not even compromise, it's just taking, you know. So I don't understand where they're getting uncompromised.
No. Well, it's again, he's just quoting this guy, which is gold for him, for the writer. Yeah. So he says, as Herbert saw it, policy questions about the recreational sale and ownership of guns are not really questions about guns at all. Rather, they're about a set of related issues that the government seems incapable of confronting. Mental health infrastructure, for example, or persistent poverty. I don't know where we get off with this whole concept that poor people are violent. Pretty sure we had all kinds of poor people in this country, and there's been all kinds of poor people in the world. There's violence, for sure, but I don't think, if that was the case, poor people wouldn't exist, right? There'd be like the last poor person standing. I just don't get that equation. Super classist in my mind. But the mental health infrastructure, we talked about that a little bit before with Jeff. So this guy is, of course, willing to throw gun owners under the bus, because we know from his previous statement. So now he's saying that the real issue is mental health. So you know this guy, when a bill comes up that says, why don't we just click the mental health database in with the 4473 database and make this all a lot more common sense. You know, this guy's going to fall down, run into the door to vote for that one. So he goes, and this is the part you're all going to love. Okay. He expressed dismay over the country's general political climate and the ability of this year's presidential choices to change it. And I quote, "Much as I hate to, I might just have to vote for Hillary," he said. "Regardless of the outcome in November," he said, "he will feel that the U.S. is headed in a troubling direction, with no one offering satisfying answers to the massive social and economic problems that have exacerbated the gun debate."
What?
So, at least he says this at the end, so that you know that he's got no credibility.
So the person he most quoted was the biggest weirdo he could find.
Exactly. Hillary supporting throw gun under the buses, and he described all kinds of people there, all kinds of people. But yeah, this is the one that gets paragraphs and paragraphs of attention.
Yeah, I can't understand that, because it's like, you know, whoever that one guy was, he's obviously like a minority. You know,
Well,
he's not.
It's Brian Hebert of this Firearms place. So again, I think because he's got a name he can attribute it to, you know, he can say that this is a firearms rights guy and this is his position. He must represent others. At least that's, I guess, the impression. They had all these people to choose from, and let's check this random sampling of the guy.
Well, it's like, you know, look, even for the SpaceX rocket explosion, the news here went out and found the biggest redneck they could to say, well, I was watching a rocket here from the campground and it just, boom, it blew up.
Yep.
They go out and find the biggest idiot they can, and that's the person that gets the airtime. No difference here.
Go ahead, G.
I just said, and then that's our representative.
Yeah, and that sucks because, well, it's like, example, look at how many YouTube videos of a situation happening and a news reporter, they don't pick the articulate, you know, young man or young woman speaking. They pick the hillbilly or the, yeah, my trailer done got taken, you know, by the twister. It's like, you know, they're I don't know.
What was the comedian that said that was kind of lampooning that fact and saying, it said, well, after the chicken coop flew over the house, I thought, well, we could be killed or even worse.
Yeah, I forget. Maybe it was Jeff Foxworthy.
I think it might have been, but and there's a lot of truth to it.
All right, I'll keep going. He says the flagship event was called the Kill the Car. 2 old minivans painted bright yellow adorned with ISIS taxi. Of course, it's got to make it look like we're anti-ISIS because we're a bunch of veterans. We're filled with explosives and rolled down a hill. And
yes, we're anti-ISIS.
Yeah, anti-people that shot it. So in a hail of gunfire, they detonated. It was a gesture that might have seemed insensitive to some visitors, but OFAS was radically inclusive in its own way.
We're supposed to be. We're supposed to be sensitive to ISIS.
Yeah.
Is that what this just said?
We're concerned about ISIS's feelings.
It might have seemed insensitive to some visitors, and to imply visitors, like people are going to go to a machine gun event and be like, "Oh, I didn't know they were going to have such opinions on ISIS."
Yeah. What the? You know, I'm just here, you know, supporting, you know, machine guns, but I didn't know ISIS was... No, come on. That's, first of all, that's just made up. That's just made up. He pulled that out of his butt completely.
That is the most ridiculous fucking thing I've heard all week.
I'm sorry.
So then we get to his interview with the guys from Black Rain Ordnance. They sat down with him during a ceasefire, and he says Black Rain has made news for creating an AR variant that was 100% compliant with the New York SAFE Act, which outlaws certain assault-style rifles. And Black Rain's response was clearly meant as a statement. We'll play your game just to show you how misguided it is. So
that's accurate.
Yeah. Guns are a way of life out here. I went to gun shows with my dad. When I was 5, I bring my daughter hunting. I thought that was good because it shows that this guy is in the community and he's bringing his daughter out. Hopefully that's not going to trigger anything for him. In Harville's view, the guy from Black Rain, the guns had been demonized by overzealous politicians and a media prone to sensationalism. He pointed to the much higher rate of gun suicide versus gun homicide as evidence that many vocal anti-gun liberals do not understand the underlying dynamics and risk factors associated with guns. In the wake of high-profile mass shootings, politicians tend to focus on the feel-good measures like limiting assault weapons magazine capacity, missing the bigger picture while painting all law-abiding gun enthusiasts as villains. So, I mean, thank you to this guy for, man, could there be a more concise, nice way of saying all that? I think that was pretty good.
Although we have to buy an overly expensive barrel from Black Rain.
Although research does show a link between gun rates of ownership and gun deaths, his point seems to be one of civility rather than statistics. Supporting the gun rights does not make people supporters of mass murder, but gun owners are sometimes portrayed that way, he argued, pointing to the example of Casey Couric's documentary. So that's cool. The peaks in demand we see after a mass shooting are a horrible way to run a business, he said. They're impossible to predict. They make inventory control impossible, but the media acts like we want these things to happen, as though I want people to get killed. And although maybe he did extrapolate on that or continue on that, this excerpt alone, to a rational person who can understand business, must understand, once they hear this from a gun industry person, that there is no way to capitalize on a random tragedy. There's just no way to be prepared for an unexpected or unpredictable surge in your product. So hopefully that gives them a little insight to this idea, this concept that the gun lobby is profiting on these acts. So I don't know if they did a good job, but at least I'll give the author some credit for that.
I mean,
There was a thing a little while ago to where they were saying the gun industry was marketing to children because they were showing children in the shooting sports using their guns in their advertisements.
Well, do you think they're going to go the way of the tobacco and vaping products, where they're like, oh, they're trying to say, oh, look, the kids have active guns and all that stuff.
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it like a tobacco product, like the Surgeon General is going to be warning us of this disease of guns soon.
Right. There probably aren't too many younger than me, but I remember my 5th grade trip to the local police station, and then they took us all to the range and let us all shoot, and it was no big deal. I had a rifle range at my high school. We could bring our own guns, check them in before school, and check them out after school if we wanted to traverse the campus with them. But we could shoot during school at our school indoor shooting range.
Now, Sean, was that ROTC?
The ROTC ran the range, but any student could use it.
I gotcha. Yeah, there's actually.
And of course, I was in ROTC, and I was on the rifle team too. But
I think there is still a high school around somewhere that still has that thing going on.
But yeah, I brought my SIG 228. In fact, my SIG stayed at school most of the year because I didn't want to check it in and out all the time. But I would shoot every day after school.
Well, yeah, it's like I think back when I was in high school, or no, I wasn't in high school. I was in junior high. But I was dating a girl that was in ROTC in high school, and she came to our school and did a drill demonstration with her, I believe it was a Grand, an M1 Grand. I believe that's what they used, right?
Yeah, but those were all demilled.
Yeah, they were demilled. I mean,
they still have those. God, I hope.
Usually they use the Springfield. It's a little lighter and longer, so you can use it a little easier for parade.
You've got. Yeah, when I was in junior ROTC in high school, we had the 1903s for the basically the show drill rifles, but for the precision drill and for the color guards, we used the M1s.
Were they parade rifles or real guns?
No, they were real guns. They just had the firing pins removed and had been basically welded across the bolt. I think the barrels were plugged too.
The parade ones I'm thinking of weren't really guns. They were more like, they looked like guns from 6 feet away, but they were light. They didn't weigh nothing.
Oh no, I remember teaching the freshmen, okay, if you're going to handle this thing, keep your fingers out of here, here, and here, and I'd take a pencil and let the bolt slam home and break the pencil and say if that was your finger, you'd break it or lose it.
All that for to do inspection and that kind of thing. Okay, so let's jump back to it. So we're getting toward the end here, and he kind of comes back on a good note and then goes horribly wrong. So he's still talking to that Jason guy. He says that it seems to be, let's see, where was I at? Okay, so he talks about, I'm going to dig into this. He talks about the event, and he's been talking to the guy who's that there's not a fair fight when we talk to the media. So he seems to be offering more than just an endorsement for the hobby. The debate over guns in America isn't wholly a matter of issues in politics. It's also the product of different ways of life drifting into conflict. At this moment in the field of Oklahoma, guns are as commonplace as cars, a matter of education for children, weekend recreation for adults, and economic survival for the exhibitors. So laws are observed and safety procedures meticulously followed. The larger implication of his comment seemed to be that one can't begin to discuss guns until one understands them firsthand, not just their responsible use, but their fundamental integration into American lives and livelihoods. It says this was clear at an unquestionably fun, a safe, accessible forum for people to try guns they may have never otherwise been able to use. Everywhere families were hanging out, older men talked shop, parents bonded with their children, couples sat in matching camp chairs. Paints an excellent picture of it, right? You're like, okay, great, this guy has probably been swayed over. He's an actual open-minded individual. And then this paragraph happens. So at the same time, it's impossible to ignore the unintended consequences of American gun culture, which he isn't talking about all the unintended consequences, just the negative ones that he perceives. So I'll keep going. Gun homicide rates in the U.S. are among the highest in the developed world. You can take that apart. The anti-suicide activists point out that guns increase suicide, the success rates of suicide attempts. We can take that apart. Simple proliferation of guns has made toddlers into shooters. We can take that apart. This is without even mentioning the threat to women involved in domestic disputes or the disappropriate impact of handguns on African American communities.
Because only men own guns, and
no women
are our community to kill African Americans.
Yeah, no women have ever been saved from a domestic abuser by guns. Just that domestic abuser, after he shoots his wife, shoots an African American, I guess. Just horrible.
Not to mention the car analogy. There are more guns in America than cars in America.
This whole thing could just be torn to shreds.
Yeah, this is the worst paragraph, and he just takes away any credibility he had by just going right back to the old boilerplate.
Who's the article by?
I'll scroll up again. Oh, Charles jumped in. We're ripping apart an article from the Atlantic. I'm not even all the way in, so I'm going to go back.
But who's the author?
Yeah, I'm jumping up to the top again.
You're online. You're not reading it on a piece of paper.
No, it's John B. Fisher, and it was from the 28th of August.
Oh, all right.
So the title of the piece is it morally acceptable to love machine guns? Every year, hundreds of people attend the Oklahoma machine gun shoot, cultivating a love for assault weapons in an era of mass violence. So we've been taking it apart paragraph by paragraph here.
You can take the era of mass violence apart, too.
Yeah, exactly. And then, of course, if you notice here as I'm scrolling down, the only thing in bold is this quote from a guy, an FFL SOT, who says, I got into the machine guns because it's the kind of it's the kind of hobby that also makes money. So now you're associating, to anybody skimming this article, the moral acceptability of machine guns and the profit involved, by the capital.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a give you a drink of water and then waterboard you kind of article. It's almost where you think the guy has experienced something and opened his eyes, but then he goes back to his. So yeah, I don't know. We can stop anytime. This is a long format show, so I'm going to take a moment since I noticed Charles jumped in. Let's see, who's Bob? Oh, that's Baker Bob. So we got Bob jumping in from Canada. Thanks for joining us. I think he's back. Then we got Charles jumping in. He's also in Tucson with me. Charles is from Arizona Citizens Defense League and the Jews for Preservation of Firearms Ownership, the JPFO. Thanks for jumping in.
Thank you.
We got Moon jumping in from Pennsylvania.
Hello.
Night Prowler's over in California.
I'm sorry.
He's moving out of state, and he's just kind of tidying up things there. I got to meet up with him when I was in LA a couple weeks ago.
I think GRPC is going to be in LA next year.
Oh, right on. Drivable distance. That sounds good.
And
had the camera outside. Motorcycle. Go ahead, Charles.
And I think I'm going to hop up to Oregon and visit that submarine I've been meaning to see for the last 10 years.
Hey, since you brought up submarines, let me ask you a question that I haven't seen you in person to ask. So we're kind of narrowcasting here for a minute.
Okay.
There was a Soviet sub next to the Queen Mary or something in.
Right.
Did you see that one? Or was that not on your list?
No, I've seen that one and the one that's identical to it. It's a Foxtrot. Okay. It's a large diesel-electric 3-engine submarine. It's identical to the one that's in San Diego.
Right on.
The
I
one
know that you're on a mission to, or a quest, I guess,
to see them all.
all of
After that, there's only 2 left I haven't seen out of the 28 on display.
Right on.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry if we're boring everybody else on this conversation.
Oh,
I
no worries.
apologize.
I just noticed that I had seen
Oh,
something.
no, I love submarines. I saw one.
Casting was taken off from display, and I wanted to ask you if you had a chance to see it before they sold it or whatever they did.
Oh, are they going to sell it?
I'm just assuming because it's not on display anymore that maybe they sold it to be displayed someplace else.
I didn't know it wasn't on display anymore.
Yeah, I just discovered that. I was in San Diego, so I was looking for things to do, and I was like, "Oh, that'd be interesting." But
Oh, it's the one in San Diego or the one in L.A. by the Queen Mary?
Yeah, because the Queen Mary is docked in the Long Beach.
I'm thinking the Queen Mary because there was pictures I saw of it. It was next to a big white boat that was way bigger than it. And
Well,
yeah, that's the one by the Queen Mary.
that one, I guess.
Oh, wait a minute.
And
Wait a
white.
minute. I'm sorry, what?
The Queen Mary's red and black and white. It's not. It's mostly red and black.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
not.
the one that's the big white boat, if it looked like a sternwheeler, that's the one in San Diego. That's the B-27. That's the it's a Foxtrot made in the 80s or maybe in the 70s, but probably in the 80s.
Okay, so sorry that I didn't know which one, but that's the one I saw pictures of, and I guess that one's no longer in display. The one in San Diego.
I know they were talking about getting rid of it. No
Okay.
loss. I mean, except that. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to introduce Sean from Florida Carry. He's in here as well from Florida, obviously.
Good.
And he might have stepped away. And then we've got Tuhati from Washington. And like I said, I'm from Arizona. So, well, now we've got Charles in here. I was just we were kind of between topics, and this is an article that I saw somewhere, and I read it. There was a couple little points in here that just were like nails on a chalkboard. I've been waiting to dissect it, so we were kind of digging into that. But we're towards the end here, and it's just going to be an effort and futility, I think. So we can jump on.
Hey, Charles. Sorry, I did step away for a while. Guys, you know how I'm talking all the time about there being groups out there that will help you with forming state organizations, and if you really don't have an organization that's doing things like we are. Charles is one of the people that was instrumental in helping us form Florida Carry.
Oh, well, thank you. You're welcome, and I don't know that I did that much, but you took our bylaws, I take it.
We did. We morphed them into what we needed, and the thing about helping people is you don't always realize how much help you gave them until they come back and tell you. And you gave me more help than just your bylaws, whether you realize it or not.
I don't. I know we talked at GRPC in Florida, and several other places, but I don't. I don't keep track of who I don't keep a log of who we've done well for this one, so they owe us something. I figure, the only thing you owe is pass it on to the next guy.
I think we've done that in spades, and it is truly a Second Amendment community of us and our sister organizations like ACDL and BCDL and Georgia Carry and all the other organizations. We really do refer to each other as our sister organizations in other states. Because we're really a very mutually supportive group.
Yep.
Hey, can I get a break real quick? I just want to say, hey, thanks, G, for letting me come in. I really appreciate it, but I'm super hungry and I need to go out and get some food, so that's why I pulled out the bike. Appreciate you guys, everything you guys, the radio, the guy who's always on the radio, and sorry, I don't exactly remember, and Sean from Florida Carry. I appreciate everything you guys have done for us, and you've done a lot, just for, way more than I ever could, or anybody else for that matter, and you've done so much, so I really appreciate the effort.
Well, thanks for jumping in, and we'll have to have a bike talk soon, because I'm thinking I can't have a cool 1980s band without a motorcycle to pop out the back like Captain America did.
Well, it's kind of lame, and I'm sorry, I'm trying not to get off topic here, but I was thinking it would be really cool if I could roll out to Arizona one day and go out there and go shooting with you the way you came out here and went shooting with Heavy and everybody.
Yeah, feel free. I don't have any room for you, but you can stay in a van, or we can find a cheap hotel, because there's plenty of them in town.
Hey, if you let me set up a tent in your yard, I could do that.
Well, Charles has seen my place. You don't want to necessarily stay at my place, but you're more than welcome to shoot.
I got a spare room in my house. You're more than welcome.
There we go.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Charles.
Not a problem.
All right.
A nice wide. We even got a gravel part of the driveway, so if your bike leaks, you can just park it there, and I don't care.
Oh, well, that's good.
But a new one, it shouldn't be.
Hopefully it doesn't leak for a while, because, I literally picked it up yesterday, so.
Oh, what is it? A Harley?
No. Oh, you guys
then, what kind of bike is it?
It's a KTM 690 Enduro R.
Oh, then it's a BMW.
Bike. It's a street-lifted bike, basically.
A BMW you can afford to park on the concrete.
So we talked briefly about the Gun Rights Policy Conference. Charles, I think you've probably been attending them longer than anybody else in the room right now. So we have coming up here in a couple of weeks. I guess first off, I'm going to ask you, are you driving or flying out?
I am unfortunately flying.
Okay, and then
it just doesn't make economic sense to drive. It costs me $800 to drive, and that's if I stay in the car and sleep in the car. Whereas it costs $431 to fly, and the amount of time it just doesn't make sense to fly. Just put up with the total sexual assault there, TSA.
So thanks for that, and I was just kind of curious if we can liaison or something to get over there. So I'm thinking I'm probably end up flying too, but like
good.
I say, ending up I don't know how many you've attended now, but it is in a different state each year, and I'm in touch on some of the adventures of attending it. So, and you're also the one that records the audio, and you provide that free of charge, correct?
Yeah.
For people at the event.
Yep.
And then you offer CD after.
Well, no, I just tell people if they want to. Oh, you know what? I should tell Gottlieb to send an announcement to everybody to bring a thumb drive.
Right, and then I should say, in the past you've offered CDs when that was the appropriate medium. But now, like you said, more people came up with thumb drives. In fact, I don't know, maybe have you thought about bringing one of the big octopus things so you get a whole bunch of drives in there at one time? But
is there a gadget that you can put something on multiple thumb drives at once?
I'm thinking there might be. So we could probably put that out there for tech people that might be listening to now or in the future. If you know something of how Charles can distribute audio files to multiple thumb drives at once, and maybe even provide a piece of equipment, that'd be great. Or like link to a piece of equipment that works for you.
Just a USB hub, and you just drag it to each one.
That's what I was thinking, but there might be something that broadcasts it even quicker. But in any case, can you give us some idea of what it's like trekking to the Gun Rights Policy Conference year after year?
Refine the question. I'm not clear what you're asking me.
I guess because I know you've gone to places like San Francisco and Chicago, and a lot of times you'll drive, and I'm assuming you've had some adventures over the years. Just maybe kind of.
Nothing I could admit to. I mean, no. I mean, some of the adventures I've had didn't have anything to do with the GRPC. Is like going to the submarines, because I use them I use these trips to GRPC as an excuse to take tax deductible trips to go see naval history museums. That's what I do.
That's some excellent insight, and I'm always trying to encourage people, if you think this is something that's cool, and I know that's kind of last minute at this point, but I've been trying to let people know about it throughout the year. If this is something that you think might be interesting on your radar, I think Charles said it'll be in LA potentially next year.
Yeah, it's going to be
quite the family attraction, but I'm thinking in Tampa, if you would have had the ability to do it, you could have brought the family down and let them do the tourist thing, or maybe just feed alligators or whatever, and then duck around to the conference a bit, or maybe bring the wife to the conference and let the kids stay with the grandparents. Or I guess I want to encourage people to think of it as an opportunity that they can bring the whole family to.
Could always go to Disney and feed the family the alligators.
There you go.
Apparently that's what I thought G was saying when he said go feed the alligators.
But how many conferences have you been to now?
I think I started going to them in 2000, so 16. I became the scribe of record in 2004, I think, after Wayne LaPierre addressed the crowd and screamed at the microphone, just blew everybody's eardrums out. And the main reason I decided to be the scribe is I just wanted to have the level control in my hand so I could shut Wayne off because he didn't need a friggin' microphone. By the way, he hasn't been back since. So,
of course, every time I step up to the microphone, Charles is trying to shove it down my throat because I try and talk to the microphone instead of projecting, which I normally project. But when you put a microphone in front of my face, I talk to the microphone.
No, that's fine. That's what you're supposed to do.
Now, without getting too gossipy or whatever, what happened with LaPierre and
Nothing.
the president?
Nothing. It's just that GRPC, the people who go to GRPC are the ones that would have a tendency to look at the NRA and go, why do we need softies? These are the people that are the hardcore gun lobby, and they're the, that look at the NRA as snatching defeat from the jaws of victory.
So it's not so they're not welcome. It's just that they didn't see any advantage. They're not preaching to a choir there.
You mean the NRA?
The NRA.
Well, the NRA is not going to pick up a whole lot of donations at GRPC, so I don't know that they're very motivated to go. And also, there's nothing they're going to tell us very much that we're going to know, that we're not going to already know. And furthermore, it's not like you're going to motivate the troops there, because you do stuff that sometimes isn't, we have a tendency to be more purist. You got to remember, not Neal. Oh God, I'm sorry to his memory. Jeff Knox and Chris Knox, the sons of Neal Knox, are the guys that go there. And Neal's the guy that started the revolution within the NRA that turned it into a gun. It tried to turn it into a gun rights organization and largely succeeded. But there was moderates who didn't want to go too far. People like Harlan Carter and others like that, who don't want the NRA to be a full-throated RKBA organization. The NRA only in the last couple of years started standing up for machine gun owners. The NRA didn't fight the 1986 Hughes Amendment. They compromised on the Hughes Amendment to the McClure-Volkmer Firearm Owners Protection Act that supposedly protected people traveling across the country from a place where it's legal to a place where it's legal to drive through a jurisdiction like New York City with a cased firearm and not get in trouble. They've never enforced that, and they gave up machine guns to do it. And the NRA just kind of turned a blind eye to that. They saw it coming and said, well, there's not that many machine gunners that are NRA members. So we got to, go where our membership goes.
Yeah.
Well,
now to hear the NRA tell it, they'll say that we traded machine guns for handguns because they wanted to ban those too.
Well, F that. I mean, you're either a gun rights organization or you're not. If they'd have tried that crap in Arizona, we'd have turned them inside out. And they did try. They objected. NRA objected to constitutional carry. I don't know how many of you know this, but the NRA in Arizona objected to the idea of constitutional carry. They wanted it still to be mandatory. You had to have a permit. And the reason is because of the training mafia. All the instructors are NRA certified instructors, and they were worried that if the permit was mandatory, nobody would bother with it anymore, and they'd lose their business. Well, goof on that noise, and you make money more important than freedom, you're going to lose them both. And the local people, the NRA people in Arizona weren't like that. We were able to talk sense very quickly. In fact, Todd Rathner agreed, and so did Sandy Froman agreed, and they are the ones that talked the NRA down off the ledge about objecting to it. And finally, we were 95% of the way there, and the NRA gave a little push at the end and agreed with us, and that's what got us over the line. But
and you're justified in your position now that we've had July of 2010 that we got constitutional carry back, and since then there's been, if nothing, an increase in.
There's 100,000 more people. There's 30% more people now with permits. There were 100. Well, I don't know if it's 30%. There were 160. There about 15%. So 162,000 people. 63,000 people that had it at the time that it passed. We lost about 1,000 that didn't renew. And then ever since about 9 months after, a year after, the amount of CCW permits has been increasing, and now there's 263,000. So there's about almost exactly 100,000 people more with them now than previous. Now,
so they're increasing in a state where they're not even required.
Right. Well, we knew that was going to happen. We couldn't prove it, but we knew it. Because a simple economic model tells you basic, Econ 102 or 104 or maybe 201 teaches you that you will get more out of incentive than you will out of penalty. And so what we did was we took away the penalty and instead we gave an incentive. The incentive was, what happened was you had a whole bunch more stakeholders that now had a gun in their pocket. And they said, holy crap, this thing's heavy, and I might hurt somebody, or I might get hurt. And then they ran off and got the training, and the best training that for discreet carry, let's ban the word concealed, let's call it discreet. The best training for discreet carry in the world is a CCW class because it handles the practical aspects of carrying for the people who aren't really well initiated, like the guys that would be on this call. And then it also handles the legal aspect of it, which if people don't know, they have no idea how it works, and they don't realize that the prosecutor is more of a problem than the criminal.
Which, of course, after constitutional carry passed, all of your trainers went out of business, right?
Well, the stupid ones did. The ones that knew how. The ones that knew.
Okay, sorry. Your professional trainers.
Yeah, the professional trainers got more business. My business has done nothing but increase. It did fall into a lull in 2010 and the beginning of 2011, but it started to pick up. Also, it sounds like I'm profiting off of doom, but some of the mass casualty shootings and the political stuff has also fueled a tremendous amount of interest. You would think that people who don't trust the government wouldn't go to it for a permit, but the truth is they're looking at the state permit, a state-issued permit, as a bulwark against federal incursion into the right to keep and bear arms.
Let me take a moment to let people know that Charles isn't speaking from inexperience. You've been an Arizona certified CCW instructor for how many years now?
22.
22 years. So you've definitely seen you've literally had a decade or more before there was any of this change to constitutional carry, and you've got the literal expert perspective on it, or the insight perspective from the industry as the 6 years have elapsed. And like you say, I think when you describe it as people have the ability to carry the gun, so they exercise that right, then they discover that they are looking for more information on it, and they seek you out.
Well, when you don't have a gun and you're thinking you might like one, it's kind of academic. But when you have a gun in your pocket and you realize that you don't know what the fun you're doing having it there, except that it's legal, it causes a certain constriction of the the sphincter muscle to know that if something goes wrong, you're going to be up the creek without the paddle. And so that creates a motivation. That creates an incentive to go get some training, or at least go try and find out what the rules are on the use of force.
So definitely I have to come talk to you when I'm back down in Arizona, Charles.
Where are you now?
Canada.
Wow.
So Bob's a Canadian, so maybe we can narrowcast again and get your expertise or your knowledge with the Arizona firearms laws. I don't know if we've asked you this before, but Bob's a Canadian. He came down last year for like his 6-month tour, and didn't bring any firearms with him, but he did get his Arizona hunting license. And it was explained to him that if he got his green card, he could come down next year, bring his firearms with him. With his Arizona hunting license, he has a reason to bring his firearms to Arizona, so he could cross the border and bring them down. Once he's in Arizona, if he were to, so let Bob ask, but I think we were wondering if there's any way that he can carry, and if there's any way that
he can. Not only can he carry, he can buy in Arizona if he's got a green card.
Okay. And then assuming that it's something he can bring home, do you think he'd be able to bring it back to Canada?
And probably, it very much depends on what it is, but I'm going to guess probably most things he would want to buy here are probably not welcome in Canada.
Yeah, anything.
I might have to say at the vacation costs.
Yeah, anything with a short barrel, I'll just have to leave down there. I intend to spend, winters down there. I retired last year. That's why I've been going down there.
But you're a Canadian citizen?
Yeah.
Are you considering immigration into Arizona?
I actually am.
Well, based on the fact you're on this forum, we need more like you.
Yeah.
So, would Bob be able to carry concealed under the constitutional carry as a Canadian?
Yeah, as long as he's legally able to possess the gun, which with a green card he can. He doesn't even need the hunting. Well, yeah, he probably does. Federally, he needs the hunting license. So as long as he could legally possess the gun, he can legally carry it any way he wishes in Arizona.
Pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, that's all neat. Yeah, because
and actually, this is one of the things that SAF is sued over is
it is
resident aliens being able to have firearms.
Actually, no, they sued over purchasing, not just having.
But if you can purchase, you can possess.
Right. Yeah. But what I'm saying is a person could legally purchase, a resident alien could legally, as long as he didn't send someone in to straw buy for him. So let's say Bob came down from Canada and he wanted to buy a gun. If he's an Arizona resident, if he has an Arizona residence, he can legally buy a gun from a private party. And if he has a green card, he can legally buy from a dealer.
Oh, okay. That works.
Yeah.
Sounds like you need to apply for that green card, Bob.
Yeah, it's pretty much all I got to do. Well, I mean, the thing is, I can bring them down. I mean, that's I already know I can do that. I've talked to the ATF, and they've said yeah, and how much ammo. It's you're going to take training or you're going to do hunting. They allow you to bring, your guns down, and I'm only going to bring some of them, but
bring us your tired, your poor, your huddled Bobs.
Yeah. You're tired. You're poor. You're huddled Colts and Smith and Wessons. Hey, what if I may ask? What kind of gun would you bring?
Well, I want to bring my high power and then probably my single actions. Just 'cause I like
wow. You can. They'll let you take. You can store your high power at home. You don't have to leave it at a club.
Oh yeah, no, I can store it. I keep it at home, and yeah, it's just you got to keep it locked in a safe with a trigger lock on it. Hey, that's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
And,
so,
and yet you can own a short-barreled shotgun, and that's just considered a shotgun with a 12-inch barrel.
Right. Now, does the ammunition also have to be the next town, or?
No, it can just be. It has to be stored safely. Which if you don't have kids, that could be in a drawer, or if you got kids, keep it locked up, kind of thing.
But you can buy all the 9mm you want, but can you bring it back into Canada?
Oh, yeah, but I can get tons of 9mm here. They deliver. It's the same. Our handguns get delivered to our door when we buy them.
Yeah, they have to be nationally registered to own the firearms.
Right. Yeah. That's part of C68 in Canada.
Yeah. So I mean, if we own a handgun, that's the only guns we have to register as handguns.
Right. Well, they used to have the rifle. They used to have the rifles, but they ended that.
Yeah. Although with our new government, I'm sure that's coming back. So that's another reason.
Well, it's important to recognize that a country removed a firearm restriction, so it's possible even.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, and that was hard, and it took us a while, but we did because it cost us $1 billion for 10 years, and it's never been shown to save a single life. So
right. In fact, I point to it for the people. There's a guy here in Tucson who's a retired lawyer from the Army named Aram Chorbanian, and he makes these passionate speeches about registering all guns in the United States that would somehow solve crime. And I point to C68 in Canada and said, it's never solved the crime.
Yep, not one. I mean, that's.
Do you think he's open to some sort of a conversation?
No, he's emotionally incapable of listening to truth.
Okay.
He's a lawyer.
I'm going to take a break here, so we're hitting the top of the hour, and this is a long format show, so I'm trying to take a cue from radio shows like Charles, which I guess you're probably obligated to do some radio station ID, but it's probably a good idea to break occasionally to let people who might be joining us live know what we're doing and acknowledge the people that are here. First off, the people that are watching live, we do appreciate you tuning in. Please share the live event here on the YouTube or Facebook or wherever you happen to be watching. It will get more viewers here and more people to hear this excellent resource that we've accumulated today. This is the Every Second Matters September 2016 show. It's a long format discussion. It's designed to be a platform for the gun owners' rights groups, representatives from those groups to get together and give an abbreviated version of the Gun Rights Policy Conference, which is where they come together once a year to talk about what they've done and what they are going to do and what resources they might need. They also get together and strategize. We wouldn't do that kind of stuff online here, but we could, again, give you some reports of what kind of strategies are in mind so that those of us in the audience as activists who have resources available to us and have an ambition to work towards the Second Amendment goals, see what the different groups are doing, what their various fronts are, what their projects are, and what they might need help with, so that we can better distribute our resources out here with the overall goal of being using our muscles, our social media muscles, our ability to use this new media to become a political adversary that's no longer an advantage for the antis, so that they're going to go after something else like swimming pool safety or drunk driving, something that they can get less resistance with. That'll give us the ability to strengthen our positions and our ability to use the social media, and then again, it'll help our descendants by making the Second Amendment one of those issues that it's a no-brainer. You don't screw with it. They're just too ingrained. So in other words, we're going to become the electronic version of the militia, so that we can use the tools available to us to do what the militia would do in the ultimate situation. So I don't know if that's the best way. I've described it better, but that's what we're doing, and we've got some different people joining us here. We've got links out to others. The long format show is designed to allow people to jump in according to their schedule and participate in a long conversation. It's kind of a free flow, organic conversation that just kind of goes along on Second Amendment themes. And let's see, from left to right, right now we've got Bob joining us from Canada. Thanks for jumping in. We've got Charles, Arizona Citizen Defense League, and JPFO, also a 22-year Arizona CCW firearms instructor. Thanks for joining us.
It's all right.
We got Moon jumping in from Pennsylvania.
Hello.
Famous on the Instagrams. We got Pink jumping in, our nightly host of the chats here on Gun Channels. Thanks for jumping in.
Thanks for having me.
And you're in Ohio?
Yes.
We got Sean jumping in from Florida Carry in Florida. Thanks for jumping in. He might.
Hello.
And everybody's muting, by the way, so if you're noticing the pauses there, it's because we consider each other in case there's like a dog barking in the background. We just mute our microphones. And then Too Hottie coming in from the state of Washington.
Hey, what's up, guys?
And like I said, I'm from Arizona. So I was going to bring up something since we have Charles here, and I'm not sure. I'm just assuming that you're here for the long run, but I don't know how much time you have, so I wanted to bring up language. We had talked about this earlier. Jeff Knox was on for quite a while earlier today, and Alan Corwin came up in discussion, and something Jeff said, Bob, do you remember exactly the phrase? And I was like, wow, that's an excellent phrase. I'm going to start using that myself. And then I brought up something that a verbal habit, I guess, I don't know what the terminology is, but I'm conscious of saying anti-freedom when I'm talking about an anti-gun type of person, and that's something I got from Charles. He's definitely consistent with that, and I suspect he'd do that with intent. And since we kind of talked about that for a bit, we brought up Alan Corwin's list of, how does he describe it, the politically corrected Glossary of Terms, and it actually turned into a pretty interesting interactive conversation with our chat, because there's always, well, there seems to tend to be a perception that when we talk about what wording to use, because we know that the left, the antis, are going to strategically use these phrases, right? I forget the term for these weighted phrases with connotation. You know, they strategically come up with these, and when we talk about them, we inevitably get referred to as grammar Nazis or cults of phrases. Like, if there's the people that insist that if you correct someone on Clip or magazine, that you're taking it to an extreme and you're being a detriment to the movement. And if we insist on not calling it gun control, for example, or like Alan brings up here, using something besides concealed carry,
discreet carry.
Right. So anyway, Charles, I guess I'm leading up to it here, but if you would, let's talk about this type of the concept of this, and then any specific ones we might want. And of course, Sean, and you jump in.
Well, first of all, let me set a context, if I may, and that is that he who frames the debate generally wins the argument. And if you fall into the idea of refuting someone who says assault weapon, You're now defending the right to keep and bear arms on their field of battle. And if you instead define them in the way you're talking, such as sport utility rifles, well, people know what a sport utility vehicle is. A sport utility rifle, even though they may not know exactly what it is, sets a certain frame in a context, a general meaning in a person's mind that now has to be overcome by the anti-freedom bigot. So it matters. And so I call this concept Corwinizing the language, because it's Alan's original concept, and I've kind of colored it in a little bit. But this is, for instance, when someone says, well, don't you believe in gun laws? Reasonable gun laws. Reasonable is a catchphrase that could mean anything. And my response is, of course I do. There's 5. Can you name them? Now, no one is going to be able to name the 5, or they'll make 5 up like, yeah, background checks. Okay, well, you know, the guy who did the massacre, whose name I will never mention, in Sandy Hook, he failed the background check. And he went ahead and committed murder to get the guns. The guy in Tucson, whose name again I will not mention, passed the background check. So did most of the other mass casualty shooters. Excuse me, mass casualty killers, not shooters. We're shooters, they're killers. So my point is that if you frame the argument in such a way that the other person is on the defensive, it makes it easier to make your point.
And I think that one of the points that came up, Antonio, who's always valued, is he brings an interesting perspective to it. He's a young kid, and he's really into the video games and the just the things the kids are into. But he's also really into guns. So I always value his insight into the chats. He said something about, oh, which one was it? It might have been discreet carry, and he said, well, who uses the word discreet? And I said, and we didn't have a chance to address it before, but I think one of the elements to this, I guess, would be when you use a word that isn't used very often, it perks your ears, right? Why did the person use that specific word? You have to think for a minute. I haven't heard that word in a while. What did they mean? You know, they're using that word with a reason. What's the exact definition of that? It doesn't. Isn't there a word for that? Like it makes, in the conversation, it makes your brain stop on that word and then recognize that before going on, as opposed to just, I guess the opposite of it is if we continue to say assault rifle, then we're accepting, it's like we're acknowledging that position, that ambush that they've created by using assault rifle.
Right. And now you have to defend the term as opposed to using one. You know, you go down a rabbit hole when you start talking about assault rifle.
When we're discussing...
well, and I think one of the problems, though, is we have the NSSF who's saying modern sporting rifle. You use the term sport utility rifle. I actually like utility rifle myself.
That's Corwin's term.
Right, but there needs to be, I think, a term that we're all using, and there's too many terms floating around.
Well, yeah, for a long time.
I don't like the modern sporting rifle because they're not just for quote-unquote sportsmen. They're not just hunting rifles. I do like the idea of take the sport out of it because some of it's sporting, some of it's not. I like the term utility rifle.
But that sport utility definitely has some insight because the sport utility vehicle, it rolls off the tongue. You're so used to it as like that as a classification. Now it's kind of it's what is it? It's putting it right next to that, so it's taking it out of the realm of machine gun and putting it right next to your.
Right. But I will tell you that I've got a few rifles that are not for sport. They are for defense of my home and my family.
Excuse me.
Utility rifles, then.
May I, if I may? This is not about what the rifle is about, okay? I get into this discussion with people in the Citizens Defense League about grammar when I write a piece for a newspaper or to do an op-ed. And I get some people say, well, the grammar on that isn't correct and it makes you sound ignorant. And I don't write for how it looks. I write for how it sounds. And this is the same thing with this debate that we are in right now is I don't care about the accuracy of what I'm saying. I care how it paints the picture, how it sets a context for us to maintain our rights. And that's the rubric under which I'm operating, not whether or not it's accurate. We're taking a page here out of Alinsky. You know, find a target and freeze it. Isolate it and freeze it. What we're doing here is we're setting the context of normality. Steady as she goes. What we're trying to do is we're trying to establish normal. And normal is a sport utility rifle. It's very normal. It's very ordinary. It's a garden variety sport utility rifle. And when you get people looking at it that way who don't know, their rectum from a hole in the ground, but they know that they think they know what it is, a sport utility rifle doesn't sound threatening. And it just, because there's a sport utility vehicle, no one has suburbanophobia. Or no one has Ravophobia. No one has Hyundai Tucsonophobia or Hyundai Sonata, or not Sonata. What's the Hyundai full-size SUV? The Hyundai, what is it?
No idea.
Santa Fe. It's Santa Fe. It's a Santa Fe. No one has Hyundai Santa Fe-ophobia. Okay, when you say sport utility rifle, you're setting a context. Now, you could argue maybe it's not accurate. You may be right. It may not be a sport utility rifle. It may be a utility rifle. Okay, let's be honest. It's a serious social purposes rifle. But if you say that, the image it presents to ma and pa, right? Your average suburban American, the average is that you're waiting for a chance for urban unrest so that you can shoot people. But if you have a sport utility rifle, it could be used for sport, it could be used for utility, and it's a rifle.
Okay.
I like
You
that way.
sold me.
Yeah. I like that way of looking at it, actually.
Yeah, I know you're. Pardon me. I know you're technical. Who is it that made the point about the sport? Who was it?
It's Sean.
Sean. All right. I know you're technically right. From a purely technical standpoint, I agree with you. But look at my position. In two organizations, I have the identical position. I'm the communications coordinator.
Hey, you're a broadcaster. I'm an engineer by training.
Yeah, right. I got you. And what you said is a perfect response from an engineer. But you know what? People don't hear this as an attack, okay? Generally speaking, it's not the engineers leading the revolution.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It's the revolutionary salesmen who are running it. And what I am is I'm a revolutionary salesman. If a term,
but thankfully I was in sales before I was in engineering.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they say that prostitution is the world's oldest profession. It's not true. Somebody had to sell it.
Okay, that's good.
Okay,
Here, here.
so I'm the pimp, okay, the polite pimp who's pimping for your right to keep and bear arms. And what I'm saying is, sport utility rifle does not make people have an X-lax reaction to the use of it like black rifle does. And you know it's the same damn thing, and who cares? You want to call it a black gun or a black rifle? Fine with me, but don't do it in the community where people can hear it, because it's got all kinds of connotations, some of them racial, and people are going to think, black rifle, is that a rifle for shooting blacks? You know, and other stupid stuff, which is going to get blown way out of proportion. Look at the stuff that Trump says. It gets blown way out of proportion when it's not what he meant, and he just spoke inarticulately, but they wrap his words around their axle. Well, don't use loaded words, if you'll pardon the pun.
Well, when we were talking about this earlier with Jeff, he suggested, or his opinion on it is to use the term gun control specifically because they're trying so hard to not use it. And I know that it can be one of those ones that's not accurate, so it's not often, well, we never liked it, but now that they are running from it, has things shifted? Is it one worthy of use, or is it better to be accurate?
Can you refine the question a little bit?
Well, I know that like Alan suggests we call it crime control, or somehow anti-freedom, right? As opposed to saying gun control, because that implies that you're you're controlling something. You're putting
No, we're all for crime control.
Right, but I'm
gun
saying
control.
But now the gun control, the term itself, which we've never been an ally with, is now something that the antis are running from. They're insisting on calling it common sense gun laws or whatever the hell. So
gun safety. Common sense gun safety legislation is their talking point.
Right, but I guess what I'm asking, do you think there's any validity in picking that up and continue to throw it at them? I mean, they're asking for gun control. They're saying gun control, or should we use more what we would have 2 years?
I like the idea of using the word gun control when they don't like it. Find what pleasures your enemy and pain what pleasures them. I like the idea of calling it gun control. Right? And if someone says common sense gun laws and you start debating common sense, you're debating in their realm. So using the word gun control is a good way to shift the paradigm if you're in that discussion. But the thing is the idea is to try and set the context in advance so that it's harder to go there.
So knowing that it's a tool, but when to use the tool and not to let it be
right.
Yeah.
We commonly use the terms gun control and gun ban legislation, because often we see this gun ban legislation, which
use that against them as
is
well.
even a harder hit.
When they talk about the common sense gun laws, couldn't you say, well, then common sense is in order to stop children from accidentally shooting themselves, we should be starting like gun safety courses in grade school. I mean, I had it when I was in school. I don't know why it's not still taught. That boggles my mind that they don't.
Well, it is in Arizona. We have a program, a state law, which specifically enables it that Alan Corwin spearheaded some years ago. And so we have that program in Arizona law, and you can talk about that. That's a great way to shift the base of thinking. Oh, we have those laws in Arizona, and you figure out what law it is. It's in the education statutes, and I admit I don't know those. I'm more familiar with the criminal statutes. But you quote the law number, you say, oh yes, ARS whatever the education, it's not 12, that's business law, but it's in 20, it's in Title 29, I think, but ARS 29 dash whatever. Yeah, we have that type of firearm safety laws here in Arizona where we teach people how to safely handle them. Yes, that would be a great thing if we could teach kids how to safely handle guns. That's what you do with. That's one thing you can do with common sense gun laws. But the other thing is, like I say, you can turn it around and say, yes, there's 5 of them. Do you know what they are? And if they say no, well, let me tell you, and then give them the kosher gun laws.
So you're alluding to them. That's from the JPFO.
Right.
Tell us about them.
If you want me to rattle them off, I will.
Yeah, go ahead. Because again, I think the JPFO doesn't get enough credit for being the extract of the pro-Second Amendment.
Well, this came out of a speech I made to the Republican women up at the Scottsdale Gun Club about 5 years ago. I was standing there, and Corwin was in the room, and he heard me say it, and he goes, "That's great. You got to write it down." I said, "Okay. Number 1, you're responsible for every shot you fire. Number 2, if you act criminally with a firearm, a court of competent jurisdiction can sever your rights. Number 3, if you're declared mentally incompetent by a court of competent jurisdiction, and you're a danger to yourself or others, your rights can be severed. Number 4 is 1, 2, 3. Number 4 is if you're under 18, your right to keep and bear arms comes through your parents. And number 5 is if anyone in government, for any reason whatsoever other than the first 4, attempt to dispossess you of your rights, they should be immediately arrested, indicted, and if convicted, fined and imprisoned and barred from future service in any way with government."
That would be nice.
Well, but those are the 5 basic, those are what we call the kosher gun laws at JPFO, but those are the 5 common sense gun laws. Beyond that, what do you need? If you're held responsible for every shot you fire, then what other law do you need? If you act criminally, you can have your rights taken away. If you're insane and you're a danger, you can have your rights taken away. And if you're less than 18, your parents control your rights. I mean, what else? What other laws do you need?
It applies to other things already. I mean, you could apply that to driving or so
Right.
much.
Yeah, it already does. It actually already does. Although there is no taking away a driver's license because of criminal insanity. Although I suppose the court could order it if you misbehave with a car and you're criminal about it.
Yeah, which is kind of scary when you think about it, because the car is incredibly dangerous.
Right. True.
Well, of course, the irony being that driving a car is a privilege, owning a firearm is a right.
Mhm.
However, you generally get more due process in revocation of your driver's license than you do in revocation of a concealed carry license.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you another thing that people say. Well, what if the majority of people want there to be background checks, and we vote on it? What about that? Well, sir, you don't get to vote on my rights. There was a time when we did vote on other people's rights. It was called Jim Crow. If you like Jim Crow, you'll love gun control. What that does is...
Unfortunately, a lot of that comes from a place of ignorance and thinking that
Right.
we're a democracy rather than a
Right.
republic that with certain democratic elements.
Right. But what you're forcing a person to do is defend that they're not a racist instead of now talking about gun control.
Hey Charles, what was number 5 again of the
If any person in government, for any reason, attempts to take a firearm from you, then any of the first 4, they should be immediately arrested, indicted, prosecuted, and if found guilty, fined and imprisoned, and barred from future government service for life. You can go on jpfo.org and Google kosher gun laws and find the essay. It's not identical to what I just said, but it's close.
No, you're pretty dead on. I just
Right on,
found.
thanks. I will do that.
I posted the link to our live audiences there, and then we just edited it into the show notes. So the link to the 5 laws are there, as well as the JPFO and Charles's websites.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, G.
Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
I just said thank you, G.
Yeah. Oh, and could I take a pause here for station identification?
Yeah, please do.
Thank you for listening to Liberty Watch on AM 1030 KVOI, Cortero, Tucson, The Voice. Thank you.
You understand that as a broadcaster that's sitting in front of a microphone for this long, you probably...
I can only stay serious in short bursts.
Like a boss.
So I guess I planned it to run to 9. It's about 8:15 our time. So maybe we can do a little reflection on the concept, and if you think this has legs, if you think this can accomplish something, what we can do to perfect it.
You know what I would like to see you do? I'd like to see you find an anti-freedom techie who's willing to get into this debate, and everybody stay civil and moderate it real well, and let people who are against, if I could get that Turkey Aram Chorbanian to do this, I don't know that I could, but if I could get somebody like that onto this, whatever you call this chat room, what do you call this thing?
This is
a Google Hangout?
The technology is a Google Hangout, yeah.
Okay. If we could get occasionally people who are against freedom but aren't like totally blind, it might be interesting. Then again, it unfortunately might also reinforce their arguments because they know what we're thinking. I don't know. Maybe it's not a good idea. So, you know what? I'd like feedback. I don't want to do all the talking here. I monopolize conversations because I'm used to it for a living, but I'd much rather hear somebody else's idea of what I just said.
Yeah, the problem that we have is, and we've had, obviously we go and do panels with the anti-gun crowd here in Florida, and the newspapers will hold a panel, and sometimes they'll even ask us, hey, we're trying to find somebody who's credible on the other side. I mean, and we've actually recommended, okay, well, this is kind of the person in charge of this organization there to bring on if you need a foil to me. And they've given us a lot of credit for hey, the other side wasn't willing to say who was on the pro-gun side, but you were nice enough to point us to the anti-gun person.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem that we've had recently, about a year ago, the person who was in charge of all things, the what was the name of the organization? One of the anti-gun organizations. His name is Art Hayhoe. He died about a year and a half ago, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And I would regularly point the media to him if they needed an op-ed to my op-ed. A counterpoint. Unfortunately, he passed away about a year and a half ago. And now we have the League of Women Voters, and their anti-Second Amendment chairperson. And we have the person from Moms Demand Action. And unfortunately, they're both idiots. They cannot hold a conversation. They cannot be effective in any kind of a panel discussion. They've come onto a couple, been utterly destroyed, and been told by their headquarters, don't agree to do any more. Only do it if you're the only person on the mic. So we can't get them anymore. And even when we did get them, they weren't effective because they were just absolute blithering idiots. Which made for a less engaging debate for the audience. I really wish we had a little bit better gun control people here in Florida so that I could more thoroughly destroy them in debate.
Well, the tough part, it seems, is they're paid for by like a entity with funds, right? So they're just a paid employee, and they might not. They just want to do it on the clock, I guess. So they might not see it as any kind of advantage to do something in an open forum. But then there's not very many dedicated ones. The dedicated ones seem to be the exploited victims, or the people that were associated with the victims, and they're usually speaking so much out of emotion, and they're so welded that it's just not an effective communication, right?
Right. You sound like a Messerschmitt pilot looking for a Spitfire.
What do you mean?
I said you sound like a Messerschmitt pilot looking for a Spitfire.
I don't know what you mean by that, though.
To engage.
Oh. So that was a Bob thing. He went over my head. To aviation for me. So do you know Rob Pincus?
Oh, I had to look it up. Yeah, Art was from the Coalition to Stop Gun Violence. Of all people, he was the most intelligent on the matter, but he had been doing it for 30 years.
By the way, I want to change our vocabulary. All right, it's the Coalition to Promote Gun Violence. It is the Bloomberg.
No. They are the Coalition to Stop Gun Ownership.
Right, yeah, but stopping gun ownership isn't. Some people are for it, some people are against it. You can have a legitimate opinion either way. But if you call them the Coalition to Promote Gun Violence, nobody is in favor of so-called gun violence. And if you call them that, you force them to defend their name.
Their problem was, I mean, they would come out every time and say, well, we're not against people owning guns. We just don't want anyone to own anything but a single-shot 22 with a muzzle plug.
Right, but what you do in order to achieve that, you promote gun violence, sir. You promote gun violence. Well, no, I don't. Yes, sir, you do. Because every single time it happens, you glorify that by saying the name of the person who did it. You absolutely are in favor of promoting violence. It helps your cause. Without gun violence, you couldn't get anywhere, sir.
Bleeds, it leads.
Well,
right.
It's not a consistent effort because it doesn't have legs unless it has that emotional appeal to jump.
Right, exactly, and that's why calling it the National the Coalition to Ban Gun Violence is a strategic move to frame the debate.
Not just to frame the debate, but to force them into a defensive.
Right.
mode.
You call it if you're doing any kind of when I'm doing any kind of an interview, I
Charles,
always.
When are you moving to Florida?
I'm sorry. What?
When are you moving to Florida?
As soon as the humidity leaves.
Yeah, dry up
I'll
all
work
that.
on it.
I'm going to be there on the 20th. To answer your question.
I'm going to move to Colorado, but or not Colorado, to Arizona, but I'm only going to live down in Tucson in the winter. And in the summer, I'm going as high up until the weather gets bearable.
Well, you can go 9,500 feet up in Tucson.
And don't worry, Zika hasn't made it to Tampa yet, and it only matters if you're planning to have kids in the next 6 months.
Yeah. Well, by the way, is there anybody going to be in the Tampa area on Tuesday the 20th, 21st, 22nd in there? If anybody would like to get together for like lunch, I got to rent a car. I'll be kicking around. I can't nag my daughter and son-in-law that long. So if anybody wants to have a powwow there, fine by me. Maybe like on Wednesday or Thursday for lunch, preferably like Thursday, anywhere in the Tampa area. I'll go 100 miles north, south, east, or west. Well, I can't go west, but I'll go 100 miles north, south, or east. I don't think Florida's 100 miles wide quite, but I don't think.
Well, if I end up going by plane, I plan on visiting as many gun shops as I can in the area, so maybe we can get together and tour some gun shops.
Maybe so. I'll have a car, so if you want to do that, I don't really, I get it. Gun shops are a thing, and it's interesting, and they're different, and it might be interesting to go, but God, they all got mostly the same stuff. I mean, unless they, huh?
I hear you. I'm still no.
What?
The ones at least I got to see with G-Webs, there was like so many different kinds of gun shops. It was pretty amazing. Although, like I say, I'm Canadian, so.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, I get it. A Glock is exotic.
Now,
it's an AK-47.
if you're there and you want to go shooting though, the Wyoming Antelope Club shooting range.
Yeah, I tell you, I went to one in St. Louis called Operation Overlord, and that was an interesting shop because it was a memorabilia shop as well as a gun shop, and the guy had the rarest of the rare. He had a class 3. He had a suppressor on a revolver. He had a Nagant revolver, and I said, "How loud is it?" He goes, "Well, let me see." He pulls out the Nagant, he puts the silencer on, he turns 90 degrees away from us and shoots a stack of phone books. Just like that. Pop, 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 pop. He goes, "How loud was that?" I said, "Not very, thanks." He goes, "You can dig the bullets out if you want them."
Oh man, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, but if you're there in Tampa and you've got a chance, the Wyoming Antelope Club has a chapter in Tampa. Their range there, they do like the 3-Gun Nation tour. They've got a great shoot house. They've got it's an outstanding range. So if you want to go out and shoot a little bit, I'd suggest looking them up.
Where is that?
Right there in Tampa, not too far from the hotel, the Wyoming Antelope Club.
Oh, the first time you said that, the middle of your diction dropped away on buffered, and I thought you said the Whining Antelope Club.
No, Wyoming.
Well, actually, I'm still thinking, even though I heard the name, I wasn't thinking it was a shooting club. I was thinking, why is he telling them to go to a house of ill repute or something?
There are a lot of those in Tampa as well.
Maybe he knows that antelope is kosher.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. For a second there, I'm like,
definitely be a kosher animal. Just take it from the brisket forward, right?
Yeah, there you go.
When we're talking about being
as long as it's a circumcised antelope,
we're talking about being in Tampa for the Gun Policy Conference, so let's address that again. It's a 2-day event sponsored by the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms, as well as the Second Amendment Foundation. I think, Charles, you said they've been doing it for like 30-something, 33 years.
And it'll be the 31st conference, or maybe it's 31st, I think.
And then it's the 2-day event, and I thought it was a charge for it. I guess I'm wrong, Sean. You said it was completely free.
It's free.
And it's like last year it was in Phoenix. It was in a hotel. That was my first experience. So
not only is it free, but it's one of those rare times that you actually get a free lunch. Who says there's no such thing?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what kind of facility is it going to be in? Like a hotel banquet room or?
Yeah, it's a meeting/banquet room. And it's in it's a Hilton, I think. I think it's a Hilton.
No, they're saying it's in St. Petersburg, Florida, not Tampa. Are we being too vague?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's the airport. I think it's the airport Hilton. In I've got actually.
I guess I have the link right here. I could just read it.
I have their address.
It's the airport DoubleTree.
No, it's not a DoubleTree.
But it says Tampa in the actual literature here, so I don't think it's
Hilton bought up DoubleTree years ago.
Oh, all right.
DoubleTree Hilton. So yeah.
It's like in Demolition Man, they're going to take him to dinner at Jack in the Box because it's the only restaurant.
It was Taco Bell.
Oh, you're right. 100%. You're right.
All right. So, and now you guys got a little insight to the key players. Some of the key players in the national level, right to keep and bear arms, are just as much of movie nerds as everybody.
Yeah, it's at the DoubleTree Hilton Tampa, and don't argue with me.
Okay, so it's a 2-day event. Like Sean said, you're going to get fed both days. I know from experience you get a big stack of literature, books, and relevant handouts, I guess, from the various groups that they're attending. And how many, do you guys happen to know how many groups we're talking about being represented that get up and have a discussion or talk?
Well, there's a bunch of local rights organizations. Ohio Carry will be there, and Florida Carry, of course, will be there, and the Massachusetts guys will be there, and the California Cal Guns, and a whole bunch of other, the players that are there at everyone. Plus, there's always some other, like Georgia Carry, I'm sure will be there, and what's his face, Mark Walters will be emceeing and such. So it'll be good.
And then there'll be some writers, Alan Corwin.
Yeah, and there'll probably be some anti-freedom people there taking notes. In fact, most assuredly, there will be anti-freedom journalists. Guys, I'm going to hop off for a moment. I got to walk down the hallway for a moment. So I'll be back in five
minutes. And we
minutes.
also have some pro-Second Amendment journalists from here in Florida who have
Wait, those still exist?
They'll be attending. Yes, we actually do have a couple of pro-Second Amendment, or at least objective journalists that have covered a lot of our legislation, a lot of our work.
When Carl says anti, I think he means like subtly in the audience listening, taking notes. It's not like they protest or anything in front. They basically ignore it because these are the heavy hitters, and they don't want to acknowledge any of them, I suspect.
Yeah, no, we actually have some pro Second Amendment journalists here in Florida. Not many.
I thought they were extinct.
So did I, but then we met a few.
So it looks
oh my God, it's a miracle.
It looks like from the webpage here, it says this year we'll take a look at critical issues such as city gun bans, smart guns, concealed carry, federal legislation, legal actions, gun show regulation, and state and local activity. So some of that seems kind of vague, but something like city gun bans, Sean, is that something, I mean, I don't know, I mean, you're hosting it, but I don't know if you're involved in the itinerary or whatever it's called. Is that something that's in reaction to a specific thing with cities?
Well, it's a lot of cities throughout the country. Here in Florida, not so much because we have a very strong preemption law. They've tried to do a few things, and we've stopped them right at the gate before they passed anything in recent years. Because we passed a law in 2011 that told them if you pass this anti-gun law, you will be held personally responsible.
So we're talking like another strategy for the antis to attack at the city level, I guess. They're when you like you don't have what is it when the state can't or the city can't override a state?
It's called preemption.
Preemption. If they don't have state preemption, then and I know of a couple of states.
So preemption is basically it's just like, say you're driving your car and you go from town to town. They don't have different car driving laws in different towns. They all use the same signs. That's because all of the automobile driving laws are preempted at the state and sometimes at the federal level, mostly at the state level. So a stop sign is always the same size and has to be put in certain places. This type of road is usually within 10 miles an hour of the same speed limit. They can't put a school zone in places where there's not a school, things like that.
Common sense traffic laws, right?
Well, it's uniform traffic laws, just
Yeah.
like we have uniform gun laws here in Florida.
And because, common sense, real common sense, should, override stupidity and,
Well, it's so that you don't face a patchwork of laws that there's no way for the individual to keep up with. Imagine this. You're driving down the road and you go into the next county, and all of a sudden it is a crime to not have a streamer hanging off of your left tail light.
Yeah.
We're going to put you in jail for 2 months if you don't have a streamer hanging off of your left tail light.
Yes, and I'm sure that was used
The
as a
state
cash cow.
keeps them from passing stupid laws like that, and and it has to be this $400 streamer that you have to buy from our city council,
which is right on the edge of town before you drive through it, and that's like the same with the school. You can't
right
put up.
now. There are counties and cities in every state that would say, "Oh well, we want you to have this streamer that hangs off of your gun. We want you to have to register your gun in our county." No, state law prevents that. It says that we have uniform firearms laws. And in fact, when it comes to gun registration, the creation of a state, of any state organization or any state entity that tries to create a registry of firearms, not only has broken the law, they have to pay a $5 million fine, and it's a felony for whoever perpetuates it, so they get to go to jail and become a felon.
Of course, that would be the lowest, most clerk that would get to go to jail, but, that's just the way government works. But
Pennsylvania has a preemption law, and before Governor Corbett left office 2 years ago, he signed into law, added on to the preemption law that you can sue whatever municipality did not follow.
That legislation was what we passed here in Florida in 2011.
And I mean, anybody
can exported to a lot of states now because we've used it quite effectively.
Like you can sue from Florida, you can sue Pennsylvania magistrate or whatever, the municipality that's breaking that law. So that's why a lot of the municipalities around Pennsylvania had to quickly repeal their...
Right. Unfortunately, the Pennsylvania preemption law, since it was an amendment to another law, was ruled unconstitutional under their constitution because it violated the single subject rule. So now they have to go reenact the damn thing.
Yeah.
Well, at least we still have a pro-gun legislature. That's what keeps Governor Wolf at bay, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you gotta always just go for the best, man. I mean, sucks. I mean, the government rules our lives, and it really shouldn't, but it doesn't. It's not supposed to. Not supposed to. We're supposed to rule our own lives, control our own destiny. Even up here in Canada land, the way we tried to set it up is it's supposed to do that, but I don't know.
We're trying to bring us down, Bob. So we're in the last half an hour or so of the show. Again, I'm curious for comments and critiques, questions, comments, concerns about the format of the show, about the concept of the new Every Second Matters. I'll put the offer out there if you'd appreciated it. If you're looking forward to more of these, it would definitely help out if you head over to gearwebsites.com and grab some of the patches. We have them up on Amazon and eBay as well. Those are already bought and paid for, and every purchase will go towards paying off the credit card that kind of funded everything. which will make it a lot easier for us to take the time to do this every month. But we're going to be doing it either way. But if you do want to throw some appreciation towards it, that's one way to do it. But again, we're looking for feedback on how the show went, the format as far as having the different chats up. Looks like the Facebook can only handle 4 hours of it. So do we go a 4-hour route so we can get as much coverage as possible? As guests, people that might be listening to this as a podcast who are considering joining next month, would it be better to do it in an even longer format, 8 hours, which is the maximum we can do, when still have it a recorded video at the end? I had planned to play some interviews that I had done prior to this as when there was dead air, but we didn't really have any dead air in the last 6 hours or however long we've been going. So again, I'm looking forward to feedback. If you were looking forward to those, got the hiccups. If you're looking forward to those interviews, if they should be included, so that when you listen to this, you get all that, or if you don't mind listening to them as separate videos. We're not looking for links here. We're just looking for efficiency. We're looking for a way to harness the resources that we've got out there, and that includes the social media platforms, but it also includes the individuals out there who are the boots on the ground. And I am adaptable. I'm pretty familiar with most of the technology that's out there, so within reason, we can build it to suit your abilities and your interests out there. So I'm encouraging you to speak up. This isn't a show for entertainment. As you notice, there's nothing in here that's entertaining except for the actual nuts and bolts of Second Amendment activism. I appreciate everybody that joined us live, the people who joined us live here in the room that made it possible. Jeff Knox, of course, Sean, Charles Heller, key players in this Second Amendment struggle that we're going to always have is our task as free people. We are tasked with the obligation to be vigilant, and we have a fight, but honestly, it's not that bad a fight, and it's something that's totally achievable. And I want to build tools that make that possible. So again, I'm looking for feedback from people who have that similar interest, that similar goal, and are willing to put some effort out there. Let me make this tool as valuable as possible. And again, if you're thinking about joining, what would have made it more appealing, and how could it have been more useful for you? You don't have to answer all these immediately. You can always email me at gunwebsites@gmail.com. You can join over at everysecondmatters.com and explore the site, use some of the tools. I guess I'll quickly talk about what that is. So the Every Second Matters is just a website. It's using some technology that I used over at Gun Channel, so I've got about 4 years experience and knowledge of what its potential is. When we put it together, we turned off most of the bells and whistles, so it's basically a place to list and archive the various gun owners' rights groups in a category system so that they can be easily found and referenced. As it's a membership-driven site, so you join it as a member, and the members can associate themselves with groups. In other words, get news feeds or news from the groups as it's posted. If they're a participant in the group or they're an advocate for the group, they can.
And that's a free membership, right?
Everything's free. They can join as the group and help the group distribute their information. So it's not meant to be another thing to do online. It's meant to enhance and amplify whatever efforts your groups are already doing online, using us, the audience, as the go-between. The part that's difficult when you're a webmaster, to go from an archaic system like a news board or an old forum or maybe the cutting-edge software, and then trying to pull the database that has all the information from that and pull it into your database. It's sometimes possible, sometimes difficult, and sometimes that's why a lot of programmers are bald, because it's difficult stuff to do. So that part that's technically difficult and costly can be accomplished with human beings. And what I'm hoping that this system or this project can do is just get people that are familiar enough with the social media platforms to be comfortable with this interface, and then let people like Sean and Charles and Jeff do their thing. They've brought constitutional carry to Arizona in a matter of 5 years. 5 guys got together at a I keep saying Waffle House, at a Five and Diner. 5 years later, we have constitutional carry in Arizona. Now, 6 years later, after no incidents, other states are using us as an example. So there's that potential out there. We don't need to screw with them. They know what they're doing. They've grown from those 5 people to what, 12? I should know. 12,000 members.
13,800.
Thanks. So they've grown. They know what they're doing. They've got that working. So what we can do is people that are familiar with the internet is help them get their message out there. Right now we don't have a fight this moment in Arizona as much as they do in Nevada right now. I think one of the critical things, in fact, I'd like to take however much time I get from these guys to maybe wrap up the show with what they consider to be the biggest fight out there right now, and then if you all agree that it's Nevada, which I think it is, then let's talk about Nevada. But basically, if these groups are out there doing their thing, and we're out here as the audience, we'll get a couple of people that can help distribute the information from these groups to the Every Second Matters platform, and then the entire group of people that join the Every Second Matters thing can decide if that's something that they have the ability or the interest in putting their efforts into. And that way, as a group of advocates, people that consider ourselves resources, can just to figure out, I have $100 and I have 100 minutes this week to spend on Second Amendment issues. It looks like Connecticut needs it now, or it looks like Nevada's going to need it, or it looks like this year I'd like to join I personally like to become a life member of a group each year. It's part of my budget. I just become a life member of a new group each year. If we can help people accomplish that goal, and that helps these groups out. So I wanted it to be a platform for that kind of thing. And then in conjunction with the website is this long format show every Saturday or every second of the month, in which we'll kind of create a platform for these groups to get together and give us a sit rep of what they're doing. And if they're not able to get here on the second, I'll try to do my best to get a interview, maybe 10 or 15 minutes with them before the show, and then just be able to include that either in the show when there's its pause, or if there's nobody in here, or just supplemental to the show, so that every second of the month we've created a place where people can come together and get a good sit rep, a situation report on what's going on, either with a area like a state, or with a campaign like the NFA Freedom Alliance going after the National Firearms Act, or something else, maybe hunters, or a sporting group that is trying to attack the sporting news clause with their 3-gun match. You know, whatever it might be, this can be a networking spot. So,
and I'll tell you, if we can get more people to, if all they did was spend an hour on the second of every month, they remember every second matters. Okay, it's the second of the month. I'm going to spend an hour today. I'm going to be an advocate for the Second Amendment. I'm going to write a legislator. I'm going to go out and I'm going to talk to other people. I'm going to do something for the Second Amendment today. I'm going to spend an hour doing it. Just that would be an exponential growth in the power of these organizations, like Florida Carry, like AZCDL, for an exponential growth in the power of the Second Amendment in this country. If we could just get more gun owners to spend an hour a month, much less a whole day.
And I really believe that once we've got that established, like you're saying, and we've got any momentum at all in a positive direction, those political strategists are going to see that we're no longer the punching bag, the reliable punching bag, the consistent punching bag that they think we are, and they're going to go elsewhere for their campaigns.
One of the things I'd love to see either SAF or maybe organizations like ours at the state level do is start going after the anti-freedom organizations. Start doing things, actually form a coalition, and say, for instance, maybe all the state level, not all, but several of the state gun rights, self-defense civil rights organizations get together and sue Brady Center and try and get their funding knocked out. Try and do some real damage. Instead of just refuting what they say, actually go on the offensive, legally go on the offensive and take them out.
Yeah, take them to task on maybe if they're...
No, I don't mean take them to task. I mean take them to the cleaners. I mean clean them out. Find something that's actionable and actually sue not only the org but the individual members and leadership of it. I would love to bankrupt Josh Sugarman.
All right, well, more power to you. I was thinking smaller. I like your thinking.
No, yeah, fornicate that. I want to. You want to know my dream? My dream is bankrupt Bloomberg.
Oh, and donate all the money that you get from suing them to
to the Arizona endow JPFO for life.
With the whole regional directors thing in city offices, I already cost them millions.
Yeah.
And I did that just because I was looking at some public records and found something and started yelling about it.
Yeah.
It's not because I had any particular set of skills. It's just because I was looking and I found it.
No,
and I cost him millions. Imagine 10,000 of me.
Yep.
You could bankrupt him.
Yeah, I would like to know more about that. Email me about what you did, because I'd like to know more about that, and maybe we'll figure out a way to do something similar with AZCDL. I got to get going, guys, but I was going to tell you one other thing, and that is, I lost my train of thought. It's hard to be 59. Yeah.
Let me ask you one final question on your way out. I know it's off the cuff, but if you have an answer off the top of your head, maybe it'll make you think of your last point.
42.
What do you think the next? Oh, that's a good answer.
I got somebody that read it. Anyway, go ahead.
What's the biggest threat we've got coming?
Probably, well, certainly Bloomberg and probably Nevada. Bloomberg's the biggest threat, but there's a lot of threats on the front that are different levels of bad. What the ATF just did with nitrocellulose or whatever you call it, I can't think of the name of it, the particular chemical, has a terrible potential, but I think Congress will probably get on it and stop it, like they did with the crushing the ammo. That didn't take too.
Well, and Jeff addressed that earlier, and
yeah, sorry, I was out.
Really kind of said, yeah, there's more sizzle than splash to that.
Right, I get it. All right. Anyway, I got to get. You guys have a nice night, but Sean, email me what you did as far as costing Bloomberg millions, and also about that gun range, if you would. I got to go, guys. I text. Go ahead,
Charles. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Yeah. Charles, Hell. Yeah. Good night.
See ya.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. So I'm going to go around and just ask you guys one by one then. I'll start with Bob, just because he's on my left here. Bob, what do you think the biggest threat is coming up?
Hitlery.
All right. And expand on it as much as you want or as little as you want. That's fine.
I'm just
that kind of speaks for itself there. Yeah.
She's a real threat. So I think she's a real threat to the Second Amendment. I think she's a threat to the world's safety. And, yeah, I think she's the biggest threat I can see coming at the world right now.
How about that horse?
Mechanics.
No comment?
Okay, you're going to have to expound on that one a little bit.
Oh, it's just, the influx of ISIS guns into this country right now is just a real problem. ISIS MP5s, ISIS CZ75s, Mechanics.
What?
Turkish firearms.
Yeah, Turkish firearms.
Running joke because all these guns are made and funding terrorists potentially.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. If you own one of these,
Turkey's a NATO member.
I know. But there's like everyone, like even Yankee Marshall, I think, was saying that if you buy one of these guns, you support terrorism.
Actually, that's probably true. The Turkish government's very corrupt, and they
don't they support ISIS because ISIS is fighting one of their enemies, or I don't know how that's working.
Well, they're fighting that ISIS is trying to kill all the Kurds.
All right. So, Moon, what do you think is the next big threat? The biggest threat?
Complacency, and then if Hillary wins, Supreme Court picks.
I think that's insightful. Our friend Hosh did writing a book, and he's asking a bunch of people questions, and one of the questions was that, one of the questions was what's the biggest threat or something to that effect, and biggest threat to ourselves, I guess, maybe something like that, and that was the overall response, which I found interesting because none of us talked to each other before we answered, and we pretty much all came up with apathy or just disinterest or assumption, or whatever the term for too many of us sitting around assuming somebody else is going to do the work.
Yeah.
So, Night Strike, what do you think's the biggest threat coming?
Bob stole my my idea, so I guess I'm gonna have to agree with you on Nevada. But I think all gun rights, everything. We're under attack all across the board. So I think we need to be vigilant in the fight against tyranny.
Right on. That's a good point. Pink, what do you think?
I think these next Supreme Court picks is going to be the biggest thing. Because I mean, if Hillary gets in there with her arrogance, I mean, she's not suave like Obama was as far as trying to sneak these in. She'll just slam them down our throat and not give a crap. She's that arrogant.
That's true.
She's only got that many days left too, from the looks of her.
Well, true as that may or may not be, we can't depend on it for sure.
One can only hope.
Well, we shouldn't even hope. We should just hope for a small stroke that just knocks her. But who knows? She hasn't been in front of the press for over 250 days.
Yeah, I don't need her to die. I just need her to get up and make a buffoon of herself when she actually talks to Trump and loses support from people who are barely with her. And if Trump can get up there and be stunning in comparison and gain a few, that's really all that we need. We don't need her to die. She can go suffer somewhere for a long time, right?
He can win if he just does what he did against all the Republican candidates.
You know what? If he just does what he did on his last speech in Phoenix, I think he's got it. I think there's just so many people that don't trust her.
Well, I need to go watch that speech because everybody's saying how great it was. So I didn't see it.
It was pretty good.
All right. Well, that gets us to Sean. What do you think, Sean?
Well, Pink a little bit stole my thunder, but there is nothing more important right now than breaking the current Supreme Court deadlock of 4-4. Our next president will pick at least 2, maybe 3 Supreme Court justices, and it will set the course for our rights, and not just the Second Amendment, all of our rights, for the next 30 years.
Yep.
I will be dead before we have a full change in Supreme Court.
Yes. It'll be the repercussions.
And the repercussions will last for a century. Who picks our next Supreme Court justices is the most important thing going on right now. And Trump already put out his list of picks for Supreme Court justice, and they were damn solid.
Now, are they? I didn't see them at all, and I don't know who they are. Probably anyway. Are they solid for us, or are they solid
They are solid originalist constitutionalist judges.
But I mean, are they the kind of people that if the deck was stacked against them, they would get through, or are they extremes that they would? He's just dreaming.
They're the type of people, given the current Congress, can be confirmed.
Good.
Mm-hmm. All right. And but those congressional races are important. You have to vote for people who are mindful toward individual liberty and individual liberty is the end of the game. And that's the problem. It's not about being left wing or right wing. And this is what the press fails to see. When we're talking about the Second Amendment, we're not talking about left wing or right wing. We're not talking about being a statist versus we're not talking. I'm sorry. We are talking about being a statist versus an individualist, not so much being a socialist versus a free market conservative. the important thing for the Second Amendment is really individualism.
All right, so then, Hadi, what are you thinking? The biggest threat.
To me, division of resources, division of us Second Amendment guys, lack of unity. That's about it.
Yeah, that can definitely be a thing, and I think that, I mean, it's either happenstance or they're just happy recipients of it, or else they're that strategic. But it seems like they know how to fracture us. They know some words to specifically use to get us all flustered and in argument amongst ourselves. And I suspect they're going after the rifles the way they are, the AR-15 specifically, for a couple of reasons. And I suspect it's because they assume they're going to be able to fracture us on the hunters versus tactical, or whatever you want to call people that can, fully appreciate a semi-auto. But I don't know. Maybe it's just happens to be, and we're too aware of the situation, and it just seems like it's a more vital blow than it could have been. But I suspect that they're also pretty savvy, and they pay attention to their attempts and their failures and some of their gains over the years, what worked and what didn't. These things are open, so if they really were putting in the work, they'd be watching this and figuring out a lot more about us. I don't really know if they do this kind of thing for their side. They seem to be media specialists that get paid by somebody, and then a bunch of victims or family members of the victims that they're exploiting while they're emotional, and then they just kind of stand behind there giving them verbal cues and catchphrases. But there's never really discussion like this to talk about actually how to approach us or how to talk to us. We've been frustrated we've talked about it a couple of times, how frustrating it is trying to create a conversation or find a conversation. They're not offering it. They don't offer any ways for us to initiate it or to ask for a conversation. They're not seeking it out. So it can be a little bit frustrating. But on the other hand, Sean's saying, I would love to see us all unified under one flag, but it'll never happen, and that's what I was going to suggest. I don't know if it could never happen. I mean, obviously something significant like 9/11 brought everybody together for a while, a bit, or at least. And I don't think it necessarily needs to be something so horrific. There can be things like the landing on the moon, right, that brought everybody together. There can be things that unite us and make us super proud or super aware. And but just I don't know if we need to be in lockstep. There's definitely a lot of fronts, so I think it's to our advantage to have a lot of various resistance to those fronts, and then campaigns going out on the offensive in different directions as well.
For sure. That's well said.
I think my answer to the question of what's the biggest thing, I mean, I can't disagree. The presidential election is key. This is an important year for a lot of reasons. Obviously, the significant one, like Sean and Pink said, with the long-term consequences of whatever results come of the judges, right? That's definitely, I guess you're right, the biggest one. But I definitely don't want to discount Nevada, like I mentioned before. The way I see it is they've got a little foothold in Washington. They leveraged it efficiently in Oregon. It's a matter of time. It wouldn't be difficult with the speed of the momentum they have in California. But regardless, we talked to Jeff earlier. He told us about his insight to their efforts in Nevada. So it's plain that that's their objective. And if you look at it, it's not a real complicated strategy, really. Take states that are typically pro-gun and pro-freedom people and pro-independent people, and pay for $6, $7 a piece for signatures to get a ballot on the ballot, or get a bill on the ballot through the public initiative, and then basically pay to put law up in front of people, and then pay marketing firms, basically either pay for all the marketing firms in the area to all do your campaign, or pay for the best ones and leave none behind, and just deceptively market your new bill, right? So that people vote your way. Lie, cheat, steal, and pay for whatever you have to do. So that worked for them in Washington with very little resistance, unfortunately. They were able to leverage that in Oregon, and now they're literally just taking that same playbook and heading to Nevada. So if we allow them to do that, it's a loss in a couple of ways. It's sort of like Alan's list of words over there. When we allow them to choose the word choices and then we employ those word choices, we're giving credibility to their position. If we say, well, you shouldn't ban semi-automatic assault rifles, we're suggesting that there are semi-automatic assault rifles, which is something that we should not be condoning or endorsing, right? So I guess that's my position, that if we lose Nevada, not only did we lose Nevada, but we lost the opportunity to resist. And if we're going to get together and resist, are we going to fucking do it at the last state? Are we going to do it when we're all standing in Florida or Arizona with our backs to each other and we finally figure out how to do it and then we got to fight 49 states back? Or do we do it when they're just starting their momentum? We ought to be able to focus our efforts and our resources to fight something, and it's difficult to do an entire political election, although I don't think it's something that we shouldn't take on as a goal. But I think in parallel, we should be paying a lot of attention to Nevada. I guess the consequences, as I see them, is if they take Nevada, not only did we lose the opportunity to resist them there, but then they can say that a very pro-gun state is on board with this ludicrous concept of universal background checks, and they'll go after Arizona next. They'll have the extra ammunition, pun intended, of their Nevada success, and they'll probably be able to sway enough of the old retirees here and the California refugees that came here unwillingly or didn't come here for their gun rights. They'll be able to manipulate the same way they've done. And once they've got Arizona, you guys got to know they're done. They can say that they've got Arizona. I think the reason they didn't come to Arizona first is because they know we're going to resist it pretty damn fucking hard, and they had an angle into Nevada, or they think they have an angle in Nevada. So I think that's our battleground. And if I'm not going to suggest there's a direction for every second matters, but I'll take my moment on the soapbox to suggest that if we're going to get behind something that we can potentially affect change on, I think Nevada is an opportunity because it relies so heavily on tourism that those of us that don't live there, not only can we contribute our resources as far as money to the resistance, but we can also lend our support with letters to the legislature, heck, even to some of the hotels or something. Maybe if you have a relationship with a hotel and you go there and lose money every year having fun, and you tell them, I'm not going to probably be going there if you guys pass this bullshit law against guns. There's other places to gamble now. I can go lose my money somewhere else. And if you've got that kind of clout with somebody, maybe it's worth making that phone call. Again, we're probably talking to the 26 people watching us live and the however many people might listen to this 8 hours in. We're probably talking to activists at this point. And I ask you, if we're not going to do it, who is? So if we're going to go after something,
true.
Let's get ourselves together here. So anyway, I kind of monologued it there. As we start to wrap it up, is there anything else that maybe we talked about earlier that you're putting off to talk about again, or we don't have to shut it off right at this minute? In other words, we can wrap it up as it's naturally ends. So is there any topics that you guys that are joining us live here in the room have, or is there anything that people are watching live? Feel free to throw them in the comments there, and then as those dwindle off, we'll just end it up here.
Well, go ahead, Hobby.
A lot bookmarked and saved that I need to go look up, and I believe there's even a book that I need to buy. I apologize, I'm not on my computer right now, so I can't.
You're talking about Jeff's dad's book that's about the Firearms Owners Protection Act back in '86 and the how he petitioned for it and how it accomplished what it did, and then of course the horrible Hughes Amendment that was added to it, the connotation that we all have for it today. We were talking about that with Jeff, the son of the guy who we're talking about, the guy who initiated that Firearms Owners Protection Act, wrote a book, and that's the book we're talking about. I forget the title, but we did put it in the show description. In fact, everybody who's joined us today, we've put links to their websites or their organizations down in the description of this video. So if you're listening to this in the future on YouTube, you'll have them right there. If you're listening to this as a podcast, depending on the platform, you'll be able to find them over on the Every Second Matters website.
I just want to throw out there, if you've got a friend that's on the fence as far as gun rights and everything, take
Buy
them.
him an NRA membership.
Well, that or take them to the range, let them see how much fun it can be. I mean, it's not all evil like they portray it to be. It can be fun.
Take them to the range and do us all a favor and put a 22 in their hand first and let them work their way up.
Good point.
Or whatever y'all agree with.
I agree with what I hear DB say a lot, and that's how, there's really, compared to how many gun owners there are, there's not that many NRA members. And if we could get more people to join the NRA, and because they're the ones, as I understand it, that really have the clout in Washington and stuff as far as gun rights go. So I think we need a lot more NRA members, and all that extra income should really help, lead their fight, because I think, apparently they're the front line of our gun rights, right, in Washington.
Well, there's no reason to just join one. So one challenge I would put out there is if you're shooting on a regular basis, it means you're enjoying the sport or the recreation, I guess. And if you're shooting at that level, I'm sure you can afford a $30 a month thing. So you can pick 12 organizations and join for 30. If you average $30 a month, you're going to get some of them that are a bit less, a couple that are a bit more. And you could be a sustaining member of 12 different organizations each year for as low as $30 a month. So I agree with you on the NRA one, but I'd also like to see places like Florida Carry and Arizona Citizens Defense League with 15,000 members, or excuse me, 13,000 members, I think Charles said. I've got, and we know how many subscribers there are on some YouTube video channels, right? We know how many.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of small groups too that people might, already donate to, or maybe they don't, but like this in their local area, right?
That's a very big thing. Look.
Because we have like Utah Open Carry. There's a couple small groups like that we have here.
Right. Yeah. So don't just focus your efforts on a national level. I mean, also it's important to pay attention to what's going on, in your own state, in your own neighborhood, and.
Yeah, when you think about it, like I say, if you've got a budget in $30, maybe I'll do a video on this. It's going to get you a membership to Second Amendment, to NRA, I guess, and then American Suppressor Association. You could get your own state, and whatever, depending on your state, you might have 3 or 4 or 5 surrounding states. You could join all of those organizations. You can get into a state level one that's, I guess, maybe federal level, Firearms Policy Coalition. And then if you got money left over, or when you do have money left over after all that, then look at the big state groups like Florida Carry, like Virginia Concealed Citizens Defense League, like Georgia Carry, AZCDL. They are out there fostering new groups and doing efforts, or maybe there's a Indiana group or a group in California right now could probably use a lot of funding. So consider it part of your budget, and I bet you could have a lot of fun figuring out which groups you're going to be a member of. Like I said, I try to do a life membership every year. I don't do a monthly one, but I might start trying to incorporate that if I can. I actually do all mine pretty much in January, and then just kind of have a budget for that.
I've just given away several memberships to family and friends and stuff, just as Christmas gifts, birthday gifts, stuff like that. And then I hope that they just kind of get into it and they like the Rifleman magazine every month, or and then that they just kind of take off. I hope that they kind of get the point, and then they just renew it themselves.
Well, as much as I wish I could say that, the money's not as important as anything, but it really is. It takes a lot of money to run an organization like this, and there's really never enough. I mean, we have to pass up enforcing the right to bear arms sometimes just because we don't have enough money to pay for the lawyers, to pay for the lobbying that's necessary. And, so we go after the bigger items, and sometimes we have to let the smaller items just slide because we don't have the funds to go after them. And it's like, yeah, we're letting it slide for now. We will come back to it. We will get to it when we can, when it becomes a higher priority. But, we always have to prioritize our dollar spend, and it's because of limited financial resources.
All right, well, I guess everybody's getting a little tired, and I can't imagine, what is it, midnight on the East Coast? Or
Yeah.
Midnight? So, again, if we're doing a long format show like this and it hits during the week, it might be a little late, but on the weekends we might be able to adjust the time slot a little bit earlier. Give us some feedback. You can email me at gunwebsites@gmail.com. You can leave comments on the video once it's up on YouTube. And again, I encourage you to like and share and subscribe to the channel, whatever platform you're on. It does get the video itself recommended to more like-minded people. And again, the challenge to do something on the 2nd of every month that furthers the Second Amendment. The goal of the group in the first place was to start a conversation. It's easy enough. A lot of us end up doing it more than once throughout the month, but having that reminder or that conscious effort to do it once a month is the little steps that get us on the 1,000-mile journey, or the drops that make the ocean, right? So all these little efforts are going to add up, and they give us the practice and the exercise and the skill building as far as having those conversations. They're not always easy. They're a little awkward sometimes, and after you've done 3 or 5 of them or 100 of them, they're a lot easier to get into, and you can be a little more effective at getting the point across to people. And once you have a couple of these conversations and their eyes light up, if they say, yes, I'll go to the range with you, then you get more successful at it, and before you know it, you're amongst a bunch of new shooters. How fun would that be? You got new people to talk guns with. So in the long run, they're going to start inspiring other people, and we all win. So that's the focus, that's the point of the whole project, and I appreciate everybody who sticks with us through the evolution of it and the as it evolves. Oh, look at this. I just got the warning. Haven't had one of those in a while, so it's kind of nice to be on a long format chat again. So again, thanks everybody for supporting the project, both over the years and then over the last couple of months, as it's we've been talking about evolving into the next level. Anybody that is still listening and wants to participate in keeping this thing alive financially, I put it all on the credit card, so it would be a great favor if you would jump over to gearwebsites.com and buy as many of the PVC patches as you'd like to buy. Those are what's going to pay off the credit card and basically fund the site. The objective is to never have any kind of membership at all, any kind of cost to the members or the organizations when they use Every Second Matters, so that it remains like Consumer Reports, a non-partial third party, so that people are free to talk about the organization. Some of them are not worthy of accolades, let's say, and we don't want any groups to be associated with the negative stuff that aren't that are responsible for it, and we don't want any of the groups that aren't worthy of praise to sneak in and somehow pay for the acknowledgement that they haven't earned. So I think the best way to do that is, my experience having done some projects like this online, is to let it be run by its members. And I'm going to do that in the form of these PVC patches and the shirts and, I don't know, maybe hats at some point. I'm not here to be gimmicky with the marketing. The concept of the logo is to spark a conversation, to be just interesting enough and easy to read that someone might go, what does that mean? You can take that opportunity to have a conversation about our Second Amendment with that person, or if it's not an opportune time, of course, you want to keep the set and setting, aware of your set and setting for a conversation like that. Maybe bank that conversation for later. You're at a long car ride or waiting for the doctor or something, and waiting in line someplace, and now it's opportune. You say, hey, remember that time you asked me about that patch? Let's talk about the Second Amendment. And it's just meant to be that shoehorn or that introduction, so that you can have that conversation, maybe at work or maybe at church or maybe at school or someplace where you're not going to be wearing your gun stuff. So that's the concept, and it's evolving. And thanks, Sean, for encouraging us to take it to this next level. I hope that we can make it into something that is useful for all the various groups. We had a great show today with Jeff from Firearms Coalition, Jeff Knox. Amazing amount of knowledge and experience. He's been in the fight for a long, long time. He's willing to share and tell us some stories from all that. Definitely a pleasure having him on. Of course, having Sean on from Florida Carry, another integral player in the Second Amendment. Charles Heller, again, been in this for a long time, and having them be able to be in this room together, and you can see the dynamic. I hope that helps illustrate what I keep trying to describe, that being in that room with 600 people like this is pretty cool. So if we can together use our skills to keep this room alive and this show going, then we'll encourage more of these people to participate, and I think we really could get some clarity out there, help filter out some of that noise from just the myriad of places we get information, focus it down to just the Second Amendment stuff, get to the extract of the real issues, get the experts to give us their insight, their research, knowledgeable insight on it, and then allow us all as activists to take the appropriate action and devote our resources in channeled ways. And again, with the ultimate goal of making us, the Second Amendment advocates out there, an unworthy political adversary, so that they start going after somebody else, some other subsegment of the population. That'll give us a breather for a moment, but it'll also have allowed us to build, to get our sea legs, like I keep saying, to build our strengths here on the social media platforms, to enhance our communication and our ability to work together towards accomplishing the goal of at first resisting them. But then once we've got that strength, we're going to push it the other way, and we're going to take back things like the sporting use clause, like Jeff talked about earlier today, and we're going to call it the, damn it, I forgot what they were calling it, but a much more clever name, and then we'll get rid of it altogether, and then we'll challenge them on the 4473s. I can't tell you how encouraged I was to hear Jeff as a advocate of my position, that we've challenged them on their justification to even have this system in the first place, let alone have the gall to suggest that they need to expand it, to take back things like the NFA and the suppressors. Initially, I think we have just as good of potential to get machine guns off for the same reasons, and once you pull machine guns and suppressors off, there's no reasons for its existence, and we'll have our SBRs and our AOWs. I want to have a cane gun before I'm dead, a legal cane gun that I don't have to pay a lot of money for. So we have to do this before I get old enough to need a cane. But anyway, I think that it was an excellent opportunity to see these guys in action and see everybody come together in a kind of an organic environment. Again, they're never going to talk strategy out here. That's not the goal. We're not here to allow the antis to get an insight to the strategic planning or anything like that, but to give us some insight as to their character and their knowledge and their experience from being in this fight for so long. And if we can, again, help amplify their messages, their individual efforts, and the accomplishments that they've got, it's not only going to give us that exercise in our abilities, but then it'll let us take that fight forward. And at that point, there's no stopping us. We'll solve all the other problems. We'll do the VA after this once we've got the Second Amendment down pat.
I just want to take this second while you finally took a breath to say, I think for all of us, I want to say thanks a lot to you for all you've done to make this possible.
Yeah, no worries. Somebody has to do it. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, I jumped right on that with you, Bob.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I'll tell you, as a leader of a state organization, what you're doing here is just as important and just as hard. Building something is not for the faint of heart, and you've stepped up to do it, and my hat's off to you.
Well, thanks. All right, well, with that, I think we're done patting ourselves on the back. If you want to support us, get out there and act, get active. There's plenty of opportunities to do it. We're providing one more, and we're going to win this thing. It's just a matter of doing it this time or next time. But I'd rather do it this time so we can start playing with some NFA guns sooner than later. All right, thanks, everybody. And we'll come up with... Oh, wait, no, we had intro music. Let me grab Charles's website again, and we're going to let it end on Charles's cool... I don't know what to call it. Liberty song, I guess. Celebrating Liberty, celebrating the Bill of Rights. Anyway, thanks, Charles.
Liberty montage.
So we'll end it on that, and we'll see you again in about a month. And I guess we never did play the actual interviews that we did with everybody, so they're available on the Gun Website's YouTube channel right now, and I'll be moving everything over to the Every Second Matters, so it's easier to find. So just check out everysecondmatters.com or the webs, the YouTube or wherever. They'll be on all of them. So thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
I am a minute man, a citizen, a soldier. I am the guardian of America, armed and free. We threw off the king and his taxation's yoke. Ragtag militiamen, just ordinary folk in search of liberty. We learned our lessons well. Now the people can arise, take up their guns and stand against a tyrant's lies and win a life that's free. And we knew there always must be Minutemen, and we wrote our laws to guarantee. For we knew it will always be the citizen who is the guardian of America, armed and free. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Free speech and free press, and the right to assemble, those dangerous freedoms that make bureaucrats tremble. A blessing for the citizens, for the masters a curse. Without the second, what good is the first? The right of the people to be secure in their places from warrantless raiders with masks on their faces means little or nothing without threat of force. Without the second, what good is the fourth? A public trial by an impartial jury, guilt or innocence, judged in a hurry. The right to know with what charges you're fixed. Without the second, what good is the sixth? A disarmed population can be brought to its knees. No one can resist as tyrants do as they please. These Bill of Rights freedoms with which we are blessed. Without the second, what good are the rest? Oh, listen to me, children, to one who fought and won a future based on freedom with a vision and a gun and a mind that's free. The time is surely coming when among you there will rise those who will want to rule you and have a plan to guide your lives and possibilities. They will seek to take your freedom in the name of security. They'll use your fear and danger to get you to agree to give your rights away. They'll first disarm the weakest, your minorities and poor, hoping most will not object to what the rest endure and the price they pay. Then they'll claim that they'll protect free if you just give up the weapons that you no longer need. And you'll turn in your guns and think your future is secure. And then there comes that knock upon your door. So I swear there always must be Minutemen, men and women who cry, I will live free. And it will always be the citizens who are the guardians of America, armed and free.